Okay, we should be live. How's everybody doing? Had some technical difficulties with my coffee maker. Yes. And I tried to fix it, and that's weird. Their circles are we're sharing the same X. That's like that X. Those cross spears have like deviated, like they've left that circle and gone into the other circle and been captured by it. This guy has stolen that other guy's spears. Hey, Venom City, welcome and thanks for following. Hello, Coffee Kitty. Yes. Well, I was having coffee maker issues, man. I really was. I was like, what the hell, man? Why can't what's going on? My coffee maker wasn't working. So I'm in there messing around with it, trying to fix the needle or whatever the hell's going on with it. And I'm like messing with this bullshit. And I'm like, I need my damn coffee. I don't have the patience to be doing all this damn shit. Don't you understand? This is where I get my patience from. And then it didn't work for like the fourth time. And so I was like, man, fuck this millennial repair manual bullshit. And I slapped the fuck out of it. And it started to work a little bit. And that was my experimental slap, right? And I was like, all right. Based on the amount of time it worked from that slap, I must slap it 3 more times. So I slapped the shit out of it 3 times. And then it just worked. And that's how we used to repair things in my day, including children. How's it going, Venom? Daily, James, and Frank? Well, at least I was on the receiving end of it personally. I never got the opportunity to fix children in that way. Yeah, that's life. Frank was lucky. He got the opportunity to fix children that way. Frank's, oh yeah. What's happened, man? Your TV messing up? Is it bothering you? You fiddle with the stupid antenna thing and you're just wiggling it about. Nothing's working. You just start slapping it a little bit, and then the TV's like, oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I didn't realize there was corporal punishment in this damn house. I think I'll start behaving. I'm like, that's right, TV. You will behave. Keep. Wrap it in foil. Damn, James. Now, you ain't supposed to be slapping adults. Yeah, that's against the law. I don't think that was ever not a thing. Yeah. I mean, unless they initiated it. Oh, of course they asked you to. You know, some people consent to that kind of thing. And that's some Freudian stuff if you think about it, man. Yeah, they say a lot of women look for their dads, like men who are like their father, subconsciously. And then they're like, spank me? And I'm like, wait a second. Are those two things related? That's some Freudian shit. If my PS4 controller doesn't work, I smash it up. stopped smashing controllers the day after I got a shit controller, because a good controller couldn't be afforded, like a normal one couldn't be afforded to replace the so I got like a shitty Mad Catz one or something. I'm like, oh, now I gotta use this thing. Okay. And like when I was a kid, I'd get real mad at my games, and I did break a few controllers when I was younger. But you know, just for, let's just let's see, just to, you know, explain that maybe a little bit. I started playing with the NES, and you couldn't break an NES controller unless you tried real fucking hard. Like, you had to try really hard. Like, it wasn't within the strength of some children to break that controller. That's what it took to break it. And then right after that, controllers were not as durable almost instantly. And so no, you know, you develop the habit that you could throw your controller down in anger and walk away from your game. It's like, damn it, this game, rah. And it was fine because, you know, it was fine, right? Like punching a pillow. You can't break that brick, not unless you're like a grown-ass man, or you use leverage. If you like, you could like put some slack in the cord and then use it like a sling and whack that controller against it, and you probably break it that way. But that's some dangerous shit, you know. That's the professional breaking method if you really want to get rid of it. But normally you throw a damn Nintendo controller on the ground, that shit's fine. You could throw that shit on a concrete, it's good. It'll get scuffed up. It won't feel as comfortable to hold, but it'll keep working. You might even chip a piece off of that damn thing. That shit's still gonna keep working. You threw a Super Nintendo controller one time, one of those buttons on the top stopped working. And then you get some shitty knockoff controller where it don't work half the time, and now it actually is the controller's fault. And then you start to appreciate your controllers a bit more. And then that moment comes where you want to throw the controller down and storm off in anger at that bullshit cheating damn game, which they do cheat. They cheated way more back then than they do now. And you tits on up, and you raise your hand up, and you're about to throw it on the ground in anger and walk away in disgust. And you're like, and then you toss it angrily onto the couch. Because you want a controller that fucking works. Because they're too fucking expensive to replace. Fucking dude. That's all it took, man. I've only broken one controller in my adulthood, and it was 100% intentional, premeditated breaking. It was like, I'm gonna break this controller. I'm gonna break this. This controller deserves to get broken. I'm so sick of this broken ass controller. Fuck them and fuck Xbox. Don't buy the Xbox Elite controllers, people. Because they're like 10 out of 10 durability design for 99% of the controller. Almost tons of metal parts where there doesn't need to be metal parts and then other parts that are metal just to help with the things that would, you know, break her easier and stuff like that. And all the buttons and stuff like that, the sticks are like pull off replaceable type of things so you can get better things, even though the ones that come with it are amazing. Just really, really good design, right? Let me show you why the Xbox Elite controller and the one that came after it are trash. Unless you're a wealthy gamer, then it's not as big a deal. Like, I used to recommend it to people if they want like a super high-end controller. Now I can't, because it's an absurdly expensive controller that is not a super high-end controller. I'll show you why. When I heard they were releasing a Xbox Elite 2 controller, the first thing I did was I tried to find a breakdown of it to see if it still had this massive design flaw, and it does. And so within the first couple of years, a lot of people's controllers are going to completely fail, and that's a shame. Like, see that, like, everything that's silver, by the way, is metal. Like, if you see something that's silver on the outside of the controller, it's because it's metal. There's a lot, most of the button thingies and stuff like that are metal, and lots of this stuff is replaceable, and really good, like, fucking durable, super durable controller. Like, a pleasure to use. Pleasure. Now that part up there is, like, not metal. I mean, like, the buttons and things like that. Now, wait till he pulls this part off, because this here, this, you see this here? This here is where the problem is. And it's a massive fucking problem. Like, look, even that plate there is metal. They got so much, like, metal construction in these things, like there, you see. And spots that require a lot of movement and, like, tension and whatnot, like, is going to be put on it frequently. But then there's this really fucking dumb thing. This is actually plastic, unfortunately. This is these silver bits here that look metal are one of the silver bits that are not metal. They're plastic. Now, combine that with another design. The reason why everything else on there is metal and when it's silver, but the buttons are not, is because you can't. This button is directly connected to that button. That is right. These two buttons are connected. And so they're connected by a piece of plastic. And if you want that piece of plastic to stay, I mean, if you want this to all be one piece, then, well, it has to be, it can't be metal, it has to be plastic. Unless you're going to try to glue it in there to the metal thing, and then that's awkward and it's kind of weird. So no, that's just these buttons here are a plastic mold. You'll see when it pops it off, and you'll see that's where the problem is. That's where it becomes a shit tier controller that costs $160, I think it was. And it was a damn good controller until it just stopped working. Look at the design. Look at all this shit that doesn't need to be so over engineered, but is. It's so frustrating that they put all this work into making all these things way more durable than they probably needed to be. And then the part that is probably one of the parts that probably needs to be used. Let's see if is he ever going to pull this off, or is he just talking about that? Like, no, he didn't ever pull it off. All right. You know why he didn't pull it off? Because it's fucking hard as shit to put back on, by the way. We'll get it on this next one, though. Look at this. Let's see. That's my boy. Well, there you go. That is it. You see how paper thin that is? No, you cannot. Do you see how paper thin that is? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep. So, how do you think these buttons work? Do you think there's a spring, like in the PlayStation controller, that returns them to their reset position where they're neutraled? Or do you think that the way that the trigger, the R1 buttons, or whatever you call them on the Xbox, the bumpers on the Xbox, do you think that they work by having something here in the middle? And you bend the plastic, and then it unbends because, well, it's a single piece of plastic that has a... So what happens when you bend plastic thousands of times, even if it's only a small bend? That bend starts to stay there. What happens when you've bent it tens of thousands of times, even if it's only small bends? That bend is even greater. And at some point, you start to notice that your Xbox triggers are really mushy. And they've been getting gradually less responsive until one day, they just don't work. It's like, oh my God, where you have to press it on like a specific location in just the right way to make it work. Like sliding your finger across it or some weird shit to make the trigger work perfectly. After the first couple of thousand presses, it just starts to like become less responsive, but you're probably not going to notice it, and most 99% of the people probably aren't going to notice it, and then it becomes even less responsive and even less responsive and even less responsive until finally it's like mushy and it doesn't work all the time when you press it. And then if you continue to use it, one day the controller button won't fully return. It'll kind of just stay synced in. And it's because you fully snapped that piece of plastic. On a $160 controller, they went with this design for their fucking bumpers. That's like next tier trash. I'm telling you, I was furious about that. Do you know how hard it is to replace it too? I bought some shit so that I could replace it myself. It was a couple of hour-long job to get it to replace it. Because it was that frustrating and that finicky to get everything seated just right. To even take it apart was a lot of fucking effort. But to get it back together was 10 times the effort. And the parts that are hardest to get back together, well, this part here, and the plate that holds it in place. And do you know what happens if you're not careful? Extra super careful. When you've spent over an hour trying to get that thing in there just right, you better spend another hour being extra careful. Because if you don't get it in there just right, and you push just a tiny bit too hard, you snap it. Before it's ever been pressed a single time. Yeah. Luckily, I had a second one, so I could do it again. I then replaced it with the second part. Working again. Then I sighed, and I took the controller outside and I smashed it into little pieces so that I would never be tempted to try to fix it or use it again. And that is the only controller I've ever broken in my adulthood on purpose. The rest of them I've broken. Some controllers just break with time. Thumbsticks and things like that just wear out over time. The Nintendo 64 controllers were really bad about that. The thumbsticks were really terrible. Really, really terrible. Yeah. That shit's dumb. I'm not kidding, dude. When I fixed that, like, I thought about the trouble that it took to fix it, like what I had to go through, the fact that it was lucky that I had 2 parts for that to fix it, and that I could like, the one that I broke, that I spent over an hour trying to fucking get seated just fucking right. I was like, I'm not gonna do this again. I'm in a year's time, this shit's gonna happen again, and I'll have to fucking go through this again, and I'm not gonna do it. But it's like, you know, sunken cost fallacy type of thing, right? Like, I'm gonna fall for it. I've already invested so much money into this fucking thing. It was a super expensive controller, and I spent $20 fucking buying replacement parts to fix it. If I'll do it again, and I'll have to suffer through all this again. Or I could just use my PlayStation controllers. It's like, that's what my brain was going through. I was like, all right, I'm just gonna smash this to pieces, so I'm not ever tempted to do this shit again. And I smashed it to pieces. That wasn't anger, dude. That was, for me, that was murder. That was calculated. That wasn't a controller breaking passion and rage. No, that was a calculated murder in order to make my life better. I'm one of the few people on Earth who've probably done that to a controller. Like, I've done that to games too. I did that to a really terrible NES game when I was younger. I was like, I know I'm going to come back to it. I keep coming back to it, and I keep suffering. No, I will not do this anymore. And I broke it. And I did it. The most modern thing I'd ever did that to when it comes to a game, because like, I haven't done that kind of thing a lot, was an MMORPG where I did essentially. Oh, look at this guy. Still gonna give him away though. The stats that need to be good or bad. The most modern, well, like I said, it's a super rare thing, so I could just go over everyone I've ever done it to, but I'm not gonna bother with that. But a modern example of that, because of games going digital, was MMORPGs. MMORPGs were taking up too much time in my life, and on top of that, they were starting to get more and more toxic in their design. Just designed to not be fun as much as they were to force you to play them as much as possible while not having fun. Trying to take up as much of your life as possible. And so I was like, okay, I have to stop. I can't fucking play these kind of games. This is absurd. Like, and then but I knew, because that whole thing, like that whole sunken cost fallacy thing, I'm super susceptible to that. Like, I'm super susceptible to that, and I know it. Like, I didn't even know what the fuck it was called before I knew I was super susceptible to it. And I was like, and it was the game was Ultima Online, was the first one I did it to, and I did it to all of them really. But with Ultima Online, I had several thousands of dollars worth of stuff in the game, like real life dollars, because you could sell money in the game for real life money, and you could also sell things in the game for real life money. I mean, I had a piece of property in the game because you could get land. I had a piece of property in the game I probably could have sold for like a couple $1,000s, and that was just where I had my house. All the shit I had in my house and the characters and all the stuff I had, I could have made several $1,000s. Instead, I gave everything away to strangers and friends. So rather, because I was thinking, I knew that if I sold it, like if I went ahead and deleted my account, but I sold everything before that, that I might be tempted to get to think to myself, but now, because as time progressed with the game, things would be worth less and less as far as gold, right? So it's like, as you know, $1,000 worth of gold now is going to be like 15 times the amount of gold, probably, you know, in this amount of time, because gold was less and less valuable, right? So I would be able to get back into it pretty easily if I reinvested the money I made, because I would be able to reason myself into that, right? Where I could be like, oh, I sold all that stuff and I made thousands of dollars off of that and I'm not playing anymore, but what if I just spent $500 and got back a bunch of the stuff that I lost and kind of started right back from where I was? And you know, I might actually think that way. So I was like, I didn't sell shit. I just gave it all away. Gave it all away. There were a lot of happy people that day, dude. I made a lot of people very happy. I gave away stuff that was like single items that were worth like hundreds of dollars. And I never spent a dime in the game besides the monthly subscription. And not true. The monthly subscription and the cost for buying something called Soul Stones. When they were released, I went ham on Soul Stones. Soul Stones were a limited time type of thing. With an expansion of the game, you would get something called a Soul Stone that would store your skills, because the way in Ultima Online, the way it worked was, rather than having levels, you had skill points that you had access to. Now, you started with 700 skill points. 600, I think, actually. I can't remember. It was either 600 or 700 skill points. It might have been 600 and something. But you would end up with a total of 720, I think, by the end of the game. If you, like, got your character really good, like unlocking their caps and whatnot, you would end up with a total of 720 possible skill points. So there'd be skills such as healing, or bandaging, I should say. There'd be a skill such as bandaging, and then another skill such as axes, another skill parrying, another skill spell resistance, another skill would be magic, another skill would be paladin, whatever the paladin skill was called, I can't remember. Something it was called. There was a newer skill when I had quit called Bushido. You know, so there's all these different skills that you can learn, and the skills would all cap at 120. So what that meant was you could get 6 skills to 100, and 1 skill to 120 if you wanted to have max skills, right? Or you could just have every damn skill in the game at like a really low number, like 10 or lower than that even, because there was a lot of skills. And then you'd be a completely worthless character who died instantly. But so there was a lot of, like, that's one of the reasons I like that game as far as the MMO aspects, because there was a lot of freedom with character creation. The different things you could do was crazy. The types of builds you could come up with. Like, I created a lot of metas back in the day when it came to that game for the crazy ass builds I came up with that people started just doing because it was so powerful. And for a long time, like, people were still coming up with shit even after I left, because, you know, the amount of freedom there comes with building. So the thing with the soul stone is, a soul stone is an item that you can click on. You store it in your house or in your bank, or you can even hold it on your character. The item is blessed, meaning that you don't have to insure it, which means that if you die, it doesn't fall on the ground on your corpse and players can steal it. Because it's blessed, what happens is it's just automatically returns to your backpack the moment you're resurrected after you die, rather than it falling onto your corpse and you possibly losing it forever. So you're never going to lose the item unless you choose to drop it on the ground and get rid of it. But what the item would do is, and also was pretty cool. It was like this big jade stone, almost like a Stonehenge stone, but you know, thinner and sleeker. And when you would click on it, it would allow you to select one of your skills on your character. And when you select it, you store that skill into the stone, and then the stone starts to pulse with light and it just glows. If you like, that's if you have it placed in your house as like if you place it in your house and lock it down, then it just glows there in your house. And soul stones are locked to the player, meaning that there's no point in someone stealing it. Even if you did throw it on the ground for some stupid ass reason, there's a good chance that a player would find it and return it to you, because the item says the name of the player who's it's for, and it doesn't work with anybody else. But no one would throw their fucking soul stones on the ground because they were worth real life money. They were worth about fucking $10 each, probably. 10 to 15 bucks each when they first came out, because you'd buy them from other people in real life, because they didn't sell them. They started selling them, and I think later on, but they didn't sell them like that. They were just like part of the pre-ordering thing, right? And so I had like 50 soul stones or some shit like that, like an absurd amount of soul stones. My roommate was the same way. He still plays the game, by the way, and he has an absurd amount of soul stones, because what this means is, like I said, what you could do is you can click on it and store your skill in it. So you have say you have your fighter, right? Who, your fighter has bandaging, because you're using bandages to heal, not magic. Because magic, if you have a traditional spellcraft like wizardry or something, whatever it was called, and you try to use a healing spell, it's not going to be very effective unless you also have there was a secondary skill that went along with spellcraft, whatever the spell was called, whatever the traditional magic, because there's lots of different forms of magic, like necromancy, right, was one of them. But there's always a secondary skill that goes with your magic that enhances the ability of the magic. The same for melee. Like your first skill, like if you pick like an axe skill so that you're good with axes, then that'll increase your hit chance. So when the higher that skill level is, just the more accurately you swing it, but you don't do a lot of damage. You then also have to take another skill along with that to increase your damage. I can't remember what it was called anymore. And that was how most of them were. Most of them had a secondary skill that went along with it to increase its effectiveness. Sometimes not. Like I don't think whatever the paladin skill was had to have a secondary skill. Like I don't think Bushido had to have a secondary skill. But anyways, so what you do is say you have an axe character that you made, but you're like, you know what? Actually, I just want to use traditional swords today. You just click on the soulstone, and you tell it to store your axe skill in there, and then it starts glowing, and your 100 and something axe skill is in there. And then you click on your other soulstone that you've already worked up that skill with, or if you haven't done it yet, then you just have no weapon skills at all anymore. And then you, on your character sheet, in your skill tree, but in your skill menu, you just unlock the swordsmanship skill that you want to use, and then lock your old axe skill back at 0, since it's at 0 now. And now your swordsmanship will start to slowly raise until you get it up to whatever you wanted it, and now you're using a sword instead of an axe. Where before, if you wanted to do that, you had to have an entirely new character. Like you had to make a whole new character. And so the reason I had so many soul stones, is because I had all the skills in the game. Like I mastered every single skill in the game. And I had like 7 or 8 characters. I can't remember how many was the max at that time. So I had like 7 or 8 characters, and I also had every single skill unlocked in the game. So what my characters were, because one thing you can't change on the fly like that is your strength, your mana, and your stamina. You can change those, but those are slow to change, and you have to like unlock them and relock them and mess with them, and that would take time, and so you're not really switching your builds real fast. So basically, all the 7 or 8 characters I had were basically nothing more than different varieties of stamina, mana, and HP or strength. I mean, so stamina, mana, and strength. I think HP might have been one too. I can't remember now. And then also various races, because there was a few different races in the game that you could be. And so it would be varying combinations of races and stats. And then I would make all my builds on whichever I needed. So it's like, you know what? I want to make a build with... Wouldn't it be interesting if I mixed Bushido with Necromancy? I think that actually would be interesting because of this would sync with that. And then so I would want to use this weapon skill. Okay, but what... And then I'd think about what kind of stats I would want. And it's like, oh, you know, so I'll go to this character. And then I go to that character. And then I have the right stats. I'm the right race. And then I take all the skills off my soul stones. And boom, I have a fully made character in a few minutes. Rather than in months of training up the skills. So it was like invaluable. Absurdly and just, oh. It was soul stones were... a massive game changer. But most people only had 1 or 2. As long as you had 2, you could very slowly shift your skills around from character to character and store a few different skills, because you have skills stored on your characters instead, kind of, and do a similar thing but not nearly as effective, right? And have it take a lot more work too. But man, it was pretty cool, man. You could do some cool stuff. And I think there's a cooldown on the soul stone too. Like you could only use it once every few hours or something like that. So if you didn't have a bazillion of them, then you weren't able to do it quick. I can't really remember. It was something weird like that. But yeah, it was pretty cool, man. I had lots of fun with that game back in the day. But it just got less and less fun, and it soaked up more and more time because it required more and more of my time, and I just had to let it go. But when you had that much time invested and that much money in the game, like the soul stones, I couldn't sell those, so those don't count. The money I had invested in the game is money I earned. Ooh, a new Luma, guys. Okay. Hell yeah, man. I didn't think I was going to find any Lumas, like, for probably the rest of the entire game. But I've been trying to get a bird, and we got a freaking Luma. I don't know how. I don't know. I like Genki. I don't know how much I like Genki, but we got a fucking Luma. Because I kind of like the Nesla better than Genki. I think he's like a strictly better version of Genki. Because he can heal himself with electricity, but at least it's a fucking Luma, so I don't know. I'm always worried when this happens. Like, I don't want it to die. I don't want it to die. Hey, Venus. Like, anytime something rare pops up, I'm always, like, nervous. And this is, like, I'm super extra nervous because this is only the second time I've ever seen a Luma. At least this time, I don't only have 1 Tem card when I found the Luma. That shit was super nerve-wracking. I had a single Tem card, dude, with the first time I found a Luma. That was just ridiculously annoying. Okay. One more. And then let's just start throwing Tem cards at it at full. I'm surprised I didn't just kill it. Like, I was barely paying attention to what was going on. I was thinking about Ultima Online and talking about that, and okay. Yeah, just gonna keep throwing Tem cards at it. It's gonna eventually start lowering its own health with stamina. That's what worries me, though. Once their health gets low enough, like, I don't know. Maybe let's try one stranglehold. Let's see. I think it'll be fine. Yes. Yeah, I've gotten one Luma. I'll show it to you after this, Venus. And it was funny too because I ran almost completely out of Tem cards. I only had a single Tem card left, and I was like, "Oh man, yeah, that's right. I gotta go get more Tem cards before I start trying to get this this thing again." And actually the things I'm using right now are the things I was trying to get when I got the Luma, and so I went back to the station and healed, but I never got more Tem cards, and so I had a single Tem card left. And then I walked out, and I was looking at other things, and I was talking to NPCs, and I walked out into the water to check on a kid, and then came and tried to come back in. But as soon as I stepped into the water, I got attacked, and there was a Luma there. And I was like, "Oh, okay, oh." But I only have a single Tem card, and I went and looked at it, and sure enough, there was one Tem card. So that was super nerve-wracking. Because sometimes you can get these fuckers to one hit point and they seem to escape multiple times in a row. Like, this is, I don't know what's going on. So that was scary. Yes. All right. Ooh. Okay. Like, I thought it was gonna suck. Well, it does suck. It has cold natured. But it could but the stats at least are good. Because the other Luma I got, the stats weren't that great, unfortunately. Besides the 3 maxed and then a few green. But this is all green except for speed, so hell yeah. Hell, what am I gonna call a Genki? Yeah, I can actually breed this Luma with the other Luma I caught, by the way. I just would have to evolve the other Luma I caught. Because this Luma, because the other one, when you evolve it, it becomes a wind Luma, a water wind, and this one is an electric wind, so I can breed them together if I wanted. I don't know what I would rename this. I'm trying to think. There we go. Is the sound low? Do I need to mess around with my audio? Ooh, the game's audio is really low. You're right. I'll fix that, guys. Sorry about that. Super sorry about that. That's my fault. I was farming for the birds on top of this rooftop, but I was watching podcasts while doing it, and so I had I turned down the audio really low. Thank you very much for letting me know about that, James. Now I need an alfalfa. Which one was alfalfa, by the way? Was it the one with the weird thing on his head? The calic or whatever it's called? Alfalfa. Yep, it was the one with the calic thingy. I think that's what it's called, right? The calic? Damn, I remembered. Are you impressed, Frank? I remembered a name that associated with a person. I did it. I did it. They did? Frank says, I am very proud. Now I kind of want to have a Little Rascals or our gang or whatever it used to be called. Like a full Temtem group named after them. No one would get it besides older people. Hell yeah, dude. That's a cool catch. That is a super cool catch. Like, I kind of want to just go. But I'm going to stay for one more bird. I was planning on catching one more bird before the start of the stream, but I never caught it. And so I'm sticking to my guns, though. I will catch this stupid bird at some point. So what I'm doing here is just trying to get one of these birds. You'll see eventually. It just takes a long time, unfortunately, because it's like a 1% chance. The game claims that it's a 5% chance, but, well, if any creature had a 5% chance spawn rate, don't you think I would have seen it by now? I've been up here for like a half an hour. Who's gonna be Buckwheat and Stymie? It would just be Luma. It would whoever Luma were. Could imagine it, a full team of nothing but Luma, but they're all named after Little Rascals. You did? Not me. The first bird that appeared took like probably over an hour if I combine the time, because like the first time I came up here I saw players walking around a lot in a group, and I was like, oh, there must be something rare here. And so we fought for like 5-10 minutes and got nothing, and I was like, I'll come back later and do it. And then I came back and spent a bazillion years and then finally got one. I know that people, like, they say the same thing about the horses, that the horses are supposed to be a 5% chance. Here's the thing. Some people don't know what math is. 5% means 1 in 20. It's a 1 in 20. How many Genkis have I fought since the start of this stream? 20 or 100? I'm catching them, so it's a bit slower. But the reason I've been catching them is because I'm like, it's more about like just catching and releasing, because I want whatever that reward was that they said I could get from that one place. But see, I'm not trying to catch these dudes again. But I've noticed that like it's harder for me to catch things lately. I don't really understand that. The other thing I'm doing is I'm fighting, and I'm fighting because I have XP share on the Temtem down there. And so basically, even if I don't find another bird, I'm going to leave this place once that Temtem evolves. And I think he's going to evolve next level, which is Umishi. I'm pretty sure I'm just going to leave once he gets to 26, because I think he evolves then. Yeah, I'll try to check it out sometime. Murdered or overdosed? Were the murders associated with drugs as well? Childhood actors always get involved with heavy drugs. For two reasons more than you would think. It's not just because they're wealthy. It's because drugs are really popular in Hollywood. Any kind of like television show or movie area, like that kind of thing is pretty damn popular. And also pedophilia is. Combine those two things. Yep. That's an actual thing, unfortunately. A lot of childhood actors went through some fucking shit. And a lot of them, that's one of the reasons a lot of them end up getting real damaged. And so they're being drugged on offered all these things to lower their guard, and then they get older, and so they're already addicted to it a bit, and then they also do it because it helps them cope with the the emotional damage that was done to them by people molesting them and shit, and it's real fucking difficult. That's why a lot of them commit suicide sometimes, and or just stay fucked up their whole lives. And anytime any of them come out and talk about it, it never goes well. People like act as if it's their fault, or pretend like they're lying, because they don't want it to be as if their favorite movie was ruined. Like, the Lost Boys? You remember the Lost Boys? You remember I can't remember their names. You remember the two dudes who worked in the comic shop, who were like the tough guy dudes? They were kids too, but they were like the tough guy kids. And they were in lots of movies. They were always fun to see in a movie. Well, one of them killed themselves, and the other has publicly spoken about like a lot of the shit that went down when they were young. They were basically just passed around. That's a lot of times that's why they were signed on to a movie. Real sad stuff, man. The Frog Boys, yeah. That sucks too. Because it does unfortunately have a bit of an impact on how you perceive the movie. I still love the movie, but really, I like it more for the fucking sacrifices that were like that those dudes went through for it, and I feel real bad for them, and I wish I could, like, whenever I watch it, I wish I was supporting them directly, right? I'm not supporting anyone. I'm definitely not. Yeah, well, fuck, man, dude, that kind of shit's just lame, dude. Because, like, they made a lot of movies. They were in a lot of movies when I was a kid that I loved. And that's, like, fucking sad. And they're not the only ones. That kind of shit happened a lot with other kids, too. And it also happened with animals. Not the sexual stuff, but still abuse. Like, there's a... what was it called? There's the movie with this cat and this dog that go on an adventure. They kind of get lost from their separated or whatever, and they go on this venture together, and they talk, and they eventually like find mates, and then like have a family type of thing while on their adventure. You guys might remember what that movie is. They killed an absurd amount of cats and dogs during that film. Like, they were like, all right, just throw the puppies in the river. And they just throw them in there and watch them wash away. And then, like, throw some more in there and watch them wash away. They're like, okay, we need to see the cat like it's freezing and it's cold. So they just put the cat in, like, some snow and then just film it until it freezes to death. It was terrible, man. They're like, okay, the cat, and yeah, Milo and Otis, I think that's it. There's a scene where there's the cat, like, I think it was the cat or the dog standing against a snake. They just fucking had a snake, and they just threw cats and dogs in there and let it fucking bite them. Yeah, it was fucking terrible, dude. It puts a whole different spin on some of those movies. Bang, 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 bang. And so a lot of people don't like that. They don't like to, when something comes out, when someone talks about the shit they had to go through when they were a kid for that kind of stuff. People, they don't want to hear that. It makes them depressed, and it makes it recontextualizes something that they loved when they were younger. It's hard to deal with. So people like that, one of the Frog Boys that was still alive, is still alive. Bad shit gets thrown at him because he, because of the shit he said. Or says, I should say. I think he still talks about it sometimes. Brandon Lee, Bruce Lee's son. I didn't really hear much about that other than it was just an accident. Like, I didn't hear about any kind of weird abuse or anything like that going on. I thought it was an accident with a blank, which does sometimes weirdly happen. And it just happened, who's getting more blanks fired at them than someone in a movie, right? So that's what I heard, though. I don't really 100% remember if I ever found out if that was really what happened. Come on, man. One of these birds. I have to get one of these birds. What is going on? Look how low its health is. It's level 14, and, like, I'm failing to catch it consistently. Yeah, I wonder if the reason why The Crow was as good as it was because of the restrictions put on the film by Brandon Lee's death. Like, he filmed just enough of it to make it so that they had to use alternative means to make a thing work. Because sometimes it seems like that enhances a film, and other times, like, it takes quite a bit away. Complications and whatnot, like Jaws. Jaws would have been a bad movie if it wasn't for complications during filming. Roar? I don't remember a film called Roar. Is it an old film or a new film? Yeah, Westerns used to kill horses absurd amounts. There's lots of laws in place in most countries now when you're filming with horses to, like, prevent you from using the horses in any kind of way that is even somewhat dangerous to them. That was one of the big controversies with Benioff and Wise when they were filming Game of Thrones, because they were bad producer, film writer people. They weren't very experienced. They talked about how inexperienced they were themselves, like admitting that didn't even go to film school or even read a film book in any way, just kind of winged it, and was proud of the fact that they just winged it, and did a horrible job at winging it, in fact, as well. The only reason the first seasons went so well was because they relied heavily on everyone else, but they quite frequently were completely disastrous as well, like behind the scenes. Like, they had to completely redo the pilot because the pilot was absurdly bad, and they had to completely redo it. And I'd like to see the pilot. I'd like to see how, but they've never released it because apparently it was that bad. Not even releasing it as an extras on like a Blu-ray or something. No, it's just too bad apparently. And one of the things that they, because of their inexperience when it came to filming, they would make unreasonable demands on their directors whenever they weren't directing themselves. They would have a director, and they would make unreasonable demands that were just not possible. And one of them was the Battle of the Bastards with the horse scene. The horses scenes, because that whole fucking episode almost was a battle, and there were horses involved. and they were writing this shit like it was because here's how they would write. Here's how Benioff and Wise would write. They'd find a movie that they liked, and then they would just try to copy a bunch of shit from it. And they're like, okay, if we just do what these professional film writers did, then it'll be good. Because they did it, but they won't understand why they did it. And so sometimes it just is weird. It's like, that doesn't make fucking sense. That just doesn't fit. And it's because they don't understand why something is good or bad precisely. They just know it's good or bad. And then they throw it in there and they're like, this is good. You know what's really tasty? Cake. You know what's also tasty? Hot wings. Oh my God. You know what also tastes good? And they're just, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, wait, now put it all in the blender. And it's like, no, wait, because smoothies taste good. Just put it all in a blender. Like, no. At least debone it. What? What's deboning? Then that's like how they wrote, unfortunately, and produced. And when the few times they directed. But anyways, they watched this Japanese film from the 70s or 80s or something like that. Hey, Venus, thank you. Welcome and thanks for subscribing. They watched this Japanese film from the 60s or 80s or whatever it was, and 60s, 70s, or 80s. I think it was 70s or 80s probably. And it had... It was an absurdly big horse fight scene, like a horseback fighting war scene with like samurai and whatnot. One of the biggest ever done in film. And that's, you know, just like the trap that all these shitty producers and filmmakers and whatnot fall into. Bigger's better, shinier, bigger, more. Death Star, bigger than a moon, as big as a moon. Try a planet, bitch. Right? Like that's their idea of better. Just make it bigger. Like, do they all have small dicks or something? Like, I don't know. Like, they really do think size is the absolute most important thing. And they, like, really want to just make everything bigger. They're like, oh my God, it's not big enough. Just gotta be bigger. It's big. I wish I was, bigger. Yes, that's what, bigger's the key to everything. If only I was bigger. I'm starting to think that's how they think. Because that shit happens a lot. It's compensation. Everything has to fucking be bigger. Explosions are bigger. The ships are bigger. There's more of them. There it is. Learn a new technique. Hopefully it'll evolve. A devastating water technique developed by legendary tamer Dan Maku. Not developed by the Omninesia. Aqua Bullet Hell. Okay. Evolve? When does it evolve? I got it at 13. It said 12 levels. When it did evolve at 25, I was like, I guess it's just one more level, and it means 12 levels from in a different way or something. I don't know. That motherfucker has a Luma of that thing. Why are you even up here, you little shit? Go away. Don't tease us. I can't even find a normal one, and this motherfucker has a Luma. He's just being a dick. Fuck you, dick. Go away. I can't even fucking find a normal one. Seriously, he's 26 now. What the hell's going on with this? NPCs. I've only ever seen an NPC have a Luma one time, and it was the main tamer guy who used your rival. Have you seen other NPCs have them? Now I've seen other players have them, you know, because they're players. I don't. really don't know what I'm supposed to do here as far as getting him to evolve. Okay, there's a dojo leader with 1-2. That's cool. Damn it. All right. I don't know. I'll just. Okay. Let me look it up. Like, I'm gonna Google Umishi not evolving. It's not like one of the original Umishi I caught. This one was caught yesterday. And I know when the game first started, there were a few Temtem who were bugged every now and then that wouldn't evolve correctly. But I already, like, I got rid of the one I had that was bugged. And this is a completely new Amishi, so I would think it wouldn't be one of the ones that were bugged. Like, maybe, like, I'm thinking maybe because I used experience share. I really hope that doesn't, like, affect it. Like, I got it from level 13 to level 26 with experience share. If they're telling me that all those levels didn't count because of experience share, that would be really depressing that I wasted that much time. I guess it wasn't a complete waste. I got a Luma out of it. Give me a second though. I need to check this stuff. I captured level 13 Amishi, but when I get level 14, it don't evolve. Yeah, well, you have to get it 12 levels actually. Temtem don't evolve at a certain level. Oh, the website said I need one more level. The website said I needed 12, but these people in this forum are saying 14. So that's probably what it is. I just need to get another level. That's okay. That's cool. That's acceptable. I was so worried. Yeah, I was pretty worried for a second. I was thinking that I was getting screwed. Dude, I really like that Cubone Bone Pokemon. I mean, Temtem that evolves like this. Like, I didn't like the first form of it that much. When I find one for myself, I'll grab it for sure. I like Cubone's design. He was one of my favorite looking favorite Pokemon in his design. And I just thought the whole rock aspect of it wasn't as cool looking, in my opinion. But this second form right here, I really like it quite a bit. So I'm looking forward to catching the Q Stone. Which is actually what I'm going to call him now. It's official. If I catch a Q-boned, I'm going to call him Q-stone. I mean, if I catch whatever that Temtem is, I'm going to catch it, call it a Q-stone. Very unoriginal, and I imagine most people probably call it. Its most common name that is duplicated amongst Temtem trainers would be probably Q-stone. I don't give a damn. I thought of it first as far as I'm concerned, so he's going to be Q-stone. Maybe I just like Pokemon with weapons because I really liked Farfetch'd in Sword and Shield. He's probably my favorite looking Pokemon. And look at this guy. What's not to love about this guy? Oh, wait. That's not official art. Let's get the official one. There we go. Oh, nice. I like that. I don't think this is official either, but it's cute. I don't know who drew it. It looks like there's a name on there. Cubone, bone, bone. And then Marowak. Even like I like how hardcore he looks too, right? Like he's like he's not all cutesy compared to some of the others. He's like, this is a serious matter. I'm gonna fuck some shit up. But I like this. Whoever drew this, I can't really make out their name. Oh, I wouldn't be able to know what that is. It's too stylistic, but yeah. That's cool. This is a really cute Cubone. I've never seen someone do that. Let's see. That's the thing too. If you look at their design, here, let me see. I'll show you. See if I can find the. Plus, the text of the Cubone appeals to the little bit of emo I have in my soul, even though I never really do emo thing. Cubone pines for the mother for the mother it will never see again. Seeing a likeness in its mother, seeing a likeness of its mother in the full moon, it cries. Aw, poor thing. Yeah, you want to hug little crying animals. The stains on the skull of the Pokemon wears are made by the tears it sheds. Aww. It's also wearing the skull of its mother. Yeah. I can't remember where that was from. I don't remember if I read it originally in the original Pokemon game, or if it was added in some other game and someone told me about it, but I'm pretty sure it was in the original. Let's find out. I'm trying to find a Pokédex entries where it goes through all the different ones through the generations. Apparently one of the ones it did it was in Moon. I don't know if that was the first one. But the skull it wears on its head is that of its dead mother. According to some, it will evolve when it comes to terms with the pain of her death. So he's just a little boy. He's just a wee little boy. Poor thing. And then he becomes a grown-ass man when he lets it go. And then this is a Sun's entry, apparently. It weeps loudly when it thinks of its mother. Mandibuzz that hear the cries will attack it from the air. So apparently Mandibuzzes are like, stop whining, you bitch, and start like attacking the Cubone, unfortunately, for the Cubone. So sad. At night it weeps loudly for its dead mother, but the cries only attract its natural enemy, Mandibuzz. Wears the skull of his deceased mother. It cries, echo inside the skull, and come out as a sad melody. Poor Cubone, bone. Plus, I just like I say that name because I think I heard that's the way it was said in the anime or something when I was a kid. Like I'm pretty sure Cubone went Cubone, bone in like the anime I first saw him in or something, because that's how I've always said it in my head. And out loud. And Cubone was badass. Like he was like throwing that. He was throwing that like the femur of his mother or whatever the hell that bone is. Because like if the bone he's wearing is her skull, then he's also using like her fucking leg as a damn a mace. Frank goes, "Aw, now fight to the death for my amusement." You got it, man. You got it. That's the rules. My face thing is not working at all, by the way. I turned it off when I was messing around with the screens, I don't remember if I turned it ever back on, but it was totally not working. So that's good. He's bad to the bomb? Oh, come on. They really spell checked you and ruined that, James? I cannot believe they just did that to you. That's brutal. You've been spotted? You're Godzilla. How could you not be spotted? Alorian Marowak uses its mom's bone as a damn fire spinning stick. That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. Also, there's one Temtem that evolved in this game by trading it for you, but you can't. But you just encounter the evolved form in the wild. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. But you know, if you catch like a really good one that you want to specifically raise that one up, you have to trade back and forth. Oh, Xavier, you weren't here for my newest acquisition, were you? I'll show it off once I get into the next once I catch the next bird, because like I'm not fighting these and catching them anymore, because I was catching them and releasing them, but I'm done with that now. I need to get through these fights as fast as possible, because like I've been getting, like, we're on like maybe fight number 200 and I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for a bird again. But apparently it's 5%. 1 in 5. I mean 1 in 10. 20. 1 in 20 odds, everybody. That's 5%. 1 in 20. Every 20 of these I see, statistically, I should have seen a single bird. But, well, we're on our... We're 1.5 hours into the stream of doing this. I was only planning on doing this for a few more minutes because I was doing this for a solid half an hour before the stream started without finding a single one. So, yeah, I'm being fucked. At least I did level up my Umishi to 1 level before it evolves. By the way, Xavier, remember how... Oh, no, you were here for that. It's more like 5% and 5% in 1,000. 5% in 1,000. Okay, how do I think about that? Because 5% in 1,000 would still be 5%. So you're saying it in some other way that I'm supposed to take it. Maybe every 1,000 there's a 5% chance of having one. I think that's what you meant for me, the way that I was supposed to think of the way you typed that out, right? I mean, what you typed out there, that's the way I was supposed to take it. Every 1,000 there's a 5% chance. Like on the 1,000th one, you get a 5% chance of catching it. So it's how would you do that mathematically? How would you calculate that mathematically? You would say, oh shit, I don't even know how to do that. How to write that formula out. I really need to study math again a little bit, because that actually, I feel embarrassed with myself. I mean, you know, I'm publicly saying it, so obviously I'm not that kind of embarrassed. I'm not afraid to hide my weaknesses and stuff like that. I never have been, you know, unless someone's my enemy, then like I don't give a shit. It's fine. And if someone is my enemy and it's a weakness they can't take advantage of, then I still don't give a fuck. I'm not a child, and even when I was still a child, I'd already grown out of people teasing me type of thing, right? Like that doesn't fucking matter to me. After you go through the shit I went through when I was younger, someone trying to make fun of you is a fucking joke. Like it is a joke. They intend for it to be a joke, but they end up being the ones who are the jokes. At least that's the way I saw it when I was younger. But I'm embarrassed for myself, to myself, right? Like there's shame brought down upon my house that I have forgotten how to do math on any kind of actual like complicated level, because that genuinely used to be one of my favorite subjects in school. Math, science, social studies, and some more artistic stuff too. Like if there was something that involved like cooking or some sort of art, or like reading books and things of that sort. Any kind of things like that, those were my favorites as well. When I say books, I don't mean just like textbooks, obviously. I'm talking about like novels and things of that sort. All right. We have to make an adjustment. I noticed I didn't run there, which means I left the... Yep, there's the decoy. Most people forget what they learned from school anyway, unless you do it every day. That's true. I know, Venus. But you normally don't forget your favorite stuff so completely. Like, more, I feel like I should... I feel like I should be able to do it. I should just be less polished at it. I should be slower, right? But no, I've completely forgotten how to do calculus. Like, I don't even fucking know where to start. When I see certain like math formulas, I'm like, oh fuck, what do you do there? And when I think about like a math formula, like how to make it myself, like how would I represent a 5%? Every 1,000 attempts at a thing, you have a 5% chance of getting it on the 1,000th attempt on average. How to represent that mathematically, I don't know. Like, I can feel it almost like there's a word. You know how sometimes there's a word that you don't remember completely and it's like at the tip of your tongue, or a name? I feel like that whenever I think about math like that sometimes, where it's like, it's nebulous. Like, it's like I can almost see how I would write it out, but it's blurry in my head. That's more up to taste than it is to me at the moment. I am not making any efforts to do it or not to do it. But like if I started asking or contacting him, probably. Like the last message he sent me was something along that sort, but I don't think I even replied, unfortunately, because I think I forgot about it. I think I saw it before I went to bed, and then I went to bed and totally forgot it existed. Let's see. Because I was going to actually play some Minecraft with him, but then he got busy. But that was a long time ago. That was like months ago now. And yeah, the last message. We need to get a game going. Keep talking and no one explodes, or slap the fly, or something like that. That was the last message between us two. And that was January 5th. So yeah, like 25 days ago he sent that, and I totally forgot to reply. Oops. We don't talk very often. There's no like heartache or anything between us. We've never even argued a single time. Wait, I think we did argue one time a long time ago though. And I think, yeah, we did argue one time. I remember that. It was sometime around we were playing I got mad at a game we were playing, and he kind of got mad about me getting mad. What was it? I think it was Chivalry. And after the fact, I think he thought that we weren't going to be friends. Like, I was like, it was like the next day or something. And he's like, "Oh, I figured you hated me," or something like that. I was like, man, dude, we just had a little bit of an argument, dude. Like, that shit happens between friends all the time. We've known each other for like a year and a half, 2 years, and we had one argument. Like, if you were a woman, I'd marry you. I think that's the only argument me and him have ever had. And I don't even fully remember 100% what it was about, like what initiated it besides me being angry at the game and then him being angry at me being angry. I don't know how that got into an argument. We didn't even, like, I don't even think there was any cursing involved or anything like that. It was just like us just being mad. Clearly both of us being mad. I don't remember any of the words that were passed though. I don't remember them being any kind of harsh words though. And I remember, I really think he was scared that I would do a gotcha thing too from it. And I remember, because I remember he said something like that. It's like, well, you know, the recording and stuff. I was like, the recording? Dude, I deleted that yesterday. That was a bad gameplay video. Like, it wasn't fun looking, and we didn't have fun, and we just argued. Like, why would I save that? Yeah, so I think some people have, like, in tastes past, when he was younger, did some, before he became anything on YouTube, did some shady shit with him or something, because, like, he was, like, worried. And, like, he didn't even, like I said, I can't even remember, which means that he didn't even say anything that would constitute, like, that kind of thing. It was, people argue sometimes, it happens. Yeah, he's great. Taste is an awesome person, man. Like, he's a way better person than I am, because he's so much more cool than I am. For me, you know, I try to be nice to people and stuff like that. So I'm not saying he's like better in that way. I think we're both probably pretty nice people when it comes to like trying to just do onto others kind of a nice type of thing, right? Just try not to treat people like shit. You know what I mean? Which is one of the reasons why every now and then when I've banned a person from my channel, I kind of feel bad about it. Where I'm like, it could have been a misunderstanding, you know? Maybe they were having a really bad day and they were just, you know, some bad shit was happening in their life and they kind of got snippy. And I'm like, why the fuck would I want to keep this person around who's going to talk to me like that? And so I get rid of them, right? And then like the next day when I wake up, I'm like, why would I do that? It could have just been a bad day. I should have just waited to see if they come back and how they feel. And which is one of the reasons why normally after a few months, I just end up unbanning almost everyone. I've started keeping a list though now. Because when you unban someone and they come back and they immediately are toxic, then you know that they're just a fucking person that you rightfully got rid of. So I started keeping a list of those types of people because I'm thinking, because one of my processes in that when I was going through, you know, when I would like, oh, why would I ban that person? I feel bad because like I think about it from my side. Like imagine if I watched someone for a few months, and then for some reason like that day, they were being kind of an asshole or kind of annoying in some way, and I just really like rip into them and just be a real dick to them. But maybe I was like having a really bad day or something, and so that was part of it, you know. Just like it's just like I regret what I said, and I really shouldn't have said anything like that. But it's over with. Like they banned me. I can't apologize, and so like I just have to live with the fact that I was mean to this person for no fucking reason, and I like them, and I'd like to be able to say something about that, but that shit's gone. They cut ties because it's the internet. It's easy to do that, right? Like, I try to put myself in other people's shoes as much as possible. I'm not a perfect person. I make tons of mistakes, obviously. But the reason I say Taste is a much better person than me when it comes to stuff, because he's a really nice person, too, when it comes to that kind of thing, trying to, you know, put himself in other people's shoes. Hey, finally! And think about how other people are experiencing things, right? Just because there's a person in front of you driving like a jackass doesn't necessarily mean they're a bad person. There could be an emergency. You know, you got cut off. They're on the way to the hospital. You know, there's no telling what could have caused it. But humans tend to default to, if they're in a bad mood, and if someone did something to you bad, it tends to put you in a bad mood instantly. And because of that, when something happens, if you're in a good mood, you tend to give everything the most charitable interpretation. by default, but if you're in a bad mood, you give things an uncharitable interpretation by default. That's how people tend to work. So if someone does something negative to you, and they're a stranger, then it goes straight to uncharitable, because you went from being in a neutral mode where you weren't either happy or sad into, now I'm a bit upset because this inconvenient thing happened to me. And well, you don't have any pre-existing like notions about what this person is, and so because of that, you're gonna just assume uncharitable. They cut you off because they're a fucking shitty person, and not because they're in a rush to get to work, because they're late, because like their kid was sick and they had to help them, or they're like on the way to the hospital, or all kinds of various things, right? And it's pretty hard to do that, to maintain that. Like, I don't do it quite often, unfortunately, but I know that it's a thing, and I try to actively not do it. Taste is that kind of person too, for sure. But I still think he's much cooler than me by far, because like Taste is far more chill than I am. He's cooler, right? Like he maintains he's a more cooler, level-headed approach to things that go wrong than I do. I'll lose my cool much faster than he will. All right. We got to make sure not to hit him with electricity, because it'll insta-kill. He's from Canada? Yes, he's from Canada. No, Taste also, I think it's probably because of his culture from Canada. Canadians, I think, tend to be a bit nicer than average when compared to like an American. Like, if you average it out across the whole population of each continent, and you assign a niceness value of 1 to 10, they probably are a point or two ahead of Americans. And I think that's part of their culture. But like, sometimes that actually annoys me about Canadians. And I like Canadians, but I think it's the same thing with Japanese people. It's both a blessing and a curse, I think, their niceness, because they're nice to a fault, unfortunately, sometimes. And I think it's part of their culture, where it's like, it's rude to be it's rude to be rude. It's rude to be direct sometimes, it feels like. And so sometimes I'm pretty good at reading people by the tone of their voice, especially if I can see their face and things like that. So I'm pretty good at reading people, and when they're frustrated with something, when they're trying to to do stuff, or they want something type of thing. And I can tell from Taste, my interactions with Taste is that sometimes he's like, he won't say things that I feel like he should say, right? But I've had that happen with a lot of Canadians, where Taste will be, he'll feel like he doesn't like something or something like that, but he'll just not want to be rude. That's it, and that's in Japan, even to a more extreme level, so that I think that's probably one of the reasons why you see the whole face thing I'm doing here. Apparently this is a lot more popular in Japan, I learned that about a year or so ago. And I'm betting you one of the reasons why that's so popular in Japan is because they can criticize stuff without looking as rude, right? Maybe. I don't know. Like, I don't know, man. And I wish America did that a little more, but not quite as much as Japan. And and maybe somewhere in between the way that Canada does it and somewhere between the way Canada does it and America, like somewhere in between there, like just a little bit to the nicer side. Like a good example of this is, you know how there's the women who will say that I'm a bitch, like they'll be like, yeah, I'm a bitch, and they'll be like public about them being a bitch, and which basically means they're rude and demanding. And then they will be rude and demanding to many people, and they don't care because they're saying, I'm just being honest. I'm sorry, unless you're over like 60, 70, no, 70, unless you're over 70 years old, you haven't earned the right to just be rude and demanding to every fucking person you come across. You earn that right when you become an elder. To most of the population. Until that point, you need to bite your fucking tongue sometimes. And I think Americans don't bite their tongue enough, but I think Canadians bite their tongue too much. Because if you're not, sometimes when you don't say things that you should say, it ends up making the situation worse. But then there's other times where you should just keep your fucking mouth shut, because you're going to make things so much worse. And, like, if I could create a culture, like if I could create a nation where they had a culture, part of the culture of my nation when it comes to how rude how forward my people would be versus how nice they would be, like there would not be a set amount. What it would be is that it would be like, I would try to like I'm saying, this is me being like a god who's going to craft a culture. I would try to make it so that it was like, culturally, it was a thing for that nation to be very aware of the fact that there's a gray area that exists in there, and to try their best to seek that gray area, and to be very conscious of it. Now, we're all conscious of it. Like, even like people who haven't really thought about it that much still know that there's a fine line between, you know, being rude and speaking up to fix a problem. But I would like try to make it so that my people focused on that more and thought a lot more about that, and there was a lot of introspection and the ways to do that kind of thing. Because then I think that everyone would become a bit better at it. Like one of the things there's such, you can approach things from much smarter ways, because then there's things certain people are just going to be better at or worse at it, and you know, because certain people just don't have the skills, like parenting. You remember I was talking about the slapping thing? Basically a spanking. I spanked my coffee maker to make it work. Spanking is genuinely useful for children, but ooh, air specialist. This is actually the best one of these I've caught so far. That's 15% damage. Cool. And also it has decent stats on 4 stats, and an okay, it's slightly below average HP, but the other ones I caught were so terrible that I don't really care. I think this is good enough. I genuinely think that like I said, I'm crafting my nation. If I was to craft a nation, spanking would be allowed in my nation. But part of spanking would be that it would be known how spanking was supposed to work, and there were rules to it. And the reason there'd be rules to it was because some people aren't clever enough to discipline a child without spanking, and some children aren't clever enough to be disciplined without spanking. And that's probably one of the reasons why our kids are just becoming more and more unruly in my nation, is because some kids need to be spanked, because some parents aren't capable of disciplining their children effectively without it. and you're not going to be able to teach them to be able to do it because they don't have the time. They're busy working, and it takes a lot of thought when it comes to that kind of thing. And sometimes it's just easier to spank. And as long as they understand the rules of spanking a child, then they'll know that like they're not causing like serious damage, because there's a difference between spanking and beating a child. And like the rules are just simple. Like, you never want to do it. If you ever want to hit your kid, then that's not the time to do it. Like, if you have a desire to hurt the child, then it's not time. That's rule number 1. Rule number 2 is the child must always understand why it's happening, and then you're done. Like, I mean, you can add a rule number 3. Your goal is to not like cause like permanent physical pain or anything like that, but just to negatively to have a negative feedback for something they did, cause a negative feedback. Like with dogs, it is much easier to train dogs with spankings, but the spankings don't have to be painful at all. Like once you've started training a dog and they do bad things, you don't have to like hit them and hurt them. They can tell from the tone of your voice that you're upset with them, and you can literally just bop them on the nose with 2 fingers, not even slap them on the nose. I mean like with enough force that you wouldn't, like, maybe you would maybe not even rip toilet paper if there were like 4 sheets of toilet paper like wrapped. Like if you took 4 pieces of toilet paper, you might not even rip it. Like, you don't even have to hit it as hard as I just did that. You just bump them, really. You just give them a bump on the nose with an angry tone, and it's almost as if you whipped them. And you could do the same thing with children. It doesn't have to necessarily be painful, because it's painful for a child to be hit by their parent at all, even in a spanking. Because it's really painful for someone you love to try to physically harm you at all. And that's the learning tool. I did something so bad that someone I loved is upset with me to that point. You just make it doesn't have to be painful once they understand what's going on. So you don't even have to slap them hard on their butt. Like, they just understand with the tone of your voice. And the first 2 rules are really all you need. But then you can get more subtle with it like that, where there doesn't really even need to be any kind of physical pain most of the time. Just an understanding that they pushed you to that point, and that they know that you don't want to do it, because as I said, if you ever want to do it, that's not the time to do it. Because if you do it when you want to do it, yes, it could have, and it will most likely, as long as you're not crazy abusive with it, still have the effect you wanted, to where you're disciplining them and getting rid of, making it negatively punishing a bad behavior and positively reinforcing good ones. And when you do that, like it just naturally, the person just starts to become a better person. But you have to do it when you're young. But it's difficult to do without spankings if you don't put a lot of thought into how your kid is thinking, and if you don't really understand what's going on in their head, and you don't really know what you're doing, or your kid's really dumb, which sometimes happens, unfortunately. You can't just take away their toys all the time. It just won't work sometimes. So, yeah, I'd like spanking to come back, but I would like it to come back with rules. The first 2 rules are the main rules, and then you can get subtler from there if you want. But just, if you're mad and you want to hit them, that's not the time. It's time to spank them when you don't want to spank them. And then when you, and if you go, well, if you ever get to the point where it's like, I need to spank the child and I want to spank the child, and then it's like, well, that's not the time to spank them. Then you have to wait until you don't want to spank them. And then instead of going, I'm not going to spank them now because I don't want to, now it's time to spank them. It needs to be a bad experience for you too. And then you'll know that at no point have you ever abused your child. Like, at no point. There's not even, you never even came close to abusing your child if you did not want to do it. So, yes, you can want to do it and still, like, end up not abusing the kid and, like, doing it in a positive manner that ends up having positive effects, and you're, like, positively and negatively doing things and when it comes to reinforcement, so that they come out as a much better, well-adjusted human when they get older. But, man, you'll never do something, it'll never be a mistake as long as you didn't want to. As long as you waited until you didn't want to, and then you made sure they understood why, and then you did it. Yep, I changed my tone, glared at them, and they would tear up. And that's what happens too, because that's the thing. Once they get older, and if they just have any amount of intelligence, when it comes to that, like, it doesn't take whippings anymore. It doesn't take it. It's like they just understand. But like the earlier years, when, you know, they're like freaking like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and they're going on like that, like it's harder for them to understand things like taking their toys away from them, because that's a long-term punishment, and it starts to like fade. Like, think about it. Like, it's like, okay, I did a bad thing and my parents mad at me. They take a toy away from me. That sucks. I don't have my toy because they're mad at me. A whole day passes. You're a lot less focused on the fact that you did a bad thing and you lost your toy, and you're a hell of a lot more focused on, why don't I have my toy yet? And so the lesson's not there as much as it was. But a brief lesson for a brief mistake is normally more equal, and it feels like for me, I know, like, it does the thing it needs to do much better. And, you know, this is all coming from someone who was absurdly abused when they were a kid. You know, I'm not going to go through it all. Like, some of you already know some of it, but like I said, if the best example I could give without like going into absurd amounts of details, because it makes people uncomfortable, is that I laugh at the absurdity of some movies where they show a parent being abusive, and it's supposedly a big deal. I laugh at them. I'm like, oh, that's why they're a serial killer? Oh, that's cute. That's real cute. What a fucking bullshit ass excuse. So, you know, it's coming from someone from that perspective, where I've been on all sides of it. I know someone who also, from a very young age, has spent a lot of time thinking about the way their brain works and the way other people's minds work and things like that. Like I still remember, like, I've gone through that too when I was in one of the children's homes I was in when I was real young. I don't remember the age, but it was pretty young, and I still remember the day I discovered that people just don't have different opinions, that people have very wildly different brains in the way that they process information. And it was when some adults were arguing about who the president was, because I had learned what the president was, and they were arguing about who the president was, and because the president was so terrible, and that just blew my mind. I was like, the president can't be bad. The president is the president. Like, how can they be bad? And they laughed at me because it was absurd of me to apparently believe that there's no way the president could be a bad person. Because the way my brain worked was that I know that the president is elected by a large group of people, right? Everyone got together and decided who the president was going to be. And so in my mind, it was impossible for anyone other than the greatest person alive to become president. Which is, of course, very ignorant. Just, that's not how people's minds work. Not at all. Like, no one other than the best person for the job would ever get that job, in my mind, like, when I was younger. So, like, from that kind of mindset, someone who overanalyzes everything and thinks a lot about all kinds of weird stuff and spends all that time, and having been on all the different sides of abuse versus and discipline, I can tell you, some people are not capable of disciplining a child without spankings. And as long as they understand the rules for the spankings, that you never do it when you want to do it, and that the child understands why it's happening, then there you go. And like I said, a third one, you can throw it in there. It's a little bit more subtle. You don't necessarily have to cause pain to the kid. That's the one that's a bit more subtle, harder for people to understand. The goal isn't to cause pain, physical pain. The goal is to actually cause emotional trauma. That's what it's about. Like, that's the whole purpose of spanking. It's a small wound emotionally, and a very, very small wound physically. Like the small wound emotionally, that doesn't, it's long lasting, but it's a positive one. It's like martial artists will hurt themselves on purpose when they're doing their martial arts. Different types of things they'll go through are very painful. Like building, like exercising is a painful activity. It causes physical damage to your body, and then your body comes back stronger. You're doing that to the child's mind when you spank them, which is why it's important, why you understand why it's happening and what's going on and what the effects are going to be. And you don't ever do it in a negative manner, because that's the whole purpose. If you've never thought about how spankings work, there's a whole purpose isn't to just make them feel pain. It's to make them feel bad. And you make them feel bad because they care about you, because they love you more than anything else in the fucking world, because you are everything to them. It's the love is for a child that they have for their parent when you're caring for them is way deeper than the parent has for the kid, because the child has nothing but you. Everything is provided to them from you. Everything that is good comes from you. You're like a god, basically. And so when you hurt them, it's really painful. It's sad. You'll note, like, I'm sure people who've spanked their children will remember times where they didn't actually really spank their children. They just kind of bopped them, like I talked about with the dog. Like, they didn't even really get into it, and their kid was crying and crying. And sometimes when the parent doesn't understand that, they'll be like, I'll give you something to cry about. Like, they'll say something like that more because they're not really crying, because you haven't done anything yet. But the reason they're crying is because you've already done the damage you needed to do. If you've got them to the point where they're crying, you've already done the damage. That's what you had to do. You've done the damage to make their muscles come back stronger. It's because it's an emotional thing. You're negatively, like, you're taking the activity that they did and making them understand that activity is so bad and so repulsive towards like being a person, that it makes this person you love do this thing to you. And then that it's like you're conditioning them to really to take that negativity and project it onto those bad things. It's a really complex topic, and that's one of the reasons why it's frowned upon by, like, psychologists and stuff like that. But man, you know what's even harder to do than to spank a child properly? to punish them and to raise them to be a good, well-adjusted human who cares about other people's feelings, not just their own, without spanking them. That's actually far more challenging. You have to be a very talented parent to pull that off. Or have a very gifted kid. Yeah. It's difficult. I'm not a parent. I don't envy him. I've helped with plenty of kids though. Like I said, I've been through all that stuff when I was younger. And I have trained lots of animals, but that's basically the same thing, but not, because then once you get, like, the training of animals is more like the very early years of dealing with a child, right? But the later years, when they become closer to the, like, when they start to get closer to their teenage years, it starts to get more complex. But man, as long as you did well before they got to those teenage years, as long as you're not unlucky, because sometimes you're unlucky and outside influences or just the way the person is, like just some weird genetic thing or something like that, just results in it just not working out for you. And there just being circumstances that led to the kid not growing up, not being a good person type of thing, right? In spite of you doing everything you could to be the best parent you thought you could be. It happens, right? Oh, is Xavier still here, by the way? I forgot. I meant to show you something, Xavier. Do I watch Dr. Phil? Nope. The only Dr. Phil I've ever seen are the memes. I've seen PewDiePie, just Dr. Phil stuff, and I've seen random memes on the internet. All that, I don't get that. Nothing I said I got from other people. That's just my personal experiences throughout my life. It's just the way it works. That's the way life works. And I think personally, I mean, not everyone's going to put as much thought into it, but I think that when you're raising a child, it's the most important thing you've ever done in your entire life, because they are little yous and they're going to continue where you left off if you got lucky and also did a really good job. And if you didn't, then you just, or you got unlucky, you just released a little plague fucker on the planet that's just going to make it slightly worse by their existence. Like, raising a child is like the most important thing you can do as a person. Unless you're like the president and you're overseeing like millions of people, or you know, you're someone who runs a multi-billion-dollar company and like you have absurd amounts of employees under you, then the most important thing you've done in your life is raise a child. So I think it deserves a little bit more thought than most activities. And when you've been through a lot of the shit that I've been through when I was a kid, it looks like he's not here, by the way. It looks like Xavier's not here anymore. That's a shame. I wanted to show off the new thing. But when you've been through a lot of the stuff that I've been through, you also think about it even more when you're younger, and start to understand like what's happening when it comes to that, what people's motivations are. Some people think they're doing a good thing, but they don't realize they're not, and other people are doing things because it helps them with their own problems, or because they just like it. Let's see, unequip. I'd like it if the item showed here on this screen without me clicking. I feel like it did the first day, but then they took that away. Could be wrong. trying to remember the last one I wanted to put in there. That's good for now. I did good, but they're still dumb as hell. Yeah, that's part of it, man. It happens. Sometimes you just get unlucky. Sometimes there's like outside influences or just weird genetic things going on in their heads, and you know, chemical problems, or there's so many different things that could end up happening. Or there's like there's like a thing that you're just not qualified to be able to do because it would have taken a medical professional to be able to make this kid a well-adjusted human. You know, there's all kinds of different reasons that some people don't turn out to be good people, that sometimes don't have much to do with the parents, unfortunately. But you gotta do the best you can do, right? That's as long as you did the best you can do, then it's just bad luck and it sucks. But one thing to remember, even if you never had a child, or if you happen to have a child who didn't turn out well, that, I believe, like, having a child and going through all that, that's one of the most important things a normal person can do throughout their whole life. But remember, you still had your whole life, and as long as you tried to basically be a decent person through most of your life, and you didn't just go around treating people like shit and ruining their lives, instead you actually had an effect on people's lives that were positive, then you might not have made a little you that goes around being a little you after you're gone, but you have touched a lot of people in a way to where a little bit of you is in a lot of people. There's a little bit of you in a lot of people because of the positive things and the negative things that you've done throughout your life. And that's been passed on at the least, right? That stuff adds up over the course of your life. Let's see. But take a look, Xavier. I noticed that you were in chat again, so when trying to get a half decent one of these, which I think I finally did get, was it this one? No. Oh no, I haven't moved it over here yet. It was the last one I got, so it should be this one. Half decent. This is the best one I've ever gotten. All the rest of them are pretty damn terrible to not great. Like, remember, HP is one of the most important stats to me. So if the HP is really low, the other stats being good, I don't give a shit about. Like, this one isn't that great in my opinion, even though it has above average in one stat, good 4 stats, and then only bad 1 stat, and below average in 1 stat. I still don't like it because for me, HP is the most important stat for every Temtem so far. The reason why is because unless this SV multiplier is different than all the rest of the multipliers from here, notice that HP is always the highest stat. So I don't know how competitive works in this game, but I can tell you right now that if that multiplier, if the multiplier that is here, that these SVs is evenly spread, if 50 here has the same numerical like multiplier, I mean has the same multiplier as the 50 here, meaning that like if this was at 89 and this was at 89, that they'd have the exact same end value, then, well, HP is going to be your most important thing. Because HP is always the highest stat. Meaning you're going to get the most for the least amount of stuff put in there. Like, a 10% increase on 80 is a hell of a lot more than a 10% increase on 30. And it looks like the Like, it looks like that for every creature I've seen. I've never seen a creature where the HP wasn't its highest stat. It's always its highest stat. Like, look at this one. This is one of the lowest I've ever seen the HP, and it's still its highest stat. It's always the highest. So, yeah. I could be wrong, but I think that HP is probably the most important thing. They could change the multiplier though, if they make it so that the 50, what do they call it? SVs. If they make it so that that SVs when multiplying HP are less effective than when HPs multiply stamina and versus the rest of the stats, then that would be kind of, they'd balance that out, and so then you wouldn't want to have max HP on every single thing. But for me, if I was playing this game competitively, every single one of my Temtem, no matter what their values were, would of course competitively you want to make sure their SVs are all maxed, obviously, because you can do that. But their TVs, where you have to choose which stats you're going to max out because you only have so many points, HP would be maxed on every single one, and then I would choose what to go from there. Default would be HP, and then everything else from there, because HP is always the highest value on every single Temtem, so you're going to get the most for that investment. But that's only if the multiplier is the same across the board. Fanboys are suing for Nintendo to sue Temtem. Yeah. That's worked out really well in the past. You can't sue someone for someone making a genre. Like, that doesn't work. It's literally never worked. The most recent example of it was someone trying to sue Epic for having a battle royale genre. Like, that's not how it works. You can't sue someone for someone making a video game in the genre that you made a video game in, even if you invented the genre. It just makes you look petty. So I hope Nintendo doesn't do that, because it'll make them look like bad. Well, it wouldn't be Nintendo. It would be whatever they're called. Game Freak. It would be Game Freak. If Game Freak does that, they're going to make a lot of enemies. A lot more people are going to be like, fuck Game Freak, and not even play their shit anymore. It's going to have a negative impact, not a positive. They'll lose the lawsuit, and on top of them losing the lawsuit, a lot more, they'll lose a lot of customers. It's not a good thing. You don't want to do that when your fucking last game was trash. The last thing you want to do when your last game was trash is try to anger your fan base even more. But yeah, and towards game players who are not part of Game Freak, who are complaining about this game and saying that Nintendo instead of Game Freak should sue these people who made this game, slit your wrists. How about that? If you're that miserable of a person, just get it over with. Actually, don't. But seriously, you need to fucking stop crying about other people having fun. It's okay. Other people are allowed to have fun. The thing that you have fun is not less fun because other people are having fun on something else. It's okay. It's alright. You'll live a much longer and a much healthier life if you just stop whining about other people having fun. I've never understood that shit, dude. Like with that one guy, that video we saw from that one guy, I can understand him whining about it. I think it's still stupid, and I think it's shady. I think it's shady, stupid. Like he's a very lame person for doing it. But at least I understand his motivation. It makes sense. He's just a greedy fucker who's willing to do unethical things for money. Like his channel is financially invested in in Pokemon, so Pokemon can do no wrong. They drop half the Pokemon from the series. It was a great idea. The graphics are shit. They're amazing. They're the best he's ever seen. The frame rates are trash, and it's like, no, just let's move on. They're like you know, like the game can't do any wrong. Fucking people, dude. Because the less interest there is in Pokemon, the less money he's going to make on his channel, because his channel is a one-game channel. I understand him. But other people who play a game that's similar to yours, you know your game is shit, and you're upset about that. But you want to defend the $160 that you spent on the game. So you're going to attack other people's game that is similar to yours because they did a much better job, and that upsets you because you're already very invested in this game you spent $160 on. No, just ignore that game, pretend like it doesn't exist if it upsets you that much, and let other people have fun on this game that you supposedly enjoy. Or is it that you're not actually having fun on that game, and that's why you're raging? You could just drop it and have fun with the rest of us on Temtem, the real Pokemon game. Or should I say, the real Temtem game. And Pokemon wishes it was a Temtem. Because this is it. This is where the franchise is for me. The whole hunting monsters and collecting them and training them, that's a Temtem franchise as far as I'm concerned. Any other franchise that does it, they're a pale imitation. Like, Pokemon is a pale imitation of this game, and it came out before it. What does that tell you? Pokemon is a fucking what is that? Radial telephone? What the fuck is it? What's the fuck is, I don't even remember the name of them. What the fuck is that called? Frank will remember the name of it. What are those called? Something to do with the spinning, winding, and the returning thing aspect of it. That's the name. I haven't had to use that. Rotary. There we go. I haven't had to use that name for a telephone in more than a decade, so I forget. But yeah, Pokemon is a rotary telephone. This here, it's not quite a smartphone. It's a flip phone. It should be a smartphone. I think that in this day and age, we're capable of making monster catching, collecting, and training games that would be good enough to be considered on the quality of like a modern technology, how it should be. But this is better than anyone's ever done it as far as I've seen. That shit didn't grow with the time, man. Pokemon didn't grow. It's the same fucking game, but worse in some aspects. Like slightly better in some, but embarrassingly far behind times. Like embarrassingly far. Like Pokemon is old enough to drink alcohol. Like that's the way I'm thinking of it. They're 26 years old. That's not how old the franchise is. I'm just saying, I'm thinking of if Pokemon franchise was a human being, they'd be like 26 years old. But they're still in middle school. Like there's some sort of development issues with Pokemon. Why are they still in middle school? Why have you not graduated your mechanics and your design to a more advanced, sophisticated level? Why are you still stuck in the fucking 90s, Pokemon? Do I need to take you out of school and like get some special stuff taken care of here? Do I need to medicate you? What's going on? We need to look into this. Why'd we wait so long to look into it? I wasn't there. I said the last Pokemon I played was Yellow. I played Red, Blue, Yellow, and then I played Sword and Shield, and I was fucking blown away at how primitive that game was. Just a joke. Basic shit that has been being done, that was being done before the first Pokemon game even fucking came out. This game still, the Sword and Shield still what is incapable of doing. And they got no excuse. They can't say, well, it's on a handheld, so I can excuse it. No, it's on fucking Nintendo Switch. Witcher 3, Doom, all kinds of amazing games are on the Switch. Breath of the Wild. All these fucking crazy ass games are on the Switch. But the best you can fucking do with being the richest gaming franchise is to make Pokemon Sword and Shield. If I was one of those developers, that would be the most embarrassing thing I've ever done in my life. To be associated with that. I would not want to be in the credits of that game. All the resources in the world were available to them. And what they made was Pokemon Sword and Shield. That's absurd. And by the way, I'm not saying it's the worst game ever. What I'm saying is Michael Jordan scored 2 points the whole fucking game. That's what I'm saying. You're fucking Michael Jordan. You can do better than 2 points, bitch. What happened? What's your excuse? Well, I guess I didn't really feel like it that day. That's no fucking excuse. You're a professional. You're fucking paid lots of money. You can score more than 2 points. Put me on the damn court, I wouldn't score anything. Right? So I'm not saying they're the worst. I'm just saying I expect more from the biggest and the best, supposedly. Like when Pokemon came on the fucking handheld console, it was like amazing. It was one of the best fucking handheld games you could play besides like the Zelda games on that handheld console. Like it's fucking amazing. And then over the years, this is what is like Pokemon Sword and Shield is what it developed into. It's a fucking rotary phone in the year 2020. That's what it is. So what the fuck are you still... Not only did you not get rid of the cord, but you still haven't figured out how buttons work. You still have to fucking... When you want a 9, you still have to fucking drag that shit all the way over and then wait for it to... Like, really? Like, Sword and Shield was breathtakingly primitive. And, keep in mind, if you happen to like the game, great. I don't have any I don't hold any ill will to you. That's good. If you like the game and it was made for you, enjoy it. Have as much fun as you can with it. But definitely don't come down on me for liking a objectively superior game. It's your problem that you're unwilling to play a game that's much better than that. Maybe you're unable to play it. Maybe because you don't have it's not on Nintendo Switch. Don't worry, it'll come out in a year or so, and then you'll be able to play it. Until then, just calm down and let people have their fun. Alright, so, let's see. What was I wanting to do? Oh, I need to go back to the other... No. Yeah, I still want to go back. Because I'm going to... I got to level this guy up one time. And I might as well just do it in the other area. The Temtem there are a bit higher level. So this will go a bit faster. Oh, wait. They're Leaf Temtem. That's right. I'm trying to think. Where's like some of the highest level Temtem in this area that a water Temtem would work well on? Oh, wait. I know. Yeah, I know where I can go. Because what I'm about to do is put away all my Temtem, except for this water one, and try to level it up as quickly as I can. Because I am ready to get back to the game, and I am not wanting to spend too much longer leveling these guys up. I got a freaking new Luma. I got one of these birds that I'm willing to use. So there you go, man. But maybe I should breed them. You know, here's the thing. Here's the thing that I'm a criticism I have for the game, because I'm pretty sure this is done on purpose, and I'm not liking this. I'm not liking this at all. If this was done on purpose, so take a look at this. Or what am I doing? I should have done that much differently, but it's all good. Just move this one here, and then that one to there. Could have did that much faster than that, but these here are pretty rare Temtem. And do I want to do that? Yeah, screw it. Meh, stop it. Wait, no, actually, I do want these guys here. Because I want to actually, yeah, you know, at some point, I'm actually going to rearrange all these in this way. Because you know what I'd like? If they have a filter, right? But what I would like, can I sort by rarity? What I'd like to do is I'd like to sort by rarity. I know that they technically don't have a rarity assigned to them, but they obviously are rare. I could sort by mark. I have to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Because what I want is I want the rare ones at first, because I'm less likely to get more rare ones. And then the less rare ones that are more common in the back. All right, I gotta use the bathroom though. I'll be right really quickly. Isn't Ginky a wind type? I don't 100% remember. Yes, he is wind. No, yeah, he is wind and electric, and yes, he can be bred with you, Xavier. You two are also compatible. Look at the genders too. All right, I'm back. And if you look at the stats here, HP, stamina, and speed defense, special defense. And then this one has 3. Wait. I thought they were 3 different ones, but stamina's the same, right? Okay. Yeah, so the only linking stat that they have that is both 50 is the stamina. So if they were both combined into one Temtem, they would have 5 perfect SVs. So, yeah. They'd have 5 perfect SVs. And there's a 1 in 60 chance that there'd be another Luma. So if I use the stuff, to make it so that I locked their stings when they were breeding, then there's a 1 in 60 chance that I would end up with a Temtem that was also Luma that had at least 5 perfect EVs. Angrily presses touchscreen. You okay, Vepper? We gonna get Swifty.
Squanch. Yeah, it definitely would. I don't know if you can choose what you want the Temtem to be. I don't know if it's like randomly one of the two. But yeah, potentially I could end up with like an absurdly good Temtem from breeding these two together. Here's the other thing. I was going to show before I had to use the restroom. You might not have noticed it from looking at the screen, but rare Temtem don't fucking make sense. Gender-wise, they don't make sense. I think that the numbers are fiddled with, and they're not true 50-50. So, Xearrik. Female. 2 females. Female. Yeah. Barnshee. I have how many Barnshees? Do I have any over here first? I don't have any over here. I thought I moved one over there. So. Yep, okay. Female, and female. That's not cool. I'm thinking that what they're doing is they're taking a absurdly rare monster that has a 1% or less drop chance that they try to claim is 5%. If they think that's 5%, they need to revisit their code and make a major adjustment because it's under 1%. So they take an absurdly rare Temtem and then make it so that it can only have a single gender, which makes it harder to breed. So that you can maybe get good stats because they're just too fucking rare. You can't rage hang up a stupid cell phone. It's depressing. You missed that. Like slamming the phone down. Yeah, that's a big issue. And that's not an accident. That's on purpose. There's no way that's a coincidence. And that's not cool. Like Xearriks, I have 1, 2. Dude, that's ridiculous. I have 8 Xearriks and they're all female. On top of that, all of them have bad stats to really bad stats with only one of them. No. Bad stats to really bad stats. Like I said, HP is absurdly important. So with 5 SVs for HP, if all the other stats were perfect, this still would be a terrible Temtem. It'd be a good one for breeding, but be terrible. And so you have 2 stats that are good, and then 2 stats that are 1 point above average, and then 2 stats that are several points below average, but still in the average range. This one, worse than the last one. This one, worse than the last one. This one, still bad. This one here is one of the best ones I've ever caught. The problem is, it specializes in a special attack, meaning even if it does have a good HP stat, its specialty is being strong with special attack. And that is almost so far below average to be into the bad range. This one, I should just go to bed crying with laughter about how bad this one is. Like, this one here, same thing. Really good HP, finally. And its lowest stat, of course, special attack. It's almost as if they can't come with both good special attack and HP. Above average special attack to the point where it's on the low end of good. and horrible HP. This is not the same creature I've gone into. I just realized I've gone away from Xearrik into my Nestlas. But yeah, my Xearriks are really bad. They're all bad, unfortunately. The same with the birds. The last one I caught was okay. It was the best I've ever caught. And when you combine the birds and the two rarest those Temtem have about the same chance of catching them, 1% or less, whatever it is. And where's my... What was I gonna do? Oh yeah. I gotta go here. But no, same thing. HP's 48, special attacks 8. like what are you doing here? What is this? It really feels like it's either one or the other. So I was thinking to myself, hey, I don't remember. I caught like 3 of these last night. I was like, hey, I guess I got unlucky with the genders. I got like 5 females, and they have, when mixing them together, I could kind of get a high special attack and a high HP, and then I'd be fine if everything else was just okay. And then I caught like 3 more, which took a long time, obviously. And they were all still female, with all of them having both bad special attack and HP, or one or the other. And I'm like, come on, man. And then after I caught like the 3rd one, I was like, all right, man, I guess that's just how they spawn. And I was like, I wonder, because then I looked at the Barnshee I had, and I was like, I wonder if Barnshee is the same way, like, because she had really shit tier stats, the first one I caught. I don't remember which one it was, but it was like real bad. I think this is the first one, maybe, because it even has some experience. And then I started to catch them, and it was the same way with these, that you couldn't ever have good on both the things that you wanted. Which, for Barnshee, I think it's special attack, but I can't be certain. But I think I did get one finally. I think it was the 5th one. I think I have, or no, I got 4 of them, and I think I did finally get one, didn't I? This is terrible, terrible, terrible. This is the one that I got that was okay. I was willing to take this one. I'm willing to work with this one, because this one has both above average to the point where it's starting to get close to good, and it is kind of technically in good for attack and speed. I mean, attack and special attack. But its HP is below average, but that's fine. I'm willing to compromise, because it has both decent attack and special attack, and plus a bonus, it has some decent defense and some decent speed. Okay, I'll compromise and take less HP than I want, because I normally want at least the HP and one of the attack stats to be in green, and then I'm good. I don't need it to be a perfect thing or anything like that. I just need to be, So this is the one I wanted to use, by the way. Let's obviously. So moving that over here. Yeah. Oh, I just remembered. I need to do something a bit risky here. And hope it pays off. This might be the first time I've had all my Temtem faint. And whoa. Was the foamy stuff that came off of that water always pinkish purple? Is something going on in this place? Huh. Weird. You know, now that I think about it, the game looks different. Did they, I think they put a different what do you call it? Like post-processing filter thingy in the game. Doesn't the game look a little bit different to you? Yeah. Yeah, my luck is pretty bad. But oh, did I happen to put the escape item on him? No. Did I put it on anybody? No. Perfect. Yeah, I just realized he was about to start getting. He was about to start getting. He was going to be whittled down. There we go. We'll just say it that way. Damn, I hate when I have to Porky Pig stuff. He was about to be whittled down by everything here and there. Just little taps on his health. And with only having one Temtem, that's a bit of a big deal. Cause I really don't know what happens when you die. You might lose all your money. I don't know. I don't know the consequences. I've never had all my Temtem faint. The lowest I've ever been is down to my very last two, with both of them not having a lot of health left. Both of them were near dead. That's the lowest I've ever been. It's important. Oh, come on. It's important that I be able to run, because I don't want to fight Plant Temtem and have them actually hit him before he can run if I fail to run, because, well, they're going to do a lot of damage. Jesus Christ! I don't want them to, like, get their 2x criticals on them and stuff. Can we get through these, this one patch of grass? Thanks. This one sure was going to make it 4 before I could get out. Alright, I don't think either of these can actually kill him. He's much higher level, but let's see what like he does if he defeats one. Since he's solo. It's gonna take 3 hits still. Good, they don't do any damage to him really. Yeah, it's unfortunate. What is water good against in this game? Can't remember everything. Well, the fire's the obvious one, but that's not gonna help. I don't have any fire Temtem I can fight yet. Yeah, besides that, I don't remember what else they're useful against. Ah, crap. I didn't look at how much experience I got. I just did all that for nothing, because I don't even know how much experience I got. Son of a bitch. I hate when I'm not paying attention when I'm testing something. Like, because I'll get bored with whatever I'm doing while I'm trying to test it, and then my mind starts to wander into other areas. And then the moment of truth comes, and I wasn't paying attention. Like, son of a bitch. That happens to me way too often. Alright, here we are again. Can we do something that's a little less Yeah, let's do this one. It's a little less expensive. I could do it over and over again. That way I don't have to do any time where I wait. So one more big hit, he'll be down. Max said I'd make a good soldier. Alright, let's see if this 130 is enough to finish him. This is the big boy hit. Yay, so I can get it done in 3 hits. That's not bad. And how much experience? 162 with a level 16. That's not bad. It's not great though, unfortunately. So I need to look it up because honestly I just can't remember what the hell they're useful against. I remember what's useful against them: leaf, lightning, and toxic. Digital. Earth. I was thinking Earth, but then I was like, but was it Earth? I can't really remember. So yeah, it's Earth, digital, and fire. The most relevant of those is going to be Earth, because even in this, specifically in this cave, there's Earth Temtem that are fairly high level, and that's going to be useful. And then that's the only Temtem I have access to. I still haven't been able to fight Temtem that are but wait, is this an Earth Temtem? He has an Earth move, but is he an Earth Temtem? I don't think so. Yeah, he's not. Let's just hope this finishes him off. Yay. Alright, 2 attacks. 254. That's much better. It is still going to take resources to get it done, though. Like, I still have to, unfortunately, use bombs and stuff. Can I sort from here? I have to look into that, how that's done. There. I don't remember if the evolved form of him is Earth, and I don't remember if I actually can encounter a pure Earth Temtem. I'm definitely backing out of this. There's he's gonna take a lot of unnecessary damage, and those guys I think can do a poison attack too, or toxic attack I should say. And toxic is super effective against water. Not to say I can't win in the fight, but I'll take an unnecessary amount of damage. My goal right now is to just get him his next level. I don't really care about anything else as long as I get his next level. You know, it really suck. That's something I would like to do, by the way. I don't know if you can do it, but I want to be able to not have to get rid of all my Temtem in order to only have one Temtem on the battlefield. I'd like to be able to just say this is my solely active Temtem, and then I can choose whether to bring out more in the fight. That would make it a bit more efficient to level, as well as being a bit safer. Because I don't want to share my experience with someone else unless I'm trying to level them. Normally, it's like I'm trying to focus on one thing at a time. And so with it splitting stuff like that, it makes it so that I end up spending a lot more time on it than I wanted. Like, why the fuck am I fighting Water Temtem every fucking fight? What the fuck? Like, what's going on here? Don't be a dick, game. Like, oh, of course, a plant Temtem. That's not funny. Stop it, you fucking cheating ass video game. I know what you're doing here. Those dogs are just as common as everything else we're encountering, or foxes or ferrets or whatever the hell they are. But no, the only damn thing I'm going to encounter are things that are super effective against my Temtem. That doesn't make sense. In fact, the dogs are more common, or the fox things are more common than the other ones. Christ, dude. I'm not joking, by the way. They actually have a higher encounter ratio because they're all equal. The 3 that I named are the 3 things that can spawn here, but they're all equal. Here's the thing. There's a 4th thing that spawns. It's the evolved form of that ferret thingy. Meaning, technically, there's more of them than the other 2 things. Imagine it like all 3 of the creatures have like a 32% chance of spawning in, like a 32% chance of a Tataru, a Sapat, or the Foxy thingy, and then the other 4% go to the evolved form of the Foxy thing. So technically he has a slightly higher chance if you include his evolution. Like, but look what I'm getting. That shit's not a coincidence, dude. That's the game just saying fuck you. That's life saying fuck you. That kind of shit happens to me all the time. Come on, man. Just stop being a dick. Spawn them in. I'll take the evolved form, and I'll take the other one, but I'm not fucking doing all the other shit bullshit. Okay. I don't want a damn water duck on my screen, and I don't want a damn Tataru on my screen. Now suddenly, no matter how much I walk around, I can't get in a fight. This game. Fuck it, dude. I'll just use healing items. Because this shit's gonna take forever to fucking get another one to spawn in. I'll legit just fucking use healing items. And pray he doesn't use his plant-based moves. Otherwise, I'll be here for fucking 20 years. So fucking stupid that I have to do this because the game's being a dick. Yep, that's what I figured. What's an SCP? Like, at this rate, it would have taken so much less time just to have a team and to kill him with a team. That's how fucking terrible this shit is right now. Like, by now, I actually would have been finished if I was using a team. That's how fucking bad this is. This isn't right, dude. I don't like it when, like, things that are super statistically unlikely happen to me over and over and over again. I really don't fucking like that. So I'm wasting lots of resources just to make a fucking thing take a lot longer. Like, and like I said, I give up with it. Like, I'm just gonna fucking fight whatever. If it's by itself, I'm gonna see if I can fucking beat it, because this is just fucking asinine. It's gonna take me an hour just to fight a couple of fucking Temtem that have the exact same fucking odds of spawning, dude. Fuck off. Fight, dude. Like, this is, I'm genuinely pissed off right now. I'm genuinely extremely pissed. That shit should have taken 10 minutes to do tops. was in there for fucking like 15 minutes and then I'm not even fucking halfway done. I fucking hate it when that shit happens. And it's like, it happens so much and so consistently that it's like someone's just like, fuck you personally. Just fuck you. Doesn't make any fucking sense, dude. So fucking stupid, man. I don't know, Vapor. Too many to name. I still don't know what SCP is, guys. Hey, Juan, how's it going? Bam, 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 bam. Yeah, it legit should have taken longer to get to the area that I was at than it should have taken for me to level up once I got there. But the game was just like a massive dick. Every time I've ever gone there, I've encountered everything at the same rate when it came to that area, but suddenly they just became the most rare Temtem in the fucking game. Like, they were as rare as a fucking one of those fucking birds or those fucking water deer things. Sure, I guess. Literally the most fucking common Temtem in most areas of the game apparently now is one of the most rare. Sure, fine, whatever. Yeah, you're not a lying piece of shit, game. It's a game called Secure, Contain, Protect. A horror game. Yeah, I never heard of it. But one has a lot of content. That's nice, Vepper. Oh yeah, man, that's the best thing about Skyrim, really, is the near infinite amount of content when you start modding it. And it's so sad that what I'm doing right now is faster than what I was doing. And every single time I fight, I have to go back to the station. It's faster and it's using less resources. And it's still absurdly inefficient. Yeah, they need to, in case shit like this ends up happening to other people, like this is happening to me, 100%, like, one of the first items in the game you should find is something that increases the amount of experience your Temtem get. Whichever one you equip it to. because this is mind-numbingly boring right now. It is taking way fucking too long to get this last level for this thing. It's taking as long as it took me to get my past 5 levels to get this last level. And I just need one fucking level so that I don't fucking have to fucking have this thing in my party anymore, so I can fucking get the other thing I was trying to trade with. Like, I spent like 3 hours last night leveling this fucking thing up, man. And like, I don't even get to keep it. It's not mine. All that time. AMD, some Russian guys, JS, saying that he made all the SCPs, even though there's like 3,000 of them. He's not saying he made them, is he? He's claiming he has the rights to them, I would think, instead. That like they contain content that that he has the copyright to, is probably what he's saying. So like he's probably not claiming he made them, he's claiming he owns them because they contain his copyrighted content. That's what I would imagine. Oh my god, dude, fix that shit. When I press down, go down, not right. Like, little shit starting to fucking annoy me in this game because of shit like that, dude. Like it's so obnoxious to level up a low level Temtem. Like, that's the worst thing in this game. By far, nothing in this game is like that bad. The few things in this game that are like, that's kind of iffy, aren't that bad. And the vast majority of it is good. But the leveling up a low level Temtem is cancerous, dude. It is like super cancerous, absurdly boring, and unnecessarily frustrating at the same time. Yeah, I think the best way to do it, if they were to implement a mechanic that made it so that your lower level Temtem, you don't have to spend as much time getting them to the level, would be implementing an experience sacrifice, or increasing the multiplier of Temtem that are like 5 levels below your Temtem of your party or something. So like if your Temtem are like 5 levels below her or something, and you end up using another Temtem to try to power level it type of thing, it has an extra multiplier to get even more experience that it would have gotten even if it soloed it. Something like that. That way you spend a lot less time doing nothing but being absurdly bored. Because that's what I am right now. I'm just absurdly bored. And I've been that way for a really long time. What the fuck? Come on, man. Yeah, that That needs to be done. Like high priority in adjusting the level gain for under-leveled Temtem needs to be adjusted massively. Like the other leveling seems kind of balanced, right? It should be slow to level up my Temtem off of Temtem that are lower levels, obviously. If you have Temtem in your party that much higher level type of thing. And so I wouldn't mind this being at this speed if all the levels I got up to this only would have taken like a half an hour total or some shit. Like, you know, getting it up to this point would have taken like a half an hour or so. That wouldn't have been as bad. But having it take like 3+ hours just to train one fucking Temtem up to the point where he's about to evolve again. Like, and then getting it so that I gotta train even longer. Like I've been training this fucking thing for like 2 hours since I started the stream, dude. So it's been like 5 fucking hours to get this Temtem to the point where it could evolve. That's way too fucking long. Yeah, so if you're just not playing the game normally and for some reason at some point you just want to focus purely on leveling up a specific Temtem, prepare for the most cancerous experience in the game. I'd rather farm for Luma. Because at least that point, there's always the potential for something amazing to pop up that you're specifically looking for, right? But with this, what do you have to look forward to other than finally getting the thing that you think you should have gotten 3 to 4 hours ago? Thanks. It's not even that big a deal. Like, it's just a level so I can trade this fucking Temtem to someone else who needs it. Another thing is that some Temtem, another thing they could do instead is just to make it so that it doesn't take such an absurd amount of levels to level up to evolve certain Temtem. Like, there's no way that this Temtem should require 14 levels to evolve. That's absurdly fucking insanely stupid levels of absurdity. Like, seeing as that I was fighting evolved forms of it back when I had like level 12 Temtem, and I have to have a level 14. I have to level them up 14 levels to get one. And the lowest level one you can catch in the game is 13. That's a bit fucking absurd. Just a wee bit absurd. It's not even a fucking amazing best Temtem ever Temtem. So I don't even know. We'll see. The reason I'm going through all this is because that boy on that ship who gave me his Temtem. It's the only Temtem in the game I had ever been traded, and it's the best Temtem I've ever gotten. I've never gotten Temtem with as good stat spreads as the one that that kid gave me on the ship. And now there's someone else in the world who's willing to trade me a Temtem, but they need me to, they specifically want the evolved form of this, which is, in my opinion, really dumb. You should be able to trade the evolved or the unevolved. Like, and specifically, she should prefer the unevolved because then, you know, she can do it herself and have more of a bond with it, right? That makes sense story-wise. But no, it has to be evolved. And it requires 14 fucking levels, dude. Imagine if I started trying to... You remember that one that was 18 that I was training for 2 levels? Oh my god. Imagine if that was the one I tried to train up. Oh no. I'd still be training for another 5 hours. I might as well just give up and just play the game and do the trade like late game or something instead at that point. The Temtem she's giving me, by the way, Xavier, is a Temtem that I've never gotten before. So not only is it most likely going to have really good stats based on the sample size of one from the other trade, I imagine that it's well, not I imagine, but it's also going to be for sure something that I don't have. So I'm not even sure. You might not even be able to catch it in the game, seeing as that she's offering it before I've ever even had the opportunity to catch it. Is that how that thing looks, or is that Lumad? Huh. I don't know if I've seen that, and if I've ever seen it Lumad and not Lumad. Alright, I think that I could actually, I'm gonna start using the Spanky after this next fight. I should get a little bit of extra experience, and I think that Umishi can handle these things probably solo for one fight at least, as long as there's not two of them. I didn't mean to run, but since I ran, I might as well go ahead and switch out the order right now. That was just instinct. I've run so much when trying to get those dudes on that rooftop. I also look at that duck. I wonder if that's the evolved form of that one duck I got. I didn't even know it could evolve if it can. Let's attempt. I don't have any clue what the Temtem's name is. We'll get there eventually. If I knew its name, I would have told you when you had asked what it was I was getting. There's a chance I might not kill it, unfortunately. Hopefully it doesn't leaf him again. Yay, his went off first. Please be enough damage. Yay, just barely. I don't care if the Spanky goes faints, but I don't want the Umishi to faint, because this is all about the Umishi. At least my other one, I'm getting a little bit of experience for it now that I can keep the Umishi alive or whatever. Alright, we're so close, guys. We're so close. Whatever the patch was they did has broken some of the UI of the game, unfortunately. I'm starting to see a lot of people running around with bubbles above their head as if they're stuck in something, like a combat or something like that, but with no icon anymore. Or a permanent emote or something, but without the icon, just the bubble. I think I should probably run. I should just run here. It needs to be 1v2. Otherwise, there's a chance I might not win, and then I'll have to go and heal without ever winning a single fight, and I was going to ask you that. Do not tell me all of a sudden they're just all going to be 2v2s, where before I was getting 1v1s the vast majority of the time. Hold on. Might be something going on here in the house. I'll be right back. Once I'm done with this, things will start being exciting again. Alright, I'm back. Okay. We're super close to finally getting this over with. Which one does the most damage, actually? As long as he's not resistant to it, I should be using this, right? I mean, this is faster, but it doesn't have any addition. Yeah, use this. Slight bit more damage. But is it a slight bit more damage? Yes. They're both special attack. So his stats aren't going to change that, right? Yay. Come on. It's so close. Wait. I don't have to heal after every fight. At the station. After every fight I can do that. And only go back to the station every other fight. Ugh. I keep forgetting that exists. That could have saved me like 20 trips to the station maybe. All the times I've been fighting out here at the moment. Get it done and over with, yo. Yeah, exactly. Ooh, yeah. It's close. Yeah, there's a lot of talk about this SCP thing. It must be like a really popular game for people to stream or something. I've never heard of it. Okay. This guy's a bit stronger, unfortunately. Oh, there we go. Never mind. This'll get him. We'll get him. Do they ever attack Spanky instead of Umishi? Have they ever done that? Or is it Umishi every single time? Because if Spanky fainted, I wouldn't really care that much. As long as Umishi doesn't faint and we win the fight. I don't think so. I think they hard targeted him. Focusing him down. One moment. I think my mother's here. And I think she brought me food, like fresh food, like from a restaurant or something, the way she said food. I'll be right back.
Almost back. Another 2 or 3 minutes tops. I'll be right back. man, so sorry. Finally back. That took longer than I thought to get back. I had to help with some stuff, unfortunately. And also there wasn't food like that. There was actually groceries. What happened was my mother went to the store after going to she was at the doctor's office, and she found a couple of good sales, and so she like bought everything. So she gave me some of it. There we go. So it's helping put that away and then helping with some other crap too. And everything ended up taking a little bit longer. And then, but at least I do actually have hot food right now too, because while that was happening, I went ahead and put in some of the stuff and heated it up. Though it was heated up like about like 5-6 minutes ago, not by now, but like that wasn't the wait. All right. What it was is well, one of the things what I'm eating now is something I haven't eaten in a really long time. Hot Pockets. She got I don't know how many, an absurd amount of boxes of Hot Pockets for like 75 cents each or some shit like that. So I'm eating, I don't remember what this one was. It's pretzel. It's a pretzel Hot Pocket. I thought it had meat in it, but I don't see any meat yet. The picture had meat, and I forgot what the picture was, though. I forgot what to. I don't remember what the heck it was. So far, it just looks like there's cheese. Oh, there we go. It's ham and bacon, and ham, bacon, cheese, and a pretzel sleeve or whatever you would call the thing holding the Hot Pocket shell, I guess. Okay. I was pretty hungry, so. Doctor said, a pretzel Hot Pocket? Does this such a thing even exist? Well, I'm eating it. Indeed. Bacon is indeed nice. The pain and suffering that I've been going through by trying to level up this single Temtem for my entire life. For all of my existence, the many centuries leveling up this single Temtem. Not so bad now that I have some Hot Pocket in my stomach. And even more right here waiting to be snacked on. I also made me a cup of coffee. Turn my coffee machine back on. Do the cup of Hot Pockets in there. Put away all the groceries and stuff. I also got a whole bunch of Greek yogurt. She gave me a lot. There's a lot of Greek yogurt on sale. It was 99 cents a box. Or I should say a pack. And there was like, the packs are big. There's a lot. I can't I'd have to look at the sizes to tell you exactly, but they're big things of Greek yogurt. And so yeah, a pretty good deal. Greek yogurt's delicious too. So I got Hot Pockets and Greek yogurt and spades and some other stuff too. But you know, those were the highlights. Mm. Mm-hmm. 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 Indeed, Daily Shave. Oh. Delicious. Me. Oh, look how close he is. So close. Hot Pockets and coffee apparently go together pretty well. I'm enjoying this. Bacon, cheese, ham, pretzel, Hot Pockets, and the cheese is cheddar, by the way, and coffee. Num. Num num. Num 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 num. Num. Oh. Another bite time. Mine. I need it. What is this? That's my Temtem. What is she doing with my Temtem? She better give me my Temtem. Team Rocket ain't playing games. Woo! Yeah, indeed. Mm-hmm. Why am I taking so long to pick things? Because I'm not like paying attention to the game that much. I'm paying attention to the food that I'm chewing. Delicious. Is that it? Oh. Come on. So close. ASMR. Hot Pocket ASMR. Wait, isn't there that's mukbang. They call that mukbang. Moms are great. Just come by randomly, giving you food. Way too much food because I guess it's like instinctive. They think you're just gonna starve to death if they don't give you food. Uh-oh. This is close. Don't let him go first. Yay! I wonder if it's instinctive. Hey, Frank. When your children first moved out, if they weren't in a different state, was your wife obsessed with making sure to give them food randomly? It might be some sort of instinct. Good Xmas dinner. Yeah. Thank you for bringing that up, Pepper. Because I didn't know until today. So apparently what was going on was, I guess they had to do more work on the vehicle. And because of that, they wanted to charge like an extra $2,000 rather than making it a fair, straight up trade. And she didn't want to pay any extra money. And so she tried for a long time to get them to not, talk them out of that. But they wouldn't budge on it. And so she ended up instead getting a, this happened today apparently, because she had some friends with her that were helping her. A Ford Escape 2010, and they had said that one of them had owned one for a long time. They got over 250,000 miles before they thought about even trading it. So I don't know. I don't know anything about that vehicle. Sorry, Frank. Sorry, Vepper, that she didn't get a Toyota. Almost. Jesus Christ. Vepper's heart is broken. I should call them up and let them know what they've done to one of my viewers. I am the son of the woman who you did this to. And one of my subscribers on YouTube is incredibly hurt by you denying her a Toyota. If there was anything in this world that would be a human right, along with guns, it would be Toyotas. You should be in prison, sir. Good day to you. Hang up the phone. They slammed the smartphone. Son of a bitch. Never mind. Hold on. I gotta press the button. I am pressing the button on this screen very angrily. Just so you know. He is furious. Random dude in Arizona. Vapor said, holy shit, you reading my journal? No! Wait, oh, that's my guy. I wasn't paying attention. I was looking at chat and I thought they hit my dude. Oh my god, here we go. Finally. Oh my god. Jesus. Oh my god, you were so much damn work. He's hurt and a lunatic. Damn, Frank. All right, let's check out this Temtem. You know what? Actually, something I would like them to do when you get a new Temtem, I think they should do it just like with Pokemon. I think that the screen should pop up, but instead of it popping up right away, if it depends on how long it would take to pop up. Okay, so if they can make it pop up, if it only add like an extra 2 or 3 seconds to the load screen after the evolution or after the capture of a new Temtem, I'd like that pop up to be there, and I'd like it to default to X. Press X to next screen, like to the point where maybe if you're spamming the button a little bit too much because you want to go through the screens, like you'll miss the screen and be like, oh damn it. But it's not a permanently missed screen. You can always go into your Temtem decks and find it. So, you know, put it there to a fault to where that kind of thing will happen. As far as the speed. but having it pop up for every new Temtem, I think would be nice, because there's a lot of this game is very cute. It's very charming. The dialogue, the little the Easter eggs, the homages, the references, all the little things in this game is very, very charming. And I think that you shouldn't hide the dialogue for the flavor text for the Temtem behind having to go to your Pokédex. Like, throw it in their face. If they want to read it, let them read it. If they don't, then don't. But toss it in their face. The first time, at least. Akama, also known as also known in Turkesa as seasickles, interesting, are one of the fastest waterborne Temtem. They can easily outrun the sleekest sailboat, even swimming against the Solario current. So tamers have to use charm and guile to approach them. Interesting. All right. So this is one of the more basic descriptions, right? Oh, wait, I can't look at it like that. That's kind of a cute sound. It's funny. It has toxic moves, I thought, and the fins turn purple, so I thought it was toxic. But it's pure water, actually. Interesting. I wouldn't have thought that. Oh, I don't have any toxic moves? How did they have toxic moves? I could have swore these things were hitting me with toxic every now and then. Huh. Alright, well, let's take off the decoy before I forget and trade this thing away with a decoy on it. That might be game-endingly upsetting to me, if that happened. I really like the decoy. And if you can lose it that way, it would be very painful. I'm trying to remember a Temtem that had a really funny description, so I can give you an example. Yeah, I'm sure some of you remember some of the random dialogue that we've gotten that has been really charming and funny. When the harvest season is on, Omnisian fruit pickers are always careful not to accidentally damage the delicate crystallus like swally. They grow on certain vines of the rainforest canopy, dropping to the jungle floor once mature and mobile. Let me go lower into the description to where maybe it'll be, because these are some of the more early ones, and so they might get edgier with the later ones. Oh, I really wanted to read Grandpa, but I have to unlock Grandpa. He hasn't evolved that high yet. I really like his face. That he looks angry, doesn't he? He looks like he's like, I'm just sick of this shit. Like these young whippersnapper Temtem. Ooh, I wonder what Grandpa's traits are, because I wonder if caffeinated, like, because look at this, hover and friendly, and then in middle age caffeinated, and what the hell is that one? Camaraderie. Okay, that's cool. When attacking, reduces damage. Now I'm very interested to see what the very end is, like what the last two traits are. I really hope that they're like a play on getting older. But like, let's read all three of these. Well, the first two descriptions. Pahara tend to hide in the treetops and lurk their green mask, allowing. This is one of the first Temtem you can catch. Allowing them to blend in with the foliage. Often the only way to locate them is to look for the telltale gleam of their eyes. Due to their bigger size and stronger physique, Xearrik don't actually need camouflage, but they still love to flaunt their turquoise facial feathers with great pride. Okay. Now, This is probably the one that gets funny. I'm hoping. The beak size changed, by the way. Interesting. I guess the smaller beak makes it look older. It does kind of look older, doesn't it? I think it's because it actually kind of makes it look like an owl in the final phase. Where before that, it looked like a bird. But it got very owl-like in the face on the final one. But being owl-like, like owls always have looked like older, wiser birds than a traditional bird, which probably is why so many people like owls. Was this one that had a weird one? Unlike the lesser brethren, skunks are capable of walking on two legs and even stand on their muscular tails. This evolution allows them to pummel enemies with their massive fists, but it's done nothing to soften their aggressive mood. Nah, not too funny. Just a little... Damn, I could have swore I've read one or two of them that were, because, like, not 100% of this game is, like, goofy. But sometimes you'll get those goofy kind of reference type things in there, and I really like that. All the Japanese companies stopped producing the top sports cars when they were in trouble, like their responsible business. The Corvette is fucking awesome, but it only equates to about 13% of their sales. They don't make the best sports you've ever made when you're going bankrupt. New car sales a bit less BS, more tools. Chevy businesses practices are trash. Stupid Obama. They try to upsell her, show her a Cherokee, then a Toyota. Part of the game. Well, they were just, it was a trade for the car that she had a Kia originally. And so they were, because they sold her a Kia they shouldn't have sold her. That fucking car wasn't right. And they had already spent quite a bit of money trying to fix it over and over and over again. And finally, the person who ran the company was like, what's going on here? Why would, wait, that shouldn't have been sold to you. Here, look, you can just even Steven trade up. Like, just, these are our cars that are worth the stuff. You can just take them. I don't even think she is paying taxes on this, by the way. I don't think she's paying taxes on it. I think they covered the taxes too. At least that's what she said she believes, because because the tag she didn't have to pay. So she believes the taxes were paid on it by them. Because she had talked about that. Vepper says, I remember the story. I don't forget car stuff. Did you hear about the China outbreak? Is it getting worse or something, Psycho Witch? I've really personally not paid that much attention to it. The world is filled with suffering. No matter what corner of the world you look to, there's suffering. And there's nothing I can do. And so I'm just not going to purposely put myself into it. And I know that a lot of people have been pushed into it by the media, which is one of the reasons why I ignore the media nowadays. I don't ever watch the news. I almost never look at the news now, because their job is to make as much money as possible. So no matter what's happening, it will always be escalated to a point where they think that it would be more profitable for them to say specific things. So this whole outbreak could be nothing, or it could be something, but but the news will know that people will be scared of it, and that they'll watch and they'll get more eyeballs, thus making more money. and so they will fearmonger as much as possible in order to make that money. The news stations, as I spoke about the other day, have been shown to fearmonger when it leads literally to death, and they knew it was going to lead to death, but they still fearmongered because it would make them money. That's how little morals these news organizations have. So I don't trust anything they say about anything, which is why I never watch them anymore. I try to get my news directly from sources if I can. Most of the time I just don't bother with it nowadays because, well, it's all trash. It's all trash. You can't find unbiased news from any kind of news organization, and you definitely can't find news where they don't have an ulterior motive in some way. Like, they can be biased, and then you can kind of look past their bias and understand their bias. But when they have ulterior motives beyond just biasness, and then it gets more difficult, like making more money. Like, why do you think killer bees were going to completely destroy the world back in the 90s? Because it got a lot of people talking about it, and it was on the news all the time, and people were watching the news to find out when the killer bees were going to destroy the world. Those damn African honeybees are going to kill everyone. Oh my God. Jesus Christ, man. Like, they never can stop. It's always something. But, like, hopefully you're not in China, Psycho Witch. Hopefully you're not, like, in a location that has to deal with whatever it is, and hopefully it's not that bad. As far as as long as you live in like a nation that's like a first world nation like America, or like any of the places like in Europe and things like that, you're in the UK. Oh, you're fine, Psycho Witch. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. The outbreaks that are absurdly deadly to human beings, that go on, that and kill very quickly. Outbreaks that have a high mortality rate and kill quickly are rare. They're very rare. And if they do happen to happen, in order, them spreading and having a high mortality rate in a first world nation is even more rare. Like, them having a high, like, them get, like if people in America are infected with that stuff, it'll probably turn out fine for just about all of them. And it normally, when that kind of stuff happens, stuff goes bad because it's a lack of modern medicine, a lack of any kind of good treatment. Unfortunately, a lot of nations unfortunately don't have good medical treatment. As long as you're in like any kind of first world nation, you're gonna, if you happen to get infected or with anything that is related to that Chinese thing that they're dealing with, you will have insanely high priority. You could be a homeless man on the street, and they're gonna fucking throw everything they can at you you're gonna be in the hospital. There ain't gonna be any question. There ain't gonna be any waiting room bullshit. You're gonna be in the hospital, and you're gonna have tons of fucking stuff being done to you because it's a big deal on the news. And it's like a new type of thing, so it's a hot button type of thing, so you're gonna get the best care in the world if something happened to you, and the odds of something happening to you are next to zero. And because you live in the UK, you have a good medical system. You have a modern medical system that will be able to treat symptoms, and which symptoms tend to be the things that kill you when you get these kind of things. Very high fevers and things like that lead to brain damage or death, or heart seizing because of different types of things, and all these different things. The symptoms tend to be the main things that get you when it comes to fast acting things that kill people. And so long as you can get past that, which most modern medicine places can, then you'll be fine. So I'm not saying to go out and start playing with dirty needles or anything, but I'm saying that don't let it, like, make you afraid to live your life. Like you'll it's we have never had anything in modern history that is anything close to anything like that as far as in first world nations. It's just it's fine. It maybe one day it might happen, but never seen it. The things that used to happen back in the day, like the Black Plague and things like that, with percentages of the human population being wiped out worldwide, that's back before modern medicine. Trust me, it's not going to be that big a deal. There's always that super tiny chance. It's never happened. Just because something's never happened before doesn't mean it won't. But we've never had any kind of real plague level thing happen to a first world nation in modern times, and it's because modern medicine. Anything that kills you quick, we can normally deal with in most cases. Our countries are pretty organized when it comes to that sort of stuff. Are pretty damn organized. So it would take something that we've never seen before to hit us. Because all the time that kind of stuff happens on a small scale. All the times, like someone, like from all of a sudden there'll be someone with smallpox in America out of nowhere. It's like, wait, what? Smallpox is gone. How the hell is there someone with smallpox? But you notice that everyone doesn't have smallpox right after that. Like they work on it. It really sucks for people who are in China that are having to deal with that and being afraid of bad things happening. But hopefully there'll be a little bit of a silver lining to this, and that the Chinese government invests a lot more money in their medical infrastructure and making sure that they can take care of their citizens and keep them healthier. Because if they don't, bad things can happen, obviously. Because from what I've heard, China isn't always the best at human rights for their people, unfortunately. And if their medical places are run by their government, which a lot of stuff is in China, then it's at that point if it's government run, it's the government's 100% responsibility to provide the best healthcare they can. Like you can't take over that industry or run that industry and provide half-assed medical care. And I'd imagine that that's probably one of the reasons why it's a big deal. The Spanish flu, and how long ago was that, Frank? What years were the Spanish flu a thing? Germ make you tough, Max. Oh no. Black Death in India in that was India. Like I haven't heard of I haven't heard of anything where we've had, like, yes, Frank Max says 1819. I haven't heard of anything with like our modern medicine on some large scale where there's death. I mean, there's the closest thing we have was like the AIDS, right? AIDS, unfortunately. And the reason why that spread so much faster, and why that was actually a thing when you compare it to something like a plague level thing where people are dying quickly from it, is because, well, that's the proper sort of virus that really fucks people, right? The slow one. Because when it's fast acting, it's harder to spread. And it's easier to isolate the people, to recognize the symptoms and isolate them from the rest of the population and stop it from spreading at some point. But with something like AIDS, HIV, it's a hell of a lot fucking more difficult, because it'll go undetected for years sometimes, and getting spread all over the place with it's completely undetected. And then sometimes there's the whole absurdly evil thing of some people would know they had it, but because they were still so healthy while they had it, because it takes so long to kill, they would spread it even more on purpose, because they just didn't give a shit. So that's why that became a thing. But anything that's fast normally isn't going to have to be a thing for people who are in first world nations to worry about. So that hopefully that gives you some peace of mind. Just wear a British beak mask. You're good. The plague mask. Stuff it with all kinds of flowers and everything, and you'll be fine. Because that's how the sickness gets in you. It's the smell of death that makes you sick. Isn't that what they used to believe? Yeah, the plague masks look cool as hell, man. Isn't that weird? Something so interesting and looking came from something so fucking tragic. You know what would be crazy? Is like if you lived in China and you started wearing one of those, you would have to be like the edgiest motherfucker, because that's like in such bad taste. You know what? That's, now that I think about it, has Jim Sterling probably hasn't worn his plague mask since this whole thing started. I don't know when it started precisely, but Jim Sterling like frequently wears a plague mask in his things, and I don't think I've seen him wearing a plague mask in a long time. Could be why. He's very socially aware, because he's a bit of an activist. Not that much, but he's a little bit of an activist when it comes to like social rights and whatnot. So he's probably very aware of like how insensitive that would be. Hey, take a look at this though. There's some pretty cool ones. Like I said, now wouldn't be the time to wear them. As like a Halloween thing. But yeah, I've always thought the plague mask is a pretty cool like mask. As far as masks go, I've never seen this. Look at this. This is like a steampunk version. And then, you know, more traditional. And then look at this. Like, what is this? Is this like if Batman decided to wear a plague mask? What is this? Xearrik don't want to be president. That's damn straight. I would take king for a year, but I wouldn't take presidency. King for a year, maybe, because then I know I could get some shit done, and I would still be. What it would be is I'd be like, okay, I'll take on this responsibility. I'll be king for a year, but first you have to give me an extra 15 years of life experiences, and you need to like fulfill some requests and send some people to me to teach me some things that I need to learn first, and then I'll accept kingship for a year, and I'll try to fix as much stuff in that year as I can. Man, you know how much, oh man, it would weigh so heavily on me to change something that ended up making everything worse and like resulting in like lots of people's deaths and things like that, which politicians do all the time, by the way. I think you have to be a heartless fuck to be a politician, because modern politicians all the time, countless times throughout their freaking terms, depending on how important of a politician they are, will make decisions that result in lots of people's deaths when it was 100% not necessary, and it was the worst possible decision type of thing. Not the worst possible decision, but a bad decision. As in, nothing got better for us, nothing got better for them, nothing got better, period. But lots of people died. Thanks. Are you able to sleep at night? Because I wouldn't be able to. I hope you made that decision with a clean conscience, thinking that it was 100% the right thing to do. Because if you even slightly didn't believe in it, and then you did it, like, who... come on. Frank says, I want to be a tyrant when I grow up. You're already grown up, Frank, and you're already a tyrant. In your own house, at least. But only in your house. Because the moment you step out, you serve Bert and Ernie. They're your tyrants. So you're telling me Google go to Amazon? 1918. Okay, so a little bit. It said 1818 at first, but yeah, 1819 I think. But now it's 1918 and 1919. Someone's saying. Yeah, so still a long way back. There's been an absurd amount of advances in medicine since then. $675,000 Americans. That's fucking absurd. Yes, I am muted. Sorry. I was explaining something. So the population in 1917 was 1,103,000,000 people. So if what you said was the truth, or not truth, but it completely accurate, as in it was definitely 675,000 and not above that or below that, then that means that well under 1% of Americans had died. And that is the closest thing we can go for it when you're looking at modern medicine and that kind of thing, right? So, back well before modern medicine, one of the worst things we experienced only killed less than 1% of the people. That's a big deal. There's a lot of people. Remember, it's still less than 1%. So even if something as bad as that happened again, where the same percentage of people in America was wiped out, which would not happen, by the way, if the same sort of thing started to happen, it would be a handful of people, a few thousand at most. before it was isolated and taken care of in America or in the UK and places like that. But even if it did, for some weird, unknown reason, manage to do something as crazy as that, your odds are still less than 1% of you being one of the ones that it directly killed. So, don't let the news fearmonger you into like you're shutting down your life and being afraid to go outdoors or to, you know, advance your life. You know, go to work, do your job, try to get ahead in life. If you're still in school, go to school, do your thing. Don't walk the streets in fear at all times. The news are going to fearmonger. That's what they do. Remember when you watch the news, remember when you hear about things that were on the news, that they have motives, two motives above all else. The first one is to make as much money as possible. And the second one is to push whatever their political agenda happens to be. So whenever you've heard something from a specific news people, a group of news people, any kind of network at all, period, then remember that those two things in that order are the things that define what they say. So color everything that they say with that knowledge. Go, yeah, okay, hold on. I need to actually look into this on my own, look at the numbers on my own, start to think about this as with the most critical eye I can. This has gotten past my filter into the part where maybe it might be dangerous for me. So now I have to be as critical as possible. Start doing my own research, ignore anything they say from now on, and just completely do all my own research and be as critical as I can in determining whether this is actually something I should be concerned about. I haven't done the research into it myself, but like that's the way you approach that kind of situation. If something the news said concerns you personally in the way in which you're going to live your life, for instance, one of the best examples to this day is something that is a very hot topic, hot button issue, pretty much worldwide, and it's mass shootings. They talk about that all the time, mass shootings. It's a very hot topic issue. I'm not going to get into it in any kind of great detail. There's no need Vepper to get into it in any great detail. All I'm going to do is I'm just going to go 2018 mass shootings, America, deaths. So in America, a total of 387 people died in 2018 from mass shootings. Now, you might be saying to yourself that is completely horrific, and oh my God, you're so scared now. There's over 300 million people in America. Almost everything in America is more statistically likely to kill you than you being a part of a mass shooting. Almost everything. Almost everything. The thing that I had stumbled across the other day, not the other day, but like a few months ago, 450 people normally annually die from falling out of a bed. Around 450 people annually die from falling out of beds. So, keep in mind that if you're scared to go to school because of the news, fear-mongering about mass shootings, which, by the way, leads to more deaths because children are stupid and they only do what they see on TV and hear about from other people. So the more they talk about it, the more when a kid decides that they want to be edgy and die, that they're going to go out with, well, the thing that's popular. So the more you talk about it, the more it causes it. They know this, but yet they still go on and on and on and on about it as if it's the worst thing in all of existence. It's bad, and it's really horrible for the people who die. But it was 387 people. And if you're scared because of that, keep in mind that this year about 450 people are going to die from falling out of their bed. And remember that you sleep in that bed every fucking day, and it's contemplating your murder. Sleep well. Also put some hand railings on the bed, obviously, because there need. I mean, if they got those bullet tap things in California, we need fucking handrails. Because that shit's an epidemic. Beds are a fucking epidemic. Yeah. We can do this with everything that they fearmonger. I'm not trying to push for guns or push against guns. I'm just saying that's what the news does. They fearmonger. What's gonna kill you next? Tune in at 11 to find out. Your drinking water might just kill you. Tune in at 7 to hear more. 2 people died because of some weird fracking incident in some state. And then they'll say that. Killer bees are on the rise again. Some person got stung and put in the hospital. And they didn't even die. And that's going to be what they say. Like that's what the news does. That's what they do, dude. That's what they do. My bed's looking at me sideways. I don't trust it. Yeah, that's everything, dude. Like that. You remember when there was that one year? This was what it was like less than a decade ago. Wasn't there a year where the news was reporting on shark attacks as if sharks were like, if it was Jaws again and sharks were going to kill everyone? And it was like there were 3 shark attacks the whole fucking year or something. But it was like, it was a big deal. Like it was a fucking massive deal. Like the sharks were just killing everyone. I can't remember. If you remember the year, let me know, Frank, and we'll Google that year. This was like less than a decade ago, I think. If at most it was less than 2 decades, where there was a big shark scare in America. And I'm not talking about the ones that we've had that a few times. I mean, a modern shark scare where the people are dying all over the place. Sharks. They will always fearmonger, even when they know it will actually genuinely result in deaths. We have a lot of issues in our country, and I'm sure you do in the UK as well. There's lots of problems that we have that the people need to be aware of so that they can try to be educated voters and hopefully get things done that needs to be done to their infrastructure when it comes to the government side, or educate the person so that they can be a wiser consumer, that a safer consumer, because like sometimes we'll learn about there was some pet food that was coming from China that was actually getting some pets sick, and there's like an unknown number of pets that actually did die. There was lots of pets, and things like that. That's important. Let them know what brand it is, and let them know that maybe here's some safe brands. We're not being biased. We're offering there's like over a dozen brands that we know to be safe. Explain where they're from and make sure to bring up some known brands that also come from China, just in case, because a lot of these factories will sometimes share bagging, right? That's a legitimate report where They can say tune in at 7 to find out more, and they can be very informative. Tell people to pull out a pen and paper just in case, or if you want, because it's modern times, here's a link to our website where we'll have a list of everything so that you can, be educated about what is safe for your animal right now, because we're not really sure what other brands might be contaminated that are coming from this nation. Because that was like less than like a decade ago too, where there was a big thing about that. And so you can responsibly report on things that the population really needs to know about as a news reporter, that does involve things that a person should be afraid of, but do it in a way that doesn't involve fear-mongering. However, if you do that, it's less profitable. It's much more profitable to say, oh my God, you're gonna fucking die! And the news companies aren't the only ones who do it. Politicians do it too. It's the main way they get elected. Notice how the politicians, every single time there's an election, fight heavily over guns. Since we spoke about guns, we'll talk about it again. They fight heavily over it. But notice how the issue never really moves one way or another. It only moves specific directions state-wise. But federal government-wise, it doesn't really ever move one way or the other. It's pretty stagnant. But yet they fight real hard every time. But somehow they come out tied every single time they fight? Or is it that both sides really don't want to push one way or the other? All they want is fucking votes. And so they're going to say, we're going to make it safe by getting rid of them. And they're going to go, we're going to make it safe by making sure you still get to have them. But nothing really happens one way or the other. State-wise now, you'll have like some rebel governor or something like that that'll get in office, and a few things like that'll happen, and then you'll have someone who actually goes on and does it. Like, and the rest of the Dems and the Republicans are like, damn, they went and did it. The crazy bastard. We're just pretending, you dumbass. And then the federal government will make some kind of rule or something, and then the state will have to let them have their stuff again. That's how it tends to go. Now, some states will regulate, obviously. Most states have different regulations when it comes to them. But as far as outright bans, like that kind of thing, only some rogue governor somewhere will like do it, like not realize that they're all just fucking pretending. Hillary Clinton could care fucking less whether every person in the fucking entire country has a gun or not. She doesn't give a shit. Some politicians actually do care, by the way. The corporate ones, like say Hillary, they definitely don't care. She's a corporate politician, right? She's like the other 99% of the politicians out there. I can't tell you the ones that aren't corporate. Sorry, if you want me to tell you. I don't follow politics enough anymore. Because it's infuriating to see how stupid they are, and at the same time see how apparently the rest of the population, not the rest, but most of the population, doesn't notice how stupid they are because of their inbuilt bias. They know that they're Team A, and because they're Team A, they kind of try to ignore some of the problems with Team A and focus really hard on Team B's issues, because Team B definitely has some fucking issues, I can tell you that. So there's no shortage of issues to point at. And then Team B tries to ignore their team's issues because, Team A is worse, they think. And so they just try to focus on Team A's issues, and there's no fucking shortage of issues from Team A. There's fucking no shortage. And welcome to America. I personally think that that's one of the reasons why it's become such a big deal to tell everyone that you need to vote and you're a dumb person if you didn't vote. But they never, ever, ever at any point mention that you need to educate yourself. It's almost as if both sides want uneducated people to vote. And I don't mean education as in book learning or transmission builds or anything like that. I mean education as in understanding exactly how the government functions and understanding the history of the politician that you're going to vote for, everything that they voted against and everything they voted for, and not just the buzzwords saying that this person voted against child pedophilia or for child pedophilia because they voted against a bill that happened to have said like, we're going to kill half the people on the planet. Also, let's make pedophilia illegal. Like, I'm giving you the most extreme example I can come up with that isn't real, obviously. But there's shit like that, right? So you can't do that. You can't just trust whatever the buzz article is. You have to then go look at the bill and look at what it said to find out if they really did vote for pedophilia, or did it have some weird shit in there that they couldn't ethically vote to get that thing through. And then now that you've done the countless hours of research to find out whether you think that this person is an ethical person who would properly represent you as a voter, you now vote for them. That's a lot of fucking work. Why do you think the news does what it does? Why do you think everything's so fucking mixed up nowadays, and there's so much false information coming from both sides? So everything's so dense. Every time something new's introduced, it's fucking 5,000 pages, and it's because they want you dumb. Just like with the tax code. The tax code's the way it is because as long as the long as you can't understand it, the more they can abuse it. They want people to vote. They want as many people to vote as possible. But they never once tell any of those people who are voting, who they are saying it's their responsibility to vote, it's also their responsibility to vote smart and to educate themselves. Not to be educated, but to educate themselves. An uninformed voter is meaningless. They're not a bad thing. They're not a good thing. They're just meaningless. But they are easily swayed. I think that uninformed voters have every right to be represented, and their vote matters the exact same amount as the most educated voter you can possibly find, because that's how a democracy or a republic or whatever you want to call it is supposed to be run. But that doesn't mean that you should but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't encourage people to educate themselves. That should be the thing. You should never pressure someone to vote. You should never pressure anybody to vote. You should always pressure them to educate themselves politically and then make the best decision they think that they can make based on the knowledge they have. Campaign ads will not answer that question. They will not tell you who to vote for. Campaign ads are probably the worst possible thing you can look at to tell you who to vote for. It sucks. It's very time consuming, but you got to do it yourself. And there's the truth. That's one of the reasons why a lot of people are one issue voters, because a lot of people know that. A lot of people, maybe haven't contextualized it completely, and they may have not spent a lot of time talking about it out loud or anything like that, but they know that they need to know what they're voting for. And a lot of people are unwilling to vote just based on looks. And so they find one issue that they really care about, and then they find out whether or not that person has been against or for that issue, and then they vote for them. This is one of the reasons why Republicans defend guns, Democrats Democrats try to fight guns. This is one of the reasons why Republicans are pro-life and Democrats are pro-choice. These things are hard lines between those groups and more of those things because they know that these are single topic things that a voter will pick. They'll go, I'm going to vote on a person dependent upon whether they will protect my right to bear arms. I'm going to vote on a person dependent upon whether or not they're going to reduce school shootings by making guns completely illegal. Like, that's what the people are going to say, those two things. And neither of those things might necessarily be true, but it's just what the politician's saying and what they have historically voted for or against. This is one of the reasons why there's so much pointless bullshit things going on. Like the whole thing with impeach Trump. He cannot be impeached. It's not possible for them to impeach him for the things that have happened. It's all a farce. It's all a farce. He will not be impeached, but he is impeached in quotation marks because the House that the Democrats controlled voted for it, but it's not going to go any further than that. They knew it wouldn't go any further than that, but they wasted tons of time and taxpayer dollars for the same reason that they say they're anti-gun or pro-gun, because they know that it will get them votes. People who are one-issue voters will vote for them because they're one-issue voters. And most people are one-issue voters because it takes a tremendous amount of fucking work to be highly educated about what your decision is going to be when it comes to the person. And then on top of that, all the work you spend being super educated about what you're going to pick, if you spend that amount of time doing that, at some point during the process, you start to think about all the people who aren't doing it and how you're seeing that neither of the choices are actually good. One's just worse than the other. And so you're going to pick the one that's not as bad. Because you know that you can't pick any of the other choices that are there because they never ever win in any way. Period. And so then you go, well, nobody else is going to do the work that I'm doing. It's going to be really rare. So if I throw in my vote voting for this person who's not as bad as that person, then this person is going to get in office who I think is much worse than that person. The best thing that can happen for America is for the two evilest motherfuckers on the planet to run in the next election, and we finally elect a third party. That would be the best thing to happen. That both sides are so fucking disgusted by the Democratic and Republican representatives that we just tell them both to fuck off and we pick somebody else. And then later on, when we vote on some new politicians for the House and the Senate and whatnot, we do it again. And we just get a whole bunch of Democrats and Republicans out of office, and we end up having a real third party. That'd be the best possible thing to happen for America when it comes to our political system. Because in all the times that I could vote in my life, at no point did any person ever deserve my vote. No one deserved my vote. None of them were a good enough person for me to vote for. None of them deserved it. There were just people who deserved it a lot less. One of the reasons I don't talk about politics because it's depressing. I'm not sure. I guess I'm real cynical when it comes to politics because I'm not sure when we're coming back from whatever this system is that we're currently dealing with, where it's just bad versus bad, worse versus bad, you know, super lame. Traditionally associated with the University of Arbory as a heraldic Temtem, this species has a deep piercing stare. Although winged, it prefers to keep to the ground and use its mind as a weapon. A symbolism. Oh, yeah. I've read this one, I think. Hmm. I think I remember I read a different version of it, though. Does this thing have pupils? I can't really tell. Details. No, that's not right. What button do I press? Close up. Can I zoom in further? Yeah, I think I can see it right there. Like, if I put it like this, it's looking right at me. Yeah, you can just barely... Oh, whoa. On this side, it's looking right at you. Its pupils, like, are all the way to the left on one... Its pupils all the way to the left on its left eye, and its other pupils all the way to the right on the other eye. So no matter which eye you're trying to look from, it's always looking at you at the corner of its eye. And it has its wing up there, so you can't really ever make out the other pupil. It's like it's trying to block it. So it's always looking at you. That's funny. Yeah, I know. The whole impeachment thing was just a waste of time. Well, it was a waste of time as far as what what American people would consider the impeachment to be of a president. To the politicians themselves, it wasn't a waste of time. It was there for a lot of grandstanding and a lot of like, see, we care. Sure you do. If you cared, I'd be seeing you people cry sometimes at some of the decisions you made that resulted in some of the things that happened to people. Like, if you cared, you would need a fucking psychologist to keep your fucking head straight with as many people that, like, have suffered because of really poor decisions that politicians will make. It would be absurdly difficult for anyone who was very ethical to be able to, like, take that kind of shit. Let's see. I could have swore I was looking for a specific Temtem. It's fine. Let's continue this though. Yeah, it's one of the reasons I don't talk about politics very often, man. None of that stuff. I don't like any of that stuff. Oh, wait. I don't need to be fighting. I need to be giving this Temtem away. Where was it at? I think it was in this town here. No, it was in that town there, wasn't it? Okay, so wait a second. Squad. I don't need to fight with that anymore. I would still like to level him up. Does he still have the item on him? No. Okay, good. Alright, we'll decide my Temtem's layout in a few minutes. We're going to reorder the team a little bit once I get to the town and trade this Temtem away and see how good or bad the new one that I'm about to get is. Oh, after like an hour and I'm effing after an hour and a effing we back to Temtem. Was it? I don't think it was that long, Xavier. I think it was just a random talk about random stuff that probably did go on about a half an hour or so. But that's all my streams. I'm sure you know that, Xavier. Every stream I do that. It's hard for me to just stick to only the game. Sometimes, you know, I'll take a little break and discuss some topic that's outside the game. Let's see. You know, that's a real shame. I was afraid this might happen. So if you have a quest... Wait. I don't think it was a quest, was it? Yeah, I don't think it was a quest. Never mind. So that's good. That's good. It was... Yep, here it is. I remembered. All this work. Will it be worth it? By the way, these little dudes look awesome. How they like use whatever that is, their hair or their whatever the heck that is behind them, as like a cape to do that whole Darkwing Duck thing. Well, you know, Darkwing Duck didn't invent it. That's been like a trope type of position for lots of the night justice people for quite a long time. They're lovely. They suck. Trade one for a Kuma. They're lovely. Glad you enjoy them. I suggest I take the outsider, and I'd appreciate them. So they're so commonplace here. Hey, friend. Trade one for an Akama. Oh, a trade? Would you really? Do you have an Akama? One of my Taifu for your Akama. That would be awesome. Here we go. After all this time. You got a new Temtem. Taifu. I just realized I can't hear. I put on my headset to hear, so I can hear a bit better, and I just realized that I don't actually have the sound through the headset still. There we go. And I just realized that about 3 hours ago, someone said the game's volume was too low. And I forgot to fix it. You got a new Temtem, Taifu. Yay. What? Okay, that was a lot of work for really not that great a big a deal stat wise. The other one that I traded for was absurdly good, and when we looked it up just to make sure, it was guaranteed to have those stats. So I figured this one took an absurd amount more work to get, that I would end up with an even better one, and instead it's a lot worse. Unless it has something rare or something. Like maybe this is Toxic Farewell isn't a normal thing. When knocked out, the attacker gets poisoned for 2 turns. Okay. Rename. I wish you could rename later. I don't know what I would want to name this thing. Can't I... Isn't it Toxie? I don't know how they spelled Toxie, though. No people say Toxie for short. Oh, wait, I gotta use the keyboard. What am I thinking? I'm trying to see what people said for short. I think it was Toxie. But I think it was with an I. I don't see the spelling. Let's do it with a Y. Oh wait, Toxie. Why? It's the exact same amount of letters. It's Toxie. That's how they spelled it. Come on, man. Toxie was the nickname, and it's spelled the same way. I guess I have to take liberties with it, right? Alright, well. Oh, I thought I could get the R in there. Like, I was just going for GR. I wish I could put capitals in the middle of a word. They can do it with their names. I've seen it with their names. It's worth checking. It was patched recently. Maybe they'll allow it now. Come on, man. Needs more spaces so we can call it not worth the effort. I don't know. Maybe this is a really rare cool ability. I don't know. I have to look at the thing after I get it. See, if I had as much space as I could, I would just call him the Toxie Revenger instead. That way it was like different at the same time. But I think this is what I'm going to have to go with. Tox Avenger. That works. Some people will get the reference. If I ever use it. I put a lot of thought into this and I'm not even sure I'm going to use it. Wait a second. Uppercase letters can only be used at the beginning of the word. Yeah, well, that's how it is. Tox Avenger. What's going on? Why won't it let me name it that? Back out. Tox Avenger. Character names must between 3 and 10 characters. Is that above 10 characters long? Like, they'd only let you do 10 characters, I thought. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't understand. Why can't I do this? You could have just gotten a baby from the Kick Dojo as one link, one eternity. Xavier, you don't know if that's true. You don't know that. We haven't even looked at the damn thing's abilities versus the other stuff. Just fucking wait until we get the fucking thing named. It just won't let me name it. I don't understand why not. Like, is it not even letting me put... No. What the fuck is going on? What the fuck? I can't name it anything? Okay. Okay, the game is broken. That's what's going on. Good to know. The game broke. That's what's going on. Yeah, see, that would work. Alright, so I can't name it anything. Because the game crashed during the naming process. And in their infinite wisdom, they don't let you rename Temtem once you've received them. You only get to rename them when you first fucking get them. That needs to be fucking fixed. Especially since you can still fucking crash while fucking naming them. There is no reason for that. Like, they're about to receive some very angry worded shit from me after I'm finished streaming today. I accidentally shut down my fucking camera too instead of the game. So give me a second while I put this back on. That shit needs to be fixed. You need to be able to rename your Temtem at any point in time, whenever you want, no matter where you are. There's no fucking reason to not allow you to do that. None. Zero, zilch, nada, period. No reason for it. Instead of going the correct way from Pokemon, which is what they did with most of their game's mechanics, they went away from the annoying aspects of that mechanic in Pokemon into the correct direction, the direction that isn't there just to be fucking annoying for no fucking pointless reason. When it comes to naming, they went in the exact opposite direction. As far as I can tell, it's the only mechanic that they did that with, where they're like, oh, yeah, we're going to actually go, like, we're going to actually change this from the way it works in Pokemon, and we're going to make it even worse. I have no fucking clue what motivated them to do that, because from what I was told from people who were playing it before the game fully released, they said that you could rename your Temtem anywhere whenever you wanted by clicking on the name in the menu. Why the fuck would they remove that and replace that with the current system? I have no clue. And it's a very trash system at that. I'd rather have no ability to rename them, period, than the system we currently have. Because then I don't have to be like, well, thanks, you fucking robbed me from naming it again. Like, I go through a ridiculous amount of fucking effort to get this thing and name it. And then, nothing. I can't get another one. If it is unique in some way, I can't get another one because that's not how any kind of Pokemon style game works. You're not allowed to have multiple accounts unless you have multiple copies of the game, which is dumb as fuck. Let's see what the fuck it has. Oh, look, it's named Taifu. What a fucking surprise. Probably because it fucking crashed. It's so fucking stupid. Why is it damaged? They gave me a damaged Taifu? Something seems really glitched out in this. Its TVs are already there, too, in a weird way. Okay, hold on. I'm looking this up. Something doesn't feel right. His owner beat it? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I really don't understand this. As far as I can tell, it is completely normal in every way with below average stats. Wait, I still haven't checked the ability though. I forgot to check that. Where the hell is that at? Where the hell is it? Why am I not finding it? Alright, Toxic Farewell. Yeah, that's one of them. Right. Maybe one of its stats are higher than they normally would be. Stamina, special attack, and defense tend to be its highest stats after, of course, HP. Stamina, special attack, and defense. Okay. And stamina, attack, special attack, and defense. Okay. Alright, so it does have some... there's an oddity here. No, there's not. It's because there's fucking only 15 EV here, and it's a special attack focused Temtem, but it only has 15 EV here, and it only has 17 TV, where this has 67 and 47, and that's why it ends up being at a higher number here. Special defense is also one of its highest stats, and stamina. Yeah, it seems generic to me. It doesn't seem like it's interesting in any fucking way. It seems completely generic Temtem. Why? Alright, I'm looking up this quest specifically because it's damaged already. Like, I want to see if this quest is bugged or something. I couldn't name it and it was already damaged. That doesn't make sense to me. Nope, the wiki didn't mention anything. I'm looking at the. I believe the quest was called Taifu Lover. Akuma Lover, sorry. Yukuma Lover. Well, someone says there is a bug with it. Yeah, this actually the game didn't happen to crash when trying to rename it. One of the bugs that exists with this quest, so this is just an in development problem, is that you can't rename it, and if you try to rename it, you get stuck on the screen. Alright. But what about it being almost dead and it having a tiny bit of experience? Did I trade him? Did the Temtem I trade him, was that almost dead? Did he give me a Temtem with the same stats of that I gave him, maybe? Like it says I had 144 defense. You know what? Hold on. Okay. Temtem list. I gotta find the name of the Temtem that I was fighting the most. There were two Temtem that I fought more than everything else. One of them I fought a whole bunch of, and the other I fought a lot of, but not a whole bunch. Notice how there's two stats in the TVs that are much higher. So I need to find some of the early Temtem. It was the octopus. What's the octopus called? This doesn't have pictures. I'm trying to find out the one that's an octopus. What it's called. But I'm seeing the names, but I'm not seeing pictures associated with the names when I typed in Temtem list. Come on, man. Here we go. I found one. Come on, come on. Where are you? Where are you? Octopus. Octopus. Okay, I'm looking for Kalaz. Ooh. It increases defense. Defense 1. I killed an absurd amount of Kalazu with that thing having shared XP. The second thing I killed was the electric one, and the electric one does give attack. I remember that now, and that was the one I killed the second amount. So what's happened, I think, is that I actually got my SVs and my TVs from my other Temtem that I traded them back with this one. The reason it has a little bit of experience and it's already damaged is because it just turned my previous Temtem into this Temtem.
keep that in mind. If for some reason you want to get a Taifu in this way, I'm pretty sure that whatever you trade him with the SVs will turn into a Taifu with the SVs and the TVs. Weird. Yeah, it's an exact copy. It's just a Taifu now with Taifu abilities instead of the other one. He has the exact same experience, I bet you, as far as this bar here. He had the same percentage of health. The 144 defense, that's not a coincidence. That's because I fought an absurd amount of those octopuses trying to get some of the those water deer thingies. And then after that, I went into the rooftop to try to get some more of those birds, and I fought a whole bunch of the 67 apparently of the electric Temtem that give you one attack when you kill them. So if you go here to the Tempedia, I don't know why I was searching on the internet. I forgot the Tempedia has what I need when it comes to those two things. See, +1 defense, TV yield, and this will be +1 attack. See? Yeah, sorry for still being on YouTube, Tito. It's a long YouTube day. I'm just going to stay on YouTube for the rest of the day. This will be an actual YouTube stream for this day. And I just need to remember to not do it and not forgetting and not getting distracted and actually switching off to Twitch. We'll just leave it the way it is for today. I'm not going to switch for only a few hours. Yeah, there's still 4 Taifu there, so they didn't bother to do that. I think what they literally did was just somehow in the code. So you can do this in the original Pokemon's code, so I imagine it's might be similar for this game too. In the original Pokemon game, the Pokemon that you have, it was represented by, and I only know this because of a new bug that was developed. I don't know when it was developed, but it's relatively new because it was nowhere near. It wasn't out when I was young. A way to actually catch Mew in in the original games. Like there's actually truly a way to catch them. But what it involves is you doing a few specific bugs that make it so that the line of code that your Pokemon ends up changing. So you can actually do this not to other Pokemon too. Like you won't end up with just Mew. You can end up messing around and doing weird bugs. Because what'll happen is you kind of you bug yourself in a way to where you're not truly on the screen. And then you get an encounter with a trainer, and then it stores part of that code for the trainer that you were about to fight. And then you can walk away from the fight. You don't get stuck in it because of the fight that you did. And then you do another thing, and then you initiate another thing. And what ends up happening is it saves that code. And so it's like, and I don't know how much code it is in this game, but in the original game, it was I think it was like 10 characters. Like, you know, like I'm just going to make up some shit like 091 F672 kind of thing. Like just numbers and letters like that. And then if you changed like the last couple of numbers or letters, whatever it was, then it would change whatever Pokemon you had. The other numbers determined like stats and stuff like that, but the last numbers determined which Temtem you were on, or last characters would be better to say. And not Temtem, but Pokemon you had. And there was a trick to making it so that you scramble those numbers and you could kind of control which ones you wanted so that you could actually change it to the Mew numbers so that you would have Mew. So what you do is you end up changing a Pokemon that's not Mew into Mew by changing just a couple characters in a line of code. I imagine that this game might be the same way. Like all the Temtem might have like a line of code, and then there's just somewhere in that line of code there's a couple of characters that represent all the Temtem,
and you just change that character into another character, and suddenly it's a different Temtem. But yet I still have the same SVs, the same TVs, and I wasn't able to rename the Temtem because I'm not allowed to rename Temtem that I already own. That's why it crashed and wouldn't let me rename it, because I already own the Temtem. It's the same exact Temtem. It just changed a couple of lines of code, and now it's a different Temtem with all the skills involved with that Temtem and whatnot that it would have at its level. Why am I going all the way over here? I don't need to be over here. So, for anyone who wants to do that quest, my advice is to not do it. Come back later on in the game when it's much easier to level up Temtem, or maybe you can catch it like already evolved or something later on in the game, and trade it that way if you're a bit of a completionist. But do not, at this point in the game, try to level one up and trade it, because it is an absurd amount of fucking work for no reward. None. I could have just instead leveled up one of the things I already caught, and it would eventually have evolved into this thing. So it was just a massive fucking waste of time. Amazing. Thank you so much. Taifu love to play and run around. They don't have legs. Oh, wait. She's talking about the one she has there. These things. So give them plenty of space. And they like cuddles too. Well, that's cute. But remember to keep them cookies locked away. Otherwise, they gorge themselves until they're too fat to move. We got freaking Snorlaxes here. These are skinny Snorlaxes, apparently. Oh, look at that. You're such a cutie, Akuma. I'm going to take very good care of you. I take you to the pond. It will be fun. Always keep it moist. Don't leave him unattended in open water. Feed him seaweed twice a day. I wonder if this affects something. I am definitely looking this up, because if there's a chance that this affects something, I want it, because I feel like I wasted a lot of time, and it'd be nice if I could get something unique. Alright, here's a Reddit post. Nope. Oh, that's weird. Here, look at this. Originally, 4 days ago, it was bugged even worse. And I guess it changed. It didn't change the code. Created one of their Temtem, and it had the wrong moves. Like, they traded it, and the Taifu didn't have the correct. They didn't have Taifu moves on it. Okay. I don't see. Okay. Always keep them moist. I don't see anything about this other than a couple people saying it's bugged. Trade. Temtem. I have to put Temtem in it, or else it doesn't know what I'm talking about when it comes to this name. It thinks I'm trying to say something besides a comma. don't see anything. Oh well. Okay, so here's what I'll do. What I'll do instead is I'll search Akama, Temtem, and read its text and see if something about it would give me an idea what I should say. Akama, I know they're fast. Can we not have an autoplay ad, please? Thank you. Akama are known in Turquesa as sea sickles, and one of the fastest waterborne Temtem. They easily outrun the sleekest boat, even when slipping against Lario's current. So tamers have to use charm to guile to approach them. That's what I thought I had remembered. So what I need to do then is go to the original form and see if there's any hint there. Amushi. I'm not falling for it. Thank you. Amushi resembles a sea slug. Its eyes are white with dark green irises and purple and pupils of the mouth. Pupils and in its mouth is triangle and light blue. Its head and upper tail are turquoise wire. Okay, this is the wiki. This isn't the flavor text. Okay, that's just why the wiki described it in an unnecessary amount of detail. There's a picture. Just we see it. The Mishi feature in the many Denizen tales, usually saving drowned sailors and helping them get to shore. These so-called sea angels are dependable friends and riverine fellowship. Recommended everyone keep a member at least one. Remember to keep at least one in their squad. Looks to be no trivia. Wait, here we go. Trivia. First seen in iNinja Heroes Twitch stream. Okay. Amishia's name is derived from Umi, sea in Japanese, and Tenchi, angel, so it's a sea angel. The name Amishi was suggested by Ava Baharoko, number 4286 of the Tem Discord, in the Temtem naming suggestion poll from September 2018. Overall design seems to be based off of salamander larva. This would make them one of several known Temtems to be based off of salamanders. Do salamanders have to remain wet? I don't think they do they? And let's go back to its evolved form and take a look at the trivia. Umi in Japan means seas, and then kama means sickles, so sea sickles. Kama, a naming poll. During the alpha test, a kama was known for a bug in the first phase that hard-locked tamers in battle sequences with it. This bug was fixed after a bit of difficulty. And that's all the trivia. So yeah, there's no information on what they whether any of these things that are most likely just flavor text are actually important. Let's see. Now that I'm looking back at chat now. I was reading all that and so I wasn't seeing chat every bit of chat. So let me catch up for a second here, guys. Blame Capcom. That's right where I was. For them, he just gave you no. We I did read that part. So good Okuma equals a good Taifu. Yes, I read that. There's still 4 Taifu there, but cute. This is where I left off. Cool. So, what's this I hear about a queue? I don't understand. Is there a queue right now, Hamstreak? I don't know. I'm not in a queue, but I'm already in the game, so. Oh yeah, when the game first came out, we were basically the internet connection, wait to play the game. Moist. Frank wants moist. Alright, I don't think that's probably the answer, but I'll go with moist for Frank. I was thinking the feeding him was more important, because we keep them out of water for long periods of time and they don't seem to care. But we'll go with moist. Thanks, I'll remember that. We share breath, my denizen friend. Have good fun in our islands. Always keep them moist. These poor unfortunate fools. Don't get duped like I did. Don't get duped. Don't waste your life. I could have beaten Temtem in the amount of time it took me to fucking do all that. For nothing. For absolutely nothing. That is a big oversight that needs to be overhauled. Like that whole thing needs to be changed. I mean, a minimum of 4 max EVs with everything else being over 30, and I'd still be like, I don't know if it was worth it. Maybe perfect EVs. A perfect EVs. Or a unique ability or something like that. That's rough, dude. That was very rough. Alright, so we have a new Temtem that I wanted to play around with here. I think it was you. I finally got one of you that weren't that bad. So let's put you in there. Level 12. That's not good for you. We'll have to get you some experience share. What's your favorite Tim is Valair? Which one is that? I don't remember. What does it look like? Have I seen that one yet? Can I was hoping I could change this list to be alphabetical order. No, I don't have a Valair. Okay. Is this good enough for my team for now? What else do I have? I'm good on water Temtem. There's just too many. Like, this is the first Temtem, and I've only had 2 Temtem traded for me from NPCs. This is the first one that was traded to me, and I hope you'll understand why I went through so much effort to get that one. And I didn't even have to give this one a Temtem. I got this one for doing a super easy quest, basically. And the guy was like, you want some money? Here you go. And I was like, no, keep your money. And he's like, oh, we'll take this instead. And he gave me this. This is the best stats on any Temtem I've ever gotten. I got 3 perfects, 3 greens. 2 of the greens are very high up there. The other one's pretty high. And then the only stat that is in the medium range is in the very high part of the medium range. And he has a damn trolly ass funny smile. So yeah. Oh, that sucks, Xavier. Alright, we're going to release some Temtem. I remember what I wanted to do. But first, I want to get credit for all the ones I've already released, and then see how much value there is in releasing a much stronger, rarer Temtem. Because I've got a surplus of Temtem that are really terrible that I don't ever even plan on breeding. When trying to find like even just one okay one. I caught a few that don't even have a few okay stats, where it's like every stat is terrible. So I want to see what they're worth individually. Alright. Wait. Was it in the other town? Ah. Oh, wait, there it is. Never mind. It wasn't in the other town. It was just outside this town. We have to go north. I remember now. Oopsies. Was it here? Yes. I did 36 Temtem since the last time. Freed, I mean. Oh, what do I get there? Was it 1,090 or something? I clicked off of it too fast. I was just trying to click the text to go expand instantly. 250 to receive 2 engineering DNA strands. 54 so far this week. Okay. Does it say how much time is left in the week? Is this like a real life week? Real life week? And when is the weekend? I'd like to know that. So, oh yes, now it's time to release. Wait. Do they have a Temtem bank in here? Oh, come on. There should be a Temtem bank in here. There's one across the area, though, so it's not that big a deal. Alright, so we're going to get rid of one of these Osiras, which is one of the rarest Temtem that I was able to catch in the game so far. And we're going to get rid of one of the worst ones. Here we go. We have a volunteer. Look at these fucking stats, dude. Jesus Christ. You gonna be like this video game? Alright, so release it. Alright, let's take a look and see what we get now. This is a single Temtem, but it's exceptionally difficult to catch Temtem based on the amount of time it takes just for one to show up. Alright. $166 from a single one, not worth it. Like if you're trying to like farm money in this way, which I'm not trying to farm money by the way, but if you're trying to farm money in this way, then just catching every Temtem you come across and releasing them is way more efficient than catching a really rare one and releasing it. Next, I want to release a Temtem that I trained that I don't want. Yes, this is one of them. So I trained up a few Temtem to, as you can see, 20, 19, 20, 22, 22. I didn't, when I was leveling up the dude who I already traded away, I didn't want to over level my Temtem, because what I had actually did was I did over level one of them, and I was like, okay, I need to stop leveling up, and it was this one. Notice how he's 28, and I was like, okay, that's just too high. I need to stop leveling up. And so what I did was I went and captured some extra Nestlas, and then I just equipped 2 of them in my lead, put a
XP share on the other one, and then just went around in the water where I could catch Oshieras and just would end the squids in like one turn because of the AoE lightning attack being very powerful. So I do the AoE lightning attack with both of them, and then it would kill the squid. Even if there were 2 squids, it would kill them, or octopus, or whatever the hell they are. And then or face hugger, I don't really know. And then after that, it would give XP to, you know, those 2 and that. And I was thinking the whole time I was doing it that, hey, this will also be interesting to see how much levels affect the amount of money you get. So, pretty mediocre stats here. So we have a Nesla at level 22. And we're going to release it. And now how much do we get? I captured that at about level 16 and got it to level 22 while trying to level the other Temtem. $94. So leveling up the Temtem is also not worth it because that's actually a semi-rare Temtem. So 94 for a semi-rare Temtem that took on average 2 to 3 cards to capture them. I never capture them with 1 card anymore. The latest patch decreased the catch rate. I didn't see anything that said it decreased the catch rate. It's just I catch at a much lower rate since the latest patch. I'm talking about they'll have 1 hit point and I'll sometimes miss 2 or 3 times in a row. So, yeah. So leveling them up isn't worth it, and finding really rare ones isn't worth it. Just capture and release as fast as possible, and that's how you get it. Now that could, who knows? There could be an exception. There should be some sort of high point, like at 100, maybe they get like 100 times the value all of a sudden, or maybe a Luma's worth like 10,000 more, or 6,000 more than it would times more because it's 6,000 times more rare, right? Who knows? I seriously doubt anyone's ever going to release their Luma to see how much they make from it. This game gets a big fat 0 out of 10. Yeah, I don't want to do that at this exact moment because I also would need to purchase the DNA things, Xavier, and I definitely don't have enough money for that. And Spanky can evolve too, by the way. So this one's stats are a little bit better than I kind of don't want to trade this one away, but I'm gonna go ahead and trade this one away. And just for science purposes, right? That one wasn't terrible, but it was level 14, which is the last one I traded was 22 with better stuff. And I leveled that up personally, which means that its TVs were higher because it actually had gotten kills. And how much difference? 10 extra suns. I got 10 extra suns for personally leveling it up. An extra 10 levels almost. Do not waste your time with that. Just release. Catch and release. Do not train. If you're for some reason trying to get suns from this way and efficiently, capture them as efficiently as you can capture them. Be indiscriminate about your catching and then just release.
Someone's breeding a slug with something? Oh, gross. Oh, wait, another slug. Okay. Oh, my God. Not the baby slug. I saw hearts above their head. Not the baby slug. He looks so happy, too. What a disgusting, foul creature. You leave that baby slug alone. All right. Whoa, 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 what's going on? Why am I over here? I'm trying to release anything that doesn't have a perfect stat. When it comes to fomas, because I have so many fomas with a perfect stat, that I could probably breed a perfect foma if I wanted. Like, I'm not releasing that one. I don't care. It's just too many good stats. We'll keep him too, because he's one of the ones I named. Even though I never played with any of them but the one you saw originally. All right. Ah, I don't know what I just did, but I don't want it. One of these was bugged. I'll keep whichever one. I think it was this one that was bugged out, but I'll keep them both just in case. Be interesting to keep one that's bugged out, and you know, as an oddity. No. Okay. Just clearing my inventory of things I don't want. Alright, that's good enough for now. Sorry about that, guys. Oh! What the fuck is that? Look how pretty it is. And it's like a Luma, I think, as shiny as it is. Pretty sure it's a Luma. Alright, we have to show off Luma. Ha 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 ha. Suck it, jerk. I also have Luma. Maybe not as pretty as that one, though. Look how crazy that thing looks. That's like a girl Foma, maybe. That's what it looks like to me, right? Like a... Oh my god, it's a rabbit! Look at it, the way it looks around. It's a little freaking Vepr. Oh my god. Holy Jesus. Alright. Alright. Back on track. Back on track. Back on track. This way. Wait. Squad. Oh my god. Oh, I have my decoy right here. Oh my god. And my coward's cloak right there. I didn't actually check the Temtem to see if I had items on them. I totally forgot to see if they had gear. Oof. That could have been painful. All right. Now, unfortunately, we actually got to change you for someone else. Maybe you. Because you are weak to water. I mean, to plants. And every damn thing we fight in this area is plant-based. So I'm just going to get you out of the team at the beginning. Trade you in if I need you. So we get past all these plants. Now, some of the trainer Temtems are weak to stuff. Pretty cool, man. Alright. I don't remember what was in these two houses anymore. It's been too long. Okay, that was right. We helped someone with their homework. And he's making fruit, and she's like, Jesus Christ, would you please make something, anything other than fruit? Well, if you want it, I guess you're going to have to make it yourself. This guy says that he needs to get dressed to leave the house, which means that Temtem trainers who are walking around with, like, no clothes on actually aren't decent, because otherwise he would be decent enough to walk around, right? And I believe we checked here too. And we checked the clothing for sure. Okay, top done. Back to the bottom again. The door on the right we did already. The door on the left had the trading thingy, but I'm still... Yes, this is where some other players were coming in here, and I would like peek out, and I lured them in there. And then when they go in, I do this. And I had people going back there. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Ah, Johnny Crab wants to be friends. He's like, wait, hold up. Hold up. He went back in there immediately. Yo. That dude. Oh my God. The friend request was almost as good as me me coming up with that in the first place. Like, that's just crazy. He's like, oh shit. Alright, I gotta send this person a friend request. This girl wanna go behind fridges and kiss. Hell yeah. That's ridiculous, dude. Oh my gosh. I gotta do that more. Other places. Okay. That's good. That's good, man. I think I've seen you, Doria. You at the terminal? You're part of Ardaria Torre crew. Torre crew, aren't you? That's right. No, just a passenger. That figures. She's very particular about who she hires. In any case, we are all stranded here, aren't we? A rare opportunity to go for a long walk. I've sailed to Omninesia Islands, Omninesia thousands of times. I was trying to say islands for some reason. I was like, islands of times? What the hell does that mean? That word, there's, I guess, ANDS is the closest way that, well, never mind. Yeah, the S too. Interesting. Maybe that's why my brain said islands, even though there's a THOU in the beginning of it. I swear to God, I think I have a reading disability. Of times, thousands of times, and not once did I get out of Nanga. Can you believe that? My brain really saw islands. How? I think it might have been the end of the word. I just don't get it. But how could I ignore the THOU at the beginning? Whatever. Man, don't know what to do about my sister binge watcher. She spends all day glued to the TV screen. Take her Temtem taming. Go for a trip together. Get her a video game. Go for a trip together? Yeah, we were planning to go on an airship cruise all around the archipelago, but our flight got canceled because of the eruption. We sit there all day watching dumb shows when you could be outdoors enjoying the pan sun and the fresh air. Yeah. There's lots of things that you can do. I'm like checking see if I can get behind the fridge. Like, no freaking behind the fridge, you savage. I'm trying to watch this. Good show. Mind if I search your house? No, sure, knock yourself out. These days, loads of tamers seem to be coming into my house just to take a look around. It seems... Still trying to watch this. Dude. Got to tear his house apart. Oh, trash can. There better be something there. Oh, come on. There has to be something in this house because he's like making a deal about it. You can't break the fourth wall and not reward me for looking around like they said. That sucks. Oh well. It was still funny. I really do like how they like acknowledge the fact that we're in an MMORPG where the people are like, what the fuck, man? Why are you in my house? Why are all of you in my house? Why are so many people in my house? Cecilia. Yeah. Wait, did I talk to this? The old rock cone is still smoking. So I have my crew on leave shore. Okay, yeah, I didn't talk to her a second time. Okay. Can I get behind the building? No. That guy just won't shut up about nose flutes. And I haven't heard one of those in ages. Musicologist. We share breath out, Islander. I was asking this kindly man about drums. You wouldn't happen to have any Denizian instruments with you? Why do you seek instruments? I'm a scholar of music, you see. I've been working for a while on a research project, and I'm writing a paper on music of the Mire Isles. We have a long tradition of wind and percussion instruments. Flutes are still a thing here in the cities, but there's a particular kind of drum from Ulterior Omninesia that almost is lost now. I'm curious to compare it to the Denizian music, since you seem to be from there. There must be some cultural link. So you think they're related? Interesting. No, so you think they're related? I don't have proof yet, but it would stand for two reasons. Omninesia and Deniz have a long history of collaboration. What do you think built your gifted? Who do you think built your gifted bridges? Many Omnisian families came from Deniz a long time ago and mixed with the local population, as well as some Chimpanki later on. I wouldn't be surprised if you had some sort of flute that developed from the traditional Makapuni nose flutes. I have to build a stronger case for it, but it's fascinating. I'll try to remember. If I find a flute to come back here, I'll do my best to remember that. All right, we're almost done here. Let's walk this line just in case. No, nothing there. Oh. I can't believe this, clumsy villager. I have misplaced my elevator key again. That's what that place is to the left. I thought it was. Now I have to ask Rory for another copy of the elevator key. He's going to bite off my head. And now I'll have... Okay, good. South first. Ah, this is my favorite thing every morning. Brew a mug of coffee, go outside, and feel the cool caress of the foliage on my ankles. Bliss. If only you'd let me have some coffee, game. The coffee's a lie, and we all know it. At this point now, I don't think anyone believes you. There's no coffee in this game. Just lies and misery. How could you take my coffee from me? Bet you if I go back there right now, she'll still tell me in just a minute that there'll be some coffee ready for me. Just a minute. Carolina. What are you doing in here? Get out of my house. I said get out, you pervert. Oh, she doesn't have clothes on. Okay. We're going to go over there, check the elevator that's not going to be working. Yep, there's the lift. Remember to use your key. Yo, what the... Hello, friend. Where are you heading? Just going for a walk. Isn't that the cableway? Look, I have a Timonet. Look, I have a Times's value. ... Because the first time you had to do a thing, I think they wanted you to have a Timessen's vial, remember? And so now you can reference that from way back then. For the love of God, Tem Tem Team, why do you break the video game fourth wall? Oh, okay. Okay. What you need is a key, as a matter of fact, to operate the cableway, But we're not giving out those anymore due to circumstances. What circumstances? The eruption, the rude strangers from the expedition, keys getting stolen. So now access to the cableway and the rest of the Omninesia is restricted. We're going to get one. If you're asking who has one, everyone that needs to. If you're asking where can you get one, you can't. Like I said, we're not giving out any more keys. Understood. Very well. Also, the cableway. Oh, I thought she was gonna Tell me more. I'm gonna go through the same spiel. Okay. And now to the gym. The gym, Tem Tem gym. If I have to battle, we'll have to train just a tiny bit. I'm just taking a break from the dojo, fellow tamer. It gets very hot in there, and with everyone pulling their... If we have to battle Fire Tem Tem first, I'm going to switch out my team, and actually I don't have to train at all. Pulling their Fire Tem Tem out at the same time. Rory would drop the moving platform gimmick. It's flashy and all that, but it's just super dizzy. All right, let's switch out our team. Actually, I guess for some reason I forgot that the leaf lady was somewhere else, and we have to do the fire. So yeah, team switch, baby. So I don't think. Okay. Dr. Xavier said, so you can show Frank I kick ass. Nah, I miss it. Found a build, long block. Never have that many race engines. Until they fall your car. I'm no longer an interest. Okay. I should have leveled him up a bit, but like I said, I thought I was done with Water Temtem for now. Well, at least a lot of Water Temtem. Alright, let's see. Actually, I don't have as many Water Temtem as I thought I had. I could have swore I did. I mean, there's him. Like, I don't want them to be pure water. I'd love to have one of these, but they're just so, ugh. Like, I'm not interested in those. Any of the ones that I get. They're just not good. Yeah. Ugh. Did I never capture another one that was good? Apparently not. Okay. Oh wait, this was a water one. I remember now. Water and martial arts with very mediocre stats. I should have been trying to catch another one of those when I was encountering them. Alright, so final slot. What do I want here? I guess I could try this guy a little bit again. For now, I can throw him in the party, and I'm going to be like leveling up lots of stuff anyways. I'm not going to go high though. The moment it starts to slow down, I'm going to the moment it starts to slow down the experience, I'm going to stop. So I'm actually going to be kind of underleveled for this gym, but hopefully my typing, the fact that I have 3 water-based Temtem, and then none of them that are weak to fire, but you know, they're going to have stuff other than just fire. So, but hopefully that will make up for it, and then at the same time we might actually get lucky and get a water Temtem that I want, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to level up really fast the way I did before. For the first like 20 levels or so, I can get those levels really fast, but as soon as you hit around level 20, it just slows to a fucking crawl. And that's probably because I just need to get into an area that has way more powerful Temtem or something. Which unfortunately isn't possible for me at the moment. So here's what we'll do. We're heading to the cave. And to the place with the water ones. And we'll start by catching 2 of those electric ones that I like for doing what I do. Just in case. I'll put them in my team, just in case. And if it ends up being that it's a bit difficult to get the kills early on with it, then I'll switch out for one of the water ones. That way I'm leveling 2 of them at once. And then when one water one gets weak, I'll just switch out to the other one, and I'll be able to stay there for a fairly long time. Fire Gem only has 1 grass type to cover the water weaknesses. That's cool. Yeah, I don't need to know that kind of stuff though in the future, Xavier. I don't need to know like everything that the gym will have, or even any kind of like secret like tricks or something they're gonna pull kind of with the thing. I'll just figure it out through going in there, because that's part of it, right? Like if I knew exactly the list of Temtem that they had, that I could just build the perfect counter team that would make it completely and totally trivial and then not really fun at all. It's one of the reasons why I avoided, like, you notice that I had that electric. Oh, I went in the wrong direction. That's right, because I wanted to get a few of those electric things. You notice that I had that electric Dratini thingy, and I didn't equip it to the team, even though I could have put some water moves on it. The reason for that was because I unintentionally leveled it up too high when trying to level up that other Temtem. So I'm going to keep it in the box for a little while longer until I get it back, until I start to fight Temtem around that level from trainers. I mean, I have fought Temtem higher level than that, but normally when they're higher level than the one that I had, they tend to only have 1 Temtem. Like, we fought one that was like 34 at one point, but it was his only Temtem. So what I'm doing here is I'm coming over here. Yeah, the game does have surfing. That's how you travel across the water. I'm going to come over here, and I'm going to catch 2 of the electric Temtem that have the ability to heal themselves from electricity specifically. Their stats are meaningless to me because they're just going to get released after I'm finished with them. But this will allow me to not power level any of my other ones. I'm comfortable with the level of my Temtem currently in the lead of my party. I think they're probably a little under leveled, but I should be able to muddle through it, hopefully. We'll see. I've come really close to losing in some of these trainer battles, especially in the gym from last time. So, might be a bad idea not to level them up further than they already are. We shall see. Here we go. Come on. Hopefully he has the ability I'm looking for. So, I'm just going to go ahead and
kick. And I'm going to swap you out for a lightning-based Temtem. I'm going to swap you out for... wait, this thing's 4 times lightning damage, doesn't it? I think. For... absolutely everything's weak to lightning. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, another kick. And... I was thinking about using something to see if it can heal, but rather than doing that, risking that, I'm just going to attack it. Oh, it can heal. It just healed itself with its lightning thing. This is one I want. Good. Alright, so kick. And Temtem card. Don't kill yourself, please. He's going to be really close to dead from this, but I don't think he's going to die. Oh, he died. Fuck. Come on, man. Don't waste my time. I shouldn't have done the kick. I hate that. Because that would have been perfect. I don't care what his stats were. They could have been 1 across the board, and it would have still been good. The only thing I need from him is to... I just need him to have the lightning absorb ability. So, unfortunately, back to the drawing board. I mean, back to the beginning of the search. Shit. He probably just, like, barely fucking killed himself. Because that move doesn't use up as much stamina as it looked like it used with his health. I feel like he just, like... He like did either like the exact amount of hit points that he had left or just like a couple over. Come on. Bang, bang. Bam, bam, bam. I hope I don't fight 2 of them. That would be kind of troublesome. Because all my Temtem are basically water Temtem. And, well, all my Temtem are weak to lightning. That's the best way of saying it. Except for 1. And so, having a double Nessa would be kind of bad. Which I have fought a few double Nessas before. Oh, come on, man. You get a little too much. Just a little too much. Because I think Nessa has like about a 10% chance of spawning, it seems like, based on the encounter rate. But sometimes it does take a bit longer. But then other times I might fight like 3 in a row. But that's like a lot more uncommon. That's good. I'm fine with that as long as I'm hunting. No, come on, man. You're killing me with the mess. It's time to get a Nestla. See, it really sucks I didn't catch that because now I'm like really focused on the fact that I'm behind rather than where I should be. There we go. And so like if this one doesn't have absorb lightning, then I'm still just in the same position. Like, come on, man. Come on. Alright, we need this thing dead. We don't need additional damage on top of Nestla. I'm just going to let Nestla do damage to himself. Like, see that? See how much stamina Chain took from him? That's how much stamina Chain took from him. and like the other one is a lot less stamina intensive. So yeah, it's a real shame that it actually did kill him. He didn't heal himself. Oh, he did heal himself. Perfect. Awesome. Awesome. Tem card. Tem card. Tem card. He has the ability I need. All I need to do is catch him. It's much harder to catch Temtem than it was last time I streamed this, by the way. There was an update last night, and they decreased catch rates. I don't know if it was announced or not, but I know for sure they decreased them, because I stopped when I had updated. Next thing you know, there's some Temtem that sometimes I'll get a Temtem down to like 1 hit point, and I'm throwing out tons of cards, where that kind of thing was very uncommon. On average, it tends to take at least 2 cards for me to catch something now, even if I let it get into red. Alright, so Tim deck, please. We just need one more. Damn it, Vepper, show some pride and get beat up by people who make money, who make good money at least. Remember me and the Circle K clerk beating me up a few months back? Good one as well. Circle K clerk whooped your butt. I only know the first 3 gems. Wait 1 second. Let me select run. I only know the first 3 gems. I'm not like the Pokemon handbook. Don't know every Temtem they have. You'll get there. I can tell you're real passionate about Pokemon games, and because of like the charm of this game, I can tell you're gonna end up being the same way with this one, especially once it releases on a platform you're able to play it on. Look, he has my Temtem. How dare he? Yeah, he better run. I'll get my Temtem. Okay. He hurt himself. Oh well. I'm still gonna try to capture him, but just in case he has amazing stats, because he's not that common of a Temtem, so it's kind of, a little annoying to grab him. I'm just gonna kick him once, let him headbutt him, and then next turn I'll throw out a couple Tem cards. Yeah, see how much stamina it used? Just barely went over its actual health pool / stamina pool with that other one. What was that sound? That's weird. Oh yeah, Tem cards. I'm not using kick again to lower its life again, because if it uses one of its expensive moves, it'll die. If I don't catch it here and it uses one of its expensive moves, it'll die. But I can't kick it and then catch it. Catching takes priority. Yep. It still died. That's absurd. It seems like it takes more health damage than normal. It seems to me that it takes more health damage than normal whenever something. More health damage than normal when it uses up all its stamina. Because it doesn't seem to be taking like the same stamina back. It doesn't seem to be using up the amount of health that the remaining stamina would represent, right? So like, if it costs like 20 stamina to use a move, but he only has 10 stamina, but he has 11 health, then he should have 1 health left, I would think, right? Because you use up 10 stamina, then 10 health, and then you have 1 health. after that, and you're alive. It seems like maybe it's taking up more health based on the size of the bar. Because health bar, keep in mind that health bars, like this what you're seeing is a much greater number than this number. So notice how I have 92, 41, 33, 69. So if your bar is here and you use up that, and traditionally you use up this much bar to use your thing, or let's just say you use the whole bar. Say your ability uses up the whole bar, and then it would need to use up half of your bar again in order to use it. Then what it should do is use up this whole bar and then about a quarter of this bar based on the fact that it's almost double, right? So it should only take a quarter of that bar. But it doesn't look like it does that. It looks like it's percentage based, meaning that if your move would take 100% of your bar or 150%, then what happens is it takes 100% of the bar and it takes the remaining 50% of your health rather than taking away the exact numbers. That's the way at least it appears. I don't really need to speculate on that though, because I really haven't been paying attention. I just don't tend to go over on my stamina. And when I do, it tells me exactly how much I would go over by. Well, it shows me. What I think I should do, foam a dance party. What I think I should do is count how much stamina is being used, like purposely overuse stamina on my side since it shows the exact numbers, and then count over, because yeah, I'm getting some weird vibes from the game when it comes to how much stamina of the monsters it's using up, because they're really important. That's really important to me. I want to make sure I get the, like, imagine if that what just happened with that thing. Imagine if that happened with a Luma. Imagine if it was a Luma instead of a normal one, because I tried to catch it, but I failed because I didn't calculate its stamina usage properly. But I didn't do it properly because it didn't look like it used up way. I mean, because it looked like it used way more than it should have. So that's actually important to learn. You know, I'll learn it, but not right now because both of my Temtem obviously have no health, and so I can't afford to go over on my stamina. Oh, come on, man. Come on, man. Boop. Alright, here's what we need to do. Alright, let's do it by clicking, so I don't have to do that annoying click down and it goes right bull crap. How about we don't double click on accident? That'd be nice. Alright, that should be good enough for now. Yeah, also there's a little kid over there, and this is basically his swimming pool. Why is there a giant electric eel? I think that these Temtem aren't aggressive. I think that's why. I think they're just like friendly Temtem. Come on, man. It's time to give me another one with the electric ability. It's been a little while. It's been a while. It's been a long, long time, man. Let me sing my song. Come on. Alright, let's see. I like the quick encounters. That's helpful. Alright. I like it when I'm trying to farm for a specific Temtem and I get the quick encounter stuff going on. Alright. Hopefully he heals himself. We'll see. Speed up. Ooh, he's gonna get a lot of speed because I'm using nothing but water. Unfortunately, I'm not gonna do a single attack to Nesla this time, by the way. I'm just hoping to get... Nope, we're not getting rid of Foma. He just has too much health right now. So I'm just gonna be tossing Temtem cards at this guy. Ooh, we can press up when it targets that one down there now on the gamepad. That wasn't working yesterday. He heals himself. He has the ability I need. This is perfect. So we just gotta wait for him to exhaust himself. The next move will exhaust him. I'm not doing a single fucking point of damage. I'm just gonna keep trying to capture. Damn gold ring imprints on my head, lol. Oh man. Come on. Just want to go around the world. 4 times damage. Here it comes. This thing's gonna die in like 1 hit. But hopefully it'll let me finally capture this fucker. Like, this is getting ridiculous. I know he's not heavily damaged, but still, come on. I can't heavily damage him because he'll just instantly kill himself. Yay. Finally. Alright, so. Do we get a free Foma too? Apparently we do. Alright, I guess. You're free, Foma. Get it? Alright, finally. Jeez, that was a lot longer than I thought. It wasn't that bad, but it's still a lot longer than I thought. But at least where are we? Oh, there we go. Whoa, I didn't change the squad. That would have been bad. I wouldn't have been able to run. There we go. Finally get to ramble on, man. Get me out of here. Saw a video about 10 ways Temtem cards. 10 ways Temtem cards can improve early access to sunburn albino. I don't know what that means. Sorry. I gotta talk to my moms. Momsies, heal my Temtem. They're so badly hurt, momsies. Ah, I heard you defeated the dojo master herself. My, how you've grown. It was nothing. Ha ha ha, classic Jesse T. Rocket. Alright. We already heard that all that dialogue from her before, so she didn't have anything new to say. let us head off to adventure. Words, says Dr. Xavier. What about words? Words? Oh, I think I understood. I reread the sentence you said. 10 ways Temtem can improve in early access by Sunburn Albino. Sunburn Albino is a person, and the name of the video was that. But it may have it as spoilers. I can name 10 ways in which it can improve. I'd still like I've said plenty of times before. It's overall it's a much better game than Pokemon. But there's plenty of ways in which it can improve. This, like I said, this game. I didn't say when you remember when I was saying that I was comparing Pokemon to a phone, and I was like, Pokemon is a rotary phone. Like it's still stuck back in the 80s and back. Whereas Temtem at least is like a flip phone. Yeah, it's a bit behind on the times. Not all the mechanics are modernized, but it's a flip phone that you can walk around with without a cord and everything. That's one hell of a thing. I mean, Pokemon ain't even gotten to the beeper age yet. There's some outdated ass mechanics in Pokemon. But there's some stuff in Temtem that they could do to improve. Like one of the things is the naming system. You should be able to name your Temtem anywhere you want, whenever you want. There should not be a limit on that. Another something that I would roll into the naming system is the naming system for your character, not just your Temtem. You should have your name should be allowed to be whatever it wants because your character has a unique ID. I'm the 5,031st person to create a character name once this game released. And my character's name is Jesse T. Rocket. If every single person named their character Jesse Team Rocket, then they would also have a number assigned to them afterwards because they already have a number assigned to them. So why can't we repeat names? You should also be able to allow capitalization in the middle or the side of your name or any of that other stuff. There's no harm in any of that. Meh, meh. Oh, I didn't change out the team. No. I might as well finish this fight because I got to go back to the thing and change my team anyways. Tentacle whip. Ew. Ew. Ghost tentacles. Leave me alone. You gross. Why are you so gross? Nasty. Why are we looking for Nestless? Which one is Nestless, Xavier? You really had to attack him twice, didn't you? What a dick. What a dick. Chain lightning. I do have the chain lightning actually, so I probably don't need to mess around with that anymore. He's chain lightning is probably good enough. Rather than go all the way back, I'll just get chain lightning in here and we'll call it good enough. So, but I am gonna resurrect him right away. What are you doing? Oh wait, I have to select another Temtem. I forgot. The Dratini eel. Yeah, I didn't do it because, wait. Okay, I forgot. I thought I used the wrong move. No, because he's going to hurt himself with the electricity, so I still do need to go back and get that thing. Yeah. Alright, yep, I still need to go back. So I am not walking all the way back. That's just too much. Let's use a smoke bomb. Wow, it put me here. Okay. I could have swore I used, I thought it was supposed to take you to the last Tim place you used to heal your Temtem. Oh, that would have been the mother, so I guess that would have not been that as bad as being put here, and but this is still not good that it put me all the way back here, unfortunately. Okay, so these should be the two I just, yep, there they are. And here's the ones we're getting rid of. They are plenty high enough level at the moment. So only the Temtems that I'll be leveling up and the Temtems that I'll be using to level them up. So here's what we'll do. He gets moved to there, right? You get moved to here. And backpack. Nope. Squad. Get rid of the decoy. You get a decoy. You get a lure. And you keep the coward's cloak. Good. Everything's set up. It should take no time at all to get these Temtem leveled up there to a reasonable amount, which is 20. Around 20 is when they start slowing down on their levels, but before then I can get them levels really quickly. And so what we're gonna do is we're gonna get them levels really quickly, while also just maybe getting a good version of one of those really rare Temtems that I keep failing to find. No guarantee on that, but at least there's a chance. I never fully played Ultra Sun and Moons, or Sun, since I couldn't trade all my mons from normal Sun, and I didn't want to go through you didn't want to go through the entire game knowing the ending is just slightly altered. Yeah. It's a shame. Very shame. I hope at some point I unlock flying and I can pick a town instead of a region. That'd be pretty cool. Nope. No. You know what? Yeah, I think I will be able to level up almost. I'm gonna gamble. I was gonna reset my thing to here, but I'm gonna leave my rest point where it was, because then when I smoke bomb, I'll be right back to the place. Rather than having to travel all the way back north again, I'll be right back there so that I can just get on. I can walk out this area, and then walk to the left and get straight into the ship. This is perfect. These are the kind of things I'm gonna be fighting in there anyway, so I might as well fight one right now. Water cannon, something, and then the real thing, which is me doing all the work, which is chain lightning. He has lures, so most of the time he's going to be the one who's attacked by these guys. But because they're water Temtem, he's not going to take a lot of damage. And he'll just end up finishing them off. Hey, it worked. You can actually use cooperate on your enemy, and it forces them to share stamina. That's interesting. Yeah, that was a lot of experience for very little work. And the good thing about it is that the quicker... It'll get quicker and quicker as my Nesla levels up. Starts to get quicker and quicker because his attack actually finishes people off faster and faster. And they'll try to attack him, but he'll just constantly heal himself, and it's not that much of an issue. Because of the lightning ability. Yep, there we go. And that's good XP. You see how quickly those bars are going up. And once I get into the area that has that monster, the fights actually are very quick coming. I guess they turned up the... Like, that seems like an area where they turned up the encounter rate, specifically because they know people are trying to find something, maybe? No, I'm just gonna keep that Nesla in storage, Dr. Xavier. The whole reason I got the Nesla was just for farming this area I'm going to. This is what I did in the middle of the night last night. I thought about what I should try to do, and I was like, what if I just use one of my spare Neslas? Because I had a few spares, and I was like, what if I just use one of my spare Neslas and go to that cave where I'm trying to find that water Temtem that's rare, and I can actually catch a few extras and maybe end up getting a good one, and at the same time train up my my Temtem, because Neslas are so effective against the Temtem that are not that thing. Well, it's effective against that thing too, but what'll happen is you fight nothing but those octopuses, and quite often they're in groups of 2. So you just beat them in like 2 turns and then go to the next fight. Rather than running over and over again, I just beat them over and over again. And you notice I get decent experience. Like, they're getting a good amount of their bar every time we win a fight. And in here, I think it's even more, because I think these guys in here are like 15 and 16 or 17 or something like that. I don't remember what level they were out there. I wasn't paying attention, but we'll see. Wow. But yeah, see 15 here. I think they can go higher level than that though. And so what I'll do is I'll just attack and then chain lightning the one here, and he'll heal himself. Nesla will heal himself because of his ability, because he's hit himself with a lightning attack at the same time. And then they'll attack him, but he's fine because he's going to heal himself every turn. And that's the end of it. There we go. Just keep doing that over and over again. And look how much experience I got for 2 turns. See that? So it'll take no time at all. I'll just get the new Temtem I have up to 20. Not including the electric. The electric will probably get to 22 with them, just because, you know, the nature of all their levels right now. Lure is very strong. They have never attacked anything but him so far with this lure. It's so far been 100% of the time. It's very interesting that it's so strong. I figured it would just increase your odds, you know. Got a spot is a nasty Temtem. Yeah, so look at that. I got to level that easy with both of them. Just boop, no problem. I think this is an effective leveling method. Like maybe later on, like wait, there was a plant Temtem. That's right. There's that plant Temtem who had a similar ability to hit multiple Temtem at the same time with his plant powers. But I don't know if he has the ability to absorb plant damage. And if he doesn't, then in my experience in the game so far, if I was to recommend one method by which you should level up your Temtem, as far as power leveling, this is it here, because you can just do this all day. I'm actually going to try to capture this guy. He just happens to be really low. Why not? I get 2 attempts, so the odds of it not capturing him are hopefully low. Yay. And that's just for some extra money, just in case. Oops, I don't know what I just switched. I got rid of bamboozled for something. Let me check this before I go into the next fight. Wait, what? Did I not learn the ability? Have I just, like, not learned it? Wasn't there a different... Alright, wait, the stream's buffering on my end. Please tell me you caught that, YouTube, so I can rewind it and see what the hell that was. Holy shit, man. Load faster, YouTube. Okay. Alright, put it on much faster speed. 1080p, please. Pause. Oh, come on. When I switched the fucking resolution, it put it back all the way to the thing. What are you doing? Alright, here we go. Oh my gosh, what's going on? I just want to see what happened. Did I switch? I thought I switched out bamboozled for something else, but maybe I switched out peck for bamboozled? Alright, here we go, here we go, here we go. I clicked through it so fast. I needed to be in slow motion. Do not switch my position this time. Man, the playback thing for this is trashy. Wait, I didn't even see it. What? Oh, okay, it's after this fight. There we go. Oh, wait. No, this is the screen I'm on, so I need to rewind it again. Son of a bitch, dude. They need a much more effective method for rewinding and fast forwarding in this. All right. Pause. Slow motion. Play. It looks like I switched out bamboozled for bamboozled. Okay, I guess I switched peck out for bamboozled, but I clicked on it so fast without realizing it that it didn't really show the full thing. That's just what my assumption is. All right, back into the game. That's fine. I mean, I'd rather really have peck, I think. Give them the old razzle-dazzle. The target avoids the next technique directed at them. That's pretty good for a taunt, maybe. But for right now, I'd rather have an... No, I got sand. If something's weak to water, if something's resistant to water, it's probably not resistant to the rock. Also, let's see. That sort of thing kind of starts to freak people out. Sometimes when I was in here last night, spinning that fast, some of the people who aren't currently stuck in a battle will see that, and they'll be like, they'll try to do it themselves, but you can tell they're on a keyboard, and they don't, like, they're like, what the fuck? And also doing that, you can encounter something just by spinning in a circle like that. It's just I was getting unlucky. Xavier Galisapod is my second favorite Pokemon. I got him shiny 3 times. Damn. Water? Go. Chain Lightning? Go. I keep forgetting never use anything other than Chain Lightning, because the way I have him positioned, he'll always heal himself and it'll stop on him, so it won't hit my Temtem. And it's a faster animation. I was thinking about that, because at first last night I was using the other ability whenever there was a single target, and then I was like, and then sometimes the fight would end and I wouldn't have full health. And also it didn't seem efficient, because that single target ability is a very slow animation compared to this Chain Lightning. I feel like Chain Lightning is in development and they're going to change the animation later on, because look at the animation. That's a Chain Lightning attack. There was no lightning, there was just kind of a flash of white air. They're probably just working on the animation still. And that's just a stand-in animation for something that's not finished. All I need is right on, and I'm good, says Juan. Yeah, I've already almost got the next level. I'm not encountering things too fast, unfortunately. Hopefully that'll change. It looks like it might be changing. Hello! Well, this fight's going to go a bit slower, because I want to catch that guy. Wow. This time I will use Tesla Prison, because I do not want to hit Xearrik. Ah, darn it. I was hoping he would die before he got a turn. So... Wait, I thought he could target himself with that. Oh well. Yep, he has no way of healing. Okay. Will he survive? Yeah, I think he will. If this doesn't capture him, it'll strangle him. If it does capture him, okay, good. Then it'll strangle the other one and prevent his next turn. Also, I developed a new technique for catching Temtem. Xavier, or I should say, not really catching them, but defeating a powerful Temtem. I think that the strangle ability needs to be rebalanced or nerfed. You know, I made these discoveries while excuse me, did I not select him? Oh, I just double bombed. Damn it, that sucks. That's 100 and something, or 300 and something suns wasted. So if you have 2 Temtem with strangle, think about it, because I was using 2 of these at one point, and what I did was I strangled him, and then I, like, this guy, say this guy has strangle, right? And so I use strangle, and he can't move next turn, but neither can he. So next turn I wait with him, and then I use strangle with him, and then he can't move next turn, and neither can he. And next turn, I strangle with him, and then he can't move next turn, and he can't move next turn. You see a pattern developing here? You can strangle infinitely. It's like a thing. It totally 100% works. I think that if you have a Nesla only team, 6 Neslas, it's probably the most broken team in the entire game. It doesn't matter what you're fighting, plants, whatever, it doesn't matter, you're fine. Because you can constantly heal yourself. Like, they can heal each other, and at the same time as doing damage to their opponents. And if they come up against anything that's too troublesome, they can alternate strangles against it and completely lock it down and make it unable to move while it dies. Because strangle also does damage, by the way. It's not like it doesn't do damage. It's a medium of damage ability that makes it so that you can't move and your opponent can't move next turn. Yeah, it's kind of broken. So I'd watch for a nerf for that. I'm pretty sure it's going to come. Unless no one's figured it out yet. I'm sure someone else has thought about it. If no one has thought about it, then when we get into the point where we can do a little bit of PvP, I might do like one PvP match with like 6 Neslas and just strangle my way to victory, and then it'll take doing that like 3 or 4 times, and then everyone will know about it, and it'll get patched out in a few days then. You shouldn't be able to strangle someone who's currently being strangled. That should be the rule. So I'm just gonna wait. Alright, his health is a little lower now. And he's losing out on his next turn because he just exhausted himself. So we get plenty of opportunities to try to catch. Ooh, didn't need him. Oh my god. We finally got one with good stats. Man, it really sucks that we finally got one of these with good stats. But they're in the wrong spot. All I need is any of these can be replaced with that. Because he's a special attack focused Temtem. So technically he's still a terrible Temtem, unfortunately. Oh well. I mean, I can look at his abilities and see if he has any non-special abilities, and maybe I can make one like have 2 of them, and one of them is not special based and the other is special based. But probably isn't going to be that big of a deal. That spin I'm doing, by the way, I'm not doing it just to show off. I think there might be... I think it might increase your encounter speed. I know that sounds silly, but I think the spinning counts as covering more ground or something. Because when I was in here yesterday messing around, or last night messing around, it certainly felt as if I was getting more encounters by spinning. You know, sometimes it would still take a long time, but other times it would take, you know, sometimes when you walk around really, like swim in circles, it'll still take 2 or 3 minutes sometimes before an encounter. That happens every now and then. So, I don't know if that's true. The stun locking someone permanently is true. That is an actual true thing that I did last night. Not a player, but specifically a Temtem. But the spinning thing is just speculation. It feels like it's a bit faster. It could just be random that it feels faster just because like it's I want to believe it has an effect or something. Who there's no telling. But then other times, like you see the people running around in circles. Sometimes it takes a really long time. So it could just all be a coincidence. Like normally I don't have to spin this long. Normally it's only a little bit. Because like if they measure it based on the front of your thing and not the base of it, then the front of my board is technically covering way more distance than my than I would if I was just moving forward the whole time, because the speed at which I can spin. So I don't really know. So once Nestle gets like one more level or so, I'm gonna replace this Nestle with the other Nestle who's lower level. That way my overall experience increases. Maybe 2 more levels actually. Oh, because then I'm gonna switch out the Temtem that gets experience here pretty soon too. One thing that I should do, but I'm too lazy at the moment, is count the experience and do the math. Let's see. I should do that at some point. 121 spread throughout the whole group. Did you notice how much? Nah, let's do it again. Her name was Mom. That's gonna be weird. Next time I only have a single one that we fight, I'll pay attention to it again. Either that or 116 and 115. Both are fine. Alright, so with 116 and 115, we'll end up with... $217 split between 3, basically, because Amushi just leveled up a little later, so he had a tiny bit extra experience. So basically like 660 experience for 116 and 115, right? About 660 experience in total. All right. Let's do the same thing, hopefully. Hopefully it's a 16 and a 15. And this will have an experience share off for the third one. And I want to see if my total gained experience is increased. Or if sometimes I'm too lazy to spin it, because you don't just spin it as fast as you can, you have to spin it in a rhythm. Ah, I knew it. Only a single one. Still gonna kill it. Look at the abilities that'll be most helpful. Wind burst. A crystal toucan Sam. That's cool, man. You still don't see the main goal. That's because I don't think the game is actually fully completed. Because they showed, like, what was that? How many islands have they shown when you look at the globe? They show a lot more islands than there, I think, are actually in the game right now. I don't know exactly how many islands are in the game, but I know it wasn't like 8 or whatever we saw on the globe. Aw, man. Are we about to fight one every single time? Come on, man. Don't be wasting my time. You know what I want. At least her attack is finishing fast enough, strong enough, I should say, so that we can finish them off in one turn. Now he leveled up, so we're not going to get the same experience. I think that it's going to be maybe more efficient to do it this way. With only one, it was 180 per dude. Instead of 120, right? Or no, was it 220? It was 220 for two. Nah, we don't know. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? You know you can send more than one at a time, bitch. I'm being bamboozled, man. Bamboozled. Now I've leveled them both up before I ever fought 2 again. Which means the math isn't going to be as accurate. Fucking asshole game, man. Why you gotta be like this? Finally. Let them be 15 and 16, please. Of course. We'll make do. We'll make do. Oh wait, she's gonna kill it this turn. No, I should have let him kill them both. Now I have to add up the numbers, 4 numbers instead. Okay, that's 300. That's easy. So it's gonna be a total of 600. It doesn't matter. It just divides up the experience evenly. It doesn't generate extra experience. I was hoping like when you split it would generate extra experience. But remember we fought one that was 16 too, and then there was a little extra. It was like 660 experience in total when you added all 3. So using experience share doesn't hurt at all. When Xearrik spins, the song "You Spin Me Right Round" plays in my head. Nice, Soren. How's it going, man? Na, 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 na. Very nice. Very, very nice. One moment. It's almost 80 degrees. The hell? Come on. Yeah. Banana, banana, banana. There's no harm in trying to catch one before before the next lightning strike, I think. It only adds a little extra time to the fight, and it'll make me a little extra money from the money I'm having to spend on some of the healing items I've been getting. As far as replacing them. Alright. Yeah, we're still good on experience. It's taking a bit longer than I thought it would still, but it's not taking that long. Wow. I think I'm going to stop at a lower level than I intended, though. Thinking about stopping at 18 instead of 20. Because it's taking just a little longer than I wanted. So that's going to make it even a little bit more difficult for the gym. But I want to make some progress, and I really haven't made much progress. Instead, I've just farmed experience for low-level Temtem that I wanted to start using. Was there... Oh, yeah, I've read that already. Don't want in? Then you die, fool. Is it... So close. Yeah, she was like 13 when we started, didn't we? So, I mean, we're still getting levels pretty quick. It's just a little slower than I had hoped. I feel like I'm forgetting something I wanted to do after that fight. Ah, check the Temtem card numbers. I got plenty. Wow. Wow. Watch me end up getting a Luma of one of these squid monsters. From just being in this damn cave for so much. If I got one, he would I wouldn't probably use him much. He'd probably be just for mainly breeding with other water Temtem in hopes of getting another Luma, maybe. I'm sure he's a fine Temtem. It's just I don't like the way it looks. I don't like the way it looks in both forms, and the Luma version of it that I've seen here and there doesn't really impress me that much either. It's kind of one of the more basic looking Luma, if you ask me. But I'm sure these weird graboid looking, face hugging octopus thingies appeal to somebody, just not to me. Just not to me. What's going on? Damn, why was it so hard for me to select that? Frank's like, squid. I'm like, alright, squid. There we go. Yep, it's time I switch. I was debating keeping him around a little bit longer, but no, I'm gonna keep him for these. Hey, Desert, how's it going? Once I switch and I start lowering lower level Temtem, see, I want that thing. I want one of those Lumad. I've gotten 2 Lumas now, though, on when not trying to get Lumas. Maybe I should try to get a Luma if I really want one. I'd really like a Luma for that of that Temtem. He looks really cool. It doesn't seem like it's that bad in this game. As long as I'm doing something other than just playing the game. Because like in my setup with my new monitor stands that I had gotten a while back ago, I can actually play a game in my bed on my monitors, and that is super convenient. So what I could do is I could just be like, all right, I'm gonna go to sleep, but like I'm not gonna go to sleep right away. I'm gonna take a while to go to sleep. and then put on like a podcast or some angry video game nerd or something like that, and then with one hand play the game and the other hand just like in my head and just like kind of dozing off, not really doing anything that requires that much focus. All right, 18. We'll call that for her. We'll like I said, we're gonna stop at 18 for some of these Temtem. Well, for any of them besides the ones I'm gonna get rid of. They're there for leveling another. So the next lowest one is either of you two, basically. All right, let's do him. There we go. And actually, since I'm switching Temtem like that, I think I want to switch him too. That way, all the Temtem are 15 and 16, meaning I'm going to get better experience this time. There we go. Wait. I didn't see an item on the other one. There's supposed to be a cloak on him. Okay, there it is. I feel like if you hunt for a Luma, it would take longer than not looking and just finding one. Maybe. It could. But it wouldn't hurt. Like I said, as long as I'm not, like, playing the game, like, I don't care. I could very absent-mindedly do running with like one hand and just, like I said, lay down, put my hand on the pillow, like, you know, do the whole thing, you know. Just like, so I got like one eye open, not really paying attention. Got my head, my hand, and my pillow, and my other hand on the controller, and just watching some AVGN and occasionally running whenever I gotta run. And really, like this, I can do this without paying any attention at all, man. Especially like when I'm not fighting, just run, and just the only thing I need to like acknowledge is whether it's a different type of creature, right? If it looks different, then that's when I need to pay attention. I'm gonna go ahead and catch this one. Well, I'll try. Give it a shot. Pointy heads are squids. Sup, battle axe, says Frank. Frank. Nice. Experience. Whoa, that was weird. That requires all the precisions. Like I said, spinning it as fast as you can doesn't really do it. Like, it doesn't seem to register properly when you do that. But when you have to do it in this smooth, slightly slower rate, and then you'll get this more than slightly slower, a lot slower than my fastest spin, and then you get a really quick spinning in the game instead of like a fidgeting. Juan says, I like battle axes. Alright. Who doesn't? Dude. For some reason, women don't like to be referred as a battle axe. Where did that even come from, Frank? Like, I've heard that before in, like, I think movies, if anything, but I know I heard it before. Nimble, please. Na 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 na. Alright, so we already got another one almost to 18. Right, like that fast. Very nice. Very, very nice. Wow. It'd help if it didn't seem to put me up against a single one far more often than two for some odd reason. Alright, was that 117? Nope, almost. That one's almost one level away now. With the next fight, it'll be one level. Yeah. As long as I don't go past 18, it seems like, ooh, see, I had a really good rhythm there for a second. Early 1990s. But yeah, but like, I mean, not from what time? Why am I struggling to get it good now? It's weird. But like the reasoning for it and the logic behind the words, right? Like something like bee's knees is obvious. Bees have sweet knees. They always messing around in that nectar. They got some sweet ass knees. I mean, they must be up to their knees in the honey and nectar. But battle axe. Domineering. A battle axe is domineering. I don't know. I don't think of that a weapon that kind of weapon that kind of way, but maybe I can kind of see it. Formidable. Yeah, I can see that kind of thing. I can see that as well. You know, standing there with your shield and your sword and some big ass motherfucker with a big ass battle axe is like, I'm just gonna whack the fuck out of that shield with this big ass axe, and I might just break your fucking arm from the impact. You might kill me with your sword, but I might break that arm, and then that shield's gonna lower, and my friend's gonna kill you. So you know, that could be kind of intimidating. Formidable, maybe. If you think about it in the way I just, you know, said it. One's like axe. I'd figure something like along the lines of a raisin or something like that would be more, you know, talking about someone who's old and just call them a raisin or something weird like that, or I don't know. But you want it to be a or you know, another thing, Frank, is that it could be the battle axe is instead of it being a thing that is used against you, it could be your battle axe, right? A powerful weapon used to defeat your enemies. Old and scarred, right? You're just like, hey, I don't got the patience, but I'd like a refund on this shit that they messed up on. Go in there and scream at them for a while for me. She's like, I got this. I was born for this shit. Alright. Let's see. Prunes, yep, prunes too, yeah. Oh, I haven't been paying attention to my levels and how close I am. I mean, Umishi is 17, so he's probably pretty close. And that means the other guy is pretty close too, most likely. That's good. Good. We're almost there. Good. Oh yeah, they're both close to 18. Super close. Nice. So they only have one more, I think, after they get... Yep, only the little electric bug. That's it. Hell yeah. So now that we've done our theorizing and no one seems to know 100%, I want to look it up. All right. It's generally considered a pejorative for an aggressive, domineering, and forceful woman. A prime example was the militant temperance activist Carrie Nation, who wielded a hatchet. Oh, she literally like fucking had a hatchet. Jesus Christ. And made it her symbol. Yo, man, that's some creepy ass shit. That shit probably came specifically from her. The fuck is this woman walking around with a hatchet? Was she was an activist that walks around with a hatchet? Did she need to cut somebody? Like, were people trying to kill her? That's some crazy ass shit. In the picture, she's holding it in her hand. Like, hopefully she just, like, had it, like, you know, on a belt or something like that. Like, you know, like, maybe, you know, like someone who's armed and dangerous kind of a thing. But walking around with it in your hand? The fuck are you doing, lady? I wouldn't trust her. I wouldn't trust anybody. You could be my best damn friend and you start trying to like be an activist and trying to preach to people, tell them what you think is right and wrong, and you're doing with a damn hatchet in your hand. I'd have to have words with you in private about your public appearance. That's some fucking crazy shit right there. Another crash example listed by Christine Hamilton in her book of British battle axes, including Nancy Astor. So different powerful women throughout history. The battle axe is one of several stereotypes found in nursing. But unless it specifically came from her who walked around with a fucking hatchet, then I still don't understand where it came from. Because I wouldn't associate an axe with a woman. I would associate it with like a lumberjack or something. Or if you go back far enough, or a warrior of like craziness, like a barbarian would be another one, or just a regular normal warrior just uses a battle axe. But it might as well be a stick, a club, the old wooden club. It's kind of weird that it would go to the axe. I'm hoping this actually says where and when. Maybe it's just not known. Maybe it's just that old. And if it's that old of a term, if it's just not known, then it, you know, might have came back from really, really far. You know, it makes sense. All right. Nope. So, one of several stereotypes found in nursing, a tyrannical, fierce patron
exemplified by Nurse Ratchet and Haiti Jacques in popular medical dramas and comedies. Judith First played a battle axe woman in Carry On Cabby. I have never heard of that. Further reading. No. Alright, well, I'm not happy with the wiki. Let's see. Oh, hold on. All right, we might have some history here. I watched a History Channel program that mentioned that Francesca, a Frankish battle axe, a History Channel program that mentioned the Francisca or Frankish battle axe, Francisca. I think it's Francisca. But offered no explanation as to why Frankish word was not used for it. Francisca, but clearly Latin, whatever. Blah 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 blah. Ah, here we go. It's thought that Franken was a Germanic word meaning javelin. Okay. Holy shit, Frank. You were born to wield the lance, Frank. You were born for it. Frank's like, go on. No, that's the main thing when it comes to that. It says it was also borrowed in Latin for Francus, a term used for the Franks. I don't know what that is. Like that's a group of people. This is where Francisca presumably comes from, as well as French and as well as the word French and Ferengi. I found this post. I'm gonna see begun. Oh, I like this theory. Here, this is a forum, and they have a theory. They're talking about it, and they go, "Well, it was that expression that my original title alluded to, as for a woman being battle axes. As for women being battle axes, they're also accused of having sharp tongues to cut down males with." Oh, yes, I have heard this. I've heard this. So they weirded their tongue. For both good and to evil sometimes. Alright. Where's my my captures? How's it going, Crimson Eyed Wolf? Yeah, I accidentally spent so much time on YouTube. I figured I'd just finish up on YouTube for the day, Crimson Eyed Wolf. It could be that with their sharp tongue, it's just an expression. Show that women have the ability to throw words with devastating effect, and they sometimes cut very deep. Release. Ooh, lots of stuff on this here.
Frank says yes. Yes, they do. He's talking about when the good and evil, I believe, when I said that. Ooh, here's another thing. Another theory is that the older a battle axe became, the more kind of rickety it would become. It wouldn't be seated as well, and so it would be loose in its in where it's being held, and it would start to rattle. So it was making lots of. It wasn't as efficient. It would rattle around, making noise and stuff. Maybe. I'm starting to see various places where someone might have came up with this from. You know, there's no telling where, but at least some of these people are coming up with interesting, viable explanations for it. Oh, what's going on? I thought they would be dead. Why aren't you dead? Oh, okay, here we go. Terror experience when encountering a ferocious weapon in the battlefield. The term, with its meaning, arose from the end of the 19th century. We particularly like this, the earliest quotation given by the OED. Say there was a battle axe if ever you see one. She had a face, and on her they'd fade flowers. Oh, wait. That's not what it's. And on her that'd fade flowers. So. Okay. So that's the oldest recorded written time it was mentioned, which means it could have been around for quite a lot longer than that before someone wrote it, or it could have mean that person invented the term because it was they were trying to be artistic, right? When a writer tries to be artistic, sometimes they come up with weird shit. Yeah. And the worse the writer, the weirder the shit tends to be. I mean, look what some of these musicians come up with. Some of these damn words they come up with to mean completely different things are just absurd. It's just because it slightly rhymed with another word that was slightly associated with this, and then that's why it's now the word. Like, get the hell out of here. An early religious sect. Ooh. Oh, hey, they're both 18. They're about to both be 19 now. I might as well just get them both to 19 and then switch out to the next one. Since they're already so close while I was doing this. Most extraordinary of the 19th century enthusiasts were the followers of the New England prophet, plate name, preaching sexism far and orthodox gates, Dutch farmers and stuff and things. No husband would lack an attentive wife. Marriage and unhappiness. I get it. Where does it say that? It doesn't say anything. So that was a worthless post. Doesn't even use the term. There we go. Man, these people did a lot of research into this on this forum. There's like lots of quotes and links to not links to articles, but links to like different texts from different things and whatnot. Like they have sources
Like they're going all out. This Wordcraft. It's a website called Wordcraft. Like they're really into words and figuring out where they came from, I guess. The battle axes of Free Love Valley. Thou art my battle axe and weapon of war. For with thee I will break in pieces the nations, and with thee I will destroy the kingdoms. And he's referring to a woman? Jeremiah 51:20. Okay. It might be a little bit older than the 1990s and 1800s and 1900s, actually, Frank. It might be a biblical reference. I don't know that quote directly. I would, I would have to like look it up. But apparently in Jeremiah 51:20, he refers to a woman as, he says, "Thou art my battle axe and weapon of war. For with thee I will break in pieces the nations, and with thee I will destroy kingdoms." I think that actually is the most probable source of the term. That someone at some time in, like, the 1900s or whatever, who was a preacher or something of that sort, publicly referred to a wife that wasn't dutiful or something like that as a battle axe. Like he read the Jeremiah type of thing, or as the opposite of that, as one who was stern and useful type of thing, where she would put her household in order and make sure that everyone was doing this and that kind of thing, right? Like I can see like that being like a sermon, and he would refer to her as a battle axe because of this passage, and that catching on. Because a lot of stuff comes from that kind of thing, especially in America. If it came from America, during that era, like that, Christianity is super big, right? So I could totally see that. I think that's the most plausible of all the things I've been reading. Huh. Interesting. Old big mouth woman with a face that looks like 5 miles of bad road. Jesus Christ, Frank. All right. I did plenty of stuff here. I didn't actually get as much as I wanted, but I think I'm going to actually call it for the night. And I'll try to make sure. I want to play something else tomorrow, hopefully. I don't know, though. It's in tomorrow. No, yeah, Friday. You know what? Maybe we'll play Monster Hunter tomorrow then. I might want to wait till Saturday, though. I don't know. We'll see. I'm thinking tomorrow. Tomorrow, like Friday and Saturday, yeah, maybe. And we'll get back to this game, and I'll make sure that I get all my Temtem up to 20 like I wanted before, instead of the 18. But I do it on, like, overnight here and there, little bits of here and there, and then I have my team up to the level I'd like to challenge the gym. I do think 20 is still going to be woefully underleveled, and it would probably be better for me just to stick with my previous team. But, hey, the more Temtem I have around the same level in my Tim bank, then the more variety and I have when I'm making my teams and having fun with that, so I'm fine. What was I doing? But yeah, let me finish this battle up here, and then I'll probably call it a day. I'm old and tired, and I'm too old and tired to him-haul around with people, says Frank. I love it. Him-haul. See, I should have started doing that thing where I was
where I was saying I was going to whatchamacallit as a joke, maybe use old slang, just use a whole bunch of old slang, and just like work in as much of the old slang as I can from like the early 19th century and stuff like that, and just way out of date terms that no one ever uses anymore, and just have fun with that. Have it be our thing in the channel. Like, it's almost like we're talking in code. People come in, they're like, wait, I know what that, what the hell is wrong with you people? How old are you people? Like they think everyone in my channel is like over 80 or some shit. Like, what the fuck is going on in here? Like, people, like new people would be so weirded out. Remember your war cry. YOLO, bitches. YOLO, bitches. Works for me. Yeah, it just seemed like a lot of work, and then at the same time I had forgotten about it because I kind of put it off. I even had like a few things I had saved, and I was actually like writing down some stuff, but it was a lot of work, and then to think about that, and even if I made like a comprehensive list of things, like actively using it would take a long time. To get in the habit of doing that kind of thing, and so it's like it was a lot of work, and I put it off finishing and did other things, and eventually just totally forgot about it until like now. So but I gotta use the restroom, which is one of the reasons why I'm gonna end it here rather than going on a little bit longer, because I want to use the restroom. Rather than using the restroom and coming back later and then sitting down for only a few minutes, I'm just gonna go ahead and go. Except only you and me and Vepper would know what we're saying. Yeah, regulars would eventually figure it out too. Like people like Crimson Eyed Wolf and Juan and whatnot, they're here almost every day. Soren, Xavier, like they're here quite a bit. Well, Xavier's not here every day. It depends on what game I'm playing. If I'm playing Temtem, Xavier gets in here. Tito, David, you know, we have a lot of regulars. It's just they're not as active in chat. You know, Daily Shave, they're just not as active in chat as you and Vepper tend to be most of the time. Sometimes they are, sometimes they're not. But they'd catch on because they'd be here while we were making up some of them, right? And then if they weren't here while we were making them up, they would understand when we were using them. Because it's not like those words are undecipherable. A lot of people have heard the words before in old movies and stuff like that. People know what they mean most of the time. It's just to hear someone actually use them unironically would just like weird people out if they were like, wait a second, you're not making a joke? You're actually speaking like that for real? Holy shit, your whole chat's speaking like that. Did I just stumble into some weird fucking time warp? What? How old are you people? It just to imagine that scenario one time almost might make it worth going through that much effort. But I'm gonna go ahead and go, guys. So thank you very much. Have a nice night. That would be funny as hell, yeah. It would. It's one of the reasons I entertained the idea to the point where I actually started writing down words and doing some research. Yes. Good night.